Hello, y'all. It is time here today for the Rareware Roulette. Big stream that I've been planning for, some time now, wherein I'll be doing basically 7 Rareware games randomly, basically switching back and forth between them every minute to 2 minutes, basically. Between 1 minute and 2 minutes, that's how often we'll be switching games. It happens randomly and automatically through like a script called for the BizHawk emulator called the BizHawk Shuffler, and it's pretty damn cool. We've done this before for the randomizer roulette, which we did for Extra Life last year, which was 4 randomizers switching every like 5 to 10 minutes. So, a bigger interval. This will be a smaller interval, but also this will be a lot less involved, I don't have to think so much when I'm playing Donkey Kong Country, whereas like for randomizers, I have to think like, okay, where am I? I have to get the tracker up. I have to get the right tracker up for the right game. Where are we going next, etc. Whereas these games, I know them like the back of my hand. They don't change. They're not random. I'll just have to play them good, which would be great. No DK64. DK64 was in the randomizer roulette, and I'll say, in the randomizer roulette, DK64 had some troubles. There was some weird emulator issues with BizHawk, unfortunately, with DK64 randomizer in particular. I'm not sure if those were problems with DK64 or DK64 randomizer, but I left off DK64 for that reason, just as a precaution, just to be safe. Because there were like really weird visual issues, like there were parts where we just couldn't see where we were going because the geometry was all fucked up. Again, could be the randomizer, I don't know, but also, again, did it last time, so this time, DKC, let's talk the games. DKC, DKC2, DKC3, Kazooie, Tooie, Grunty's Revenge, and it's Mr. Pants for the starting 7. The main 7 here. Now, let me just direct your attention, and I'll do a card, by the way, for this. Let's go over the sub-goals, because you can see below, down there are sub-goals as well. A whole bunch of them. So you'll see that it is a 20 sub goal, but it is a incremental sub goal, meaning that every 4 subs, we will see something new. You can sort of read for yourself, because, the blocks is just there, but for 4 subs, we had Diddy Kong Racing. For 8 subs, we had Donkey Kong Land, a special colorized pack of Donkey Kong Land 2, which I am very curious about. I would like to see. For 12 subs, we had Conker's Bad Fur Day. And for 16 subs, we had Banjo Pilots. And then there are 3 last games that we're adding if we hit 20 that I'm not going to disclose. I'm just gonna add them when and if it gets met. And we'll see what those are. I will say DK64 is not one of them, just because I already did that last time I did a BizHawk Shuffler stream. And I'll also say one more thing. Treat stream is on. I've still never had Arby's, and if y'all want, you can feed me Arby's for the first time ever. It's like some sort of sandwich with meat in it. I'm pretty sure. That's what I've heard. I always thought Arby's and Applebee's were similar, just because the names, I guess, are close. They both start with A. But apparently it's more like a fast food thing, Arby's is. Anyway, pre-stream, you can buy me lunch, dinner, whatever the fuck, however the timing works out. Let's, I think we've explained the concept. Now, you might notice it hasn't switched yet. That's because the script is not started. The script has not been started yet, but I will start the script in a minute here. just get something up real fast so I don't have to... Something to, like, fix a stupid little issue that I have. Okay, that'll do. Okay. So, you want to buy yourself dinner? Yeah, same, I understand. Anyway, street stream is the thing people do. The streamers do. I've never had a street stream go through. There was one time that someone wanted to get it, but it turned out it was too late. A lot of my streams are too late at night, it turns out, for a street stream to be effective. But it is an option. It is early in the day. Arby's, you know, Five Guys, whatever the fuck, they're still open. You can buy me dinner or whatever if you want. Or maybe I'll just have corn dogs or something. You know, something quick during like a break or something. Anyway, we're gonna get going in a minute here. I'm gonna hit the unpause on this Shuffler script, and then every minute or two, it's gonna start switching. And I'll say, I haven't adjusted the volume on any of these games individually, but I can with my Stream Deck over here. I have a Stream Deck, and I can adjust the volume of each of the games. And when we switch into each for the first time, we probably need to tinker with the volume a little bit. I would reckon. Okay, let's unpause and get going. Here we go. The roulette is beginning. And we randomly started with DKC 1, and when I saw that, I said like, oh, that's probably the right one to start with. It's like the first one of these games, and yeah, it makes sense to start with DKC. I'll say it did run for like a second, so it might not be a full minute of this game. You know, I'm not sure how it works when you pause and unpause the shuffler. What the hell? Oh, okay, we somehow got through the hitbox there. But, should be nice. Oh, hey, a bonus. I'll say my plan, as far as these games go, is to just play them. You know, I don't know, like, if we can finish any of them. You know, they are somewhat long games, most of them. But I'll say, like, I have finished DKC 1, 2, 3 on streams before that were, like, you know, not that long. So it's possible that DKC 1, 2, and 3 might get finished, in which case I can I'll take them out of the rotation. But, you know, we will... Grunty's Revenge! Okay, that seems too loud. Let me check the... Okay, how about that? I think that's good. We're playing in English. Grunty's Revenge, for those who don't know, it is sort of an in-betweenquel. You know, a game taking place in between Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie, where it's isometric. Top-down isometric game for the Game Boy Advance. How's it looking on stream? Looks good to me. I think this sound is just about right. Let's go. I'll say, these are 5 of my favorite games of all time. The DKCs, the Banjo-Kazooies, you know, Kazooie and Tooie. Grunty's Revenge, it's pretty good. It's like a solid 4 out of 5. You know, not perfect, not the longest game, but, and a little heavy on mini-games, but it has it where it counts, and for this kind of game on the Game Boy Advance, I'm hard-pressed to think of something that, like, you know, approaches a 3D platformer on the Game Boy Advance as this game does. Robot Grunty is a thing in this, so that's fun. And also, she's about to kidnap Kazooie. Or next time, she is about to kidnap Kazooie. Ignore that, that'll fix itself. That happened in my testing. It's just the start screen. I'm pretty sure. I'm 90% sure. How's this volume? This good? How's the volume here? I think we're good. Let's go ahead and play Banjo-Tooie. Banjo-Tooie! Used to be one of my favorite games of all time. Now it's just up there, you know? Used to be like top 5, but honestly, when like Odyssey came out, I was like, oh, you know what? This is my favorite 3D platformer of all time now. Dang. I still love Tooie. And I'll say I love Tooie maybe even more than Banjo-Kazooie, even. Because I love just how massive it is, you know? It feels like a big world. You know, it's so dense, and everything has so many little steps to it. I feel like with Kazooie, it's a game where you go into each world and you 100% it each time, and you know I basically have it clocked. Whereas Banjo-Tooie is like so, you can't do it that way, and I find that like so good just because I get to just every time I play. Just go in whatever order I please, you know, collect whatever makes sense. Get whatever feels right. And it's very, like, spontaneous. In a way that I like. Grunty's Revenge. I'm not gonna say the name of the game every time we switch. That'll get silly. Our bird friend is being stolen. The plot isn't important, but we're going into the past, is I think, the basic thrust of things. Bumbo is sending us back, find ancestors of everyone, and we're just gonna go on a little bit of a platforming adventure back in the day. I don't know how long ago this is supposed to be. Maybe like 40 years? There's like basically the parents of characters we know. Or like grandparents, maybe. Mr. Mole, yeah, that's the new Mole character. Grunty's castle is being built. No, it's true. Bozai is this one, yes. I guess they don't say, like, what relation Bozai has to Bottles. But he's just the guy. Okay, we got it. Oh, hang on, I need to configure these controls real 1 second. I guess I didn't set this up for Game Boy. 1 second, I'm just gonna make it so that I control with both D-pad and okay, that'll be good. I got the SNES set up to use stick and D-pad, but need to have both so that whenever I switch from, you know, 3D to 2D, it's not weird. I don't have to switch to stick to buttons if I don't want to, you know. I'm sure I would get used to just like switching back and forth every 2 minutes eventually, but rather not. So far we've gotten like a couple of repeats, but that's just you know, that's just luck. I assure you, the other games are in here. Oh, and what happens if we die? If we lose our lives? I don't know. We'll see what happens. If we die and we have to like game over and start over, we will die and game over and start over. That'll just be that. You know. I'm not using any save states or anything. Well, other than the save states that are used to switch from game to game, but I'm not using any extra to like ensure that we don't die. That'd be silly. We don't need that. These games aren't that hard. I know them like the back of my head. Except for It's Mr. Pants, which doesn't have... I don't think It's Mr. Pants has lives. Donkey Kong Land and some of the bonus games do. But I'm not so worried about those. Hey, you know, I think I'll be able to manage. And if not, hey, that'll be something. Conker has lives, but
It's Mr. Pants.
this is way too loud. 1 second, I got it. I'm on it. I'm on the case. How's this? Is this too hot? How's this? Can you hear me over the It's Mr. Pants? It's Mr. Pants. It's like a puzzle game where you solve things. Oh shit. The option. Wash your pants. Yeah. Oh, erase this. I did some testing, I guess. Okay. What should we name our file? Stream, I guess. It's Mr. Pants. It's a puzzle game. I don't know if we'll see what it's like. Oh, stream won't fit. Well, it's a puzzle game. Strem, I guess. Okay. So it's Mr. Pants. You sort of like get these shapes and you have to make them into whole shapes. I will say I think It's Mr. Pants is a really awkward thing on the Game Boy Advance. I don't think it really made sense for the platform. I think that if Mr. Pants had come out like 10 years later, or like 5 years later, just a few years later, it could have been a mediocre... It could have been a mediocre iPhone game that was like perfectly good and perfectly fine. You know, it's not the sort of game you want to spend $30 on. But like if it was free with ads or $5, that'd be a little more okay. That'd be a little more decent, I think. This is Klungo. Klungo is mad. Our game is ending here. That's right. This is where our game is ending. So Klungo, each time you fight him, he's a little different. I wonder how many Klungo fights we'll see tonight, if we'll see any more, or if we... I wonder. There's 3 in the game. The last one is at the end of the game, and well, I think my record for, like, doing Tooie is, like, 10 hours, and this whole stream with all the games is probably going to be about maybe 10 hours long, so I don't think we'll get to the... Maybe 10-8, something like that, maybe 12, somewhere in that vicinity, you know? I don't think we'll get to the last one, but maybe the one... Maybe we'll get to the one, the second one. Maybe we'll get to the second one between the third world. No, actually, it's between the fourth world and the fifth world. We'll see, though. You can rotate the stuff. What the hell? Let me check this again. My analog stick isn't working for this. God damn it, I thought I set that. Maybe I didn't hit confirm or something. Oh, 1 second. Oh, here we go. Okay. D-pad down, D-pad left. There we go. Save. Okay, now it's good. Game Boy controls are now good to go.
Smashing.
Smashing!
Dumpty. Level 4. Easy.
So here, I believe what we want to do, make that, look at that. We made those all into squares and rectangles.
Great.
That's the whole game of It's Mr. Pants, squares and rectangles.
Easy.
I don't know how long It's Mr. Pants is. I guess it's, fuck! Possible we might finish it. Oh, I guess you can't overlap the same color. You can only overwrite other colors in empty spaces. Okay, this game might have some bite to it at least. I mean, it's not like I'm in it for the difficulty. Let me think. What? Why is it taken? Hello? This should be Donkey Kong Country. Oh, there it goes. Jeez, that was a long switchover. What the fuck? Hopefully that doesn't happen again. A little screwy, maybe. Perhaps. We still haven't seen Donkey Kong Country 2, 3, or Kazooie. We've seen a lot of what's it? 4 of the games? The seed is random. The seed is random, so you know, look, that's RNG for you. I could have set it up so it was in the set order, and we just went around the little horn, but I had to get fancy with it. I had to say like, nope, nope, make it random. Absolutely, 100% random. There should maybe be an option where it's like, not entirely random, you know, maybe it goes in like, doesn't repeat a game in like 4 or 5, you know, or does every single one before returning to another. No, that would mean that it would always be the same order. You know what I mean? Just like ensure that within every set of like 10 or so, every game got it in. I feel like that'd be a good compromise between fully random and partially random. I will say, by the way, I do have cards for tonight. Whole bunch of cards. Tried to prepare enough where if I needed a lot of them, I would. I'm not sure, like, if we'll get through all of them. Not sure if we'll really need them, but they are available. This is our first move. We got 10 notes, so we can get the move. This is the pack whack. It can hit switches on the ground. Pretty cool, I guess. I mean, in previous games, you just, like, ground pound on them. But you don't have Kazooie, so you gotta do something else in this one. And that is just hit the ground with your backpack. Yes, that's a thing. The Jinjo Oracle. That's how Jinjos work in this game. Killed that guy. This is the Jinjo Oracle. Can we climb yet? No, we cannot. We need to unlock the move for climbing. Wow, a DKC again. What are the fucking odds? I mean, they're equal for every game. At least I assume they are. I was testing this the other day. I'm pretty sure every game did come up eventually. And also, if I put additional games in there, they will come up. The hell with these odds? I feel like at some point I need to check the, check, like, the files for this and make sure, like, okay, all these fucking games are in here, right? We're good? I didn't take any of them. Fuck. Didn't take any of them out, so... What the hell? Just... our luck, I guess. How do you do this? So we got... Oh, I know. Wait, no, I don't know. This... Wait. How do you fill a cube with this? Well, we have to get... We can get a hint from Helpo if we want. I don't want a hint from Helpo. I want to figure this out for myself. Well, that gets rid of that, but then we're left with a whole... thing. Okay, here's Donkey Kong Country 3. We finally got Donkey Kong Country 3. Let me just turn it down a scotch. Scotch, I think, for that one. Let's see now. More scotch. Okay. That's fine. Actually, hang on. Well, we're already in the game now. We can't reset. Okay, but I did a little test thing, and like when there was an initial cutscene where you get Kiddy Kong. Whatever. We skipped that, I guess, because I was. Oh no, okay, we didn't skip that. But I had started the file before. I guess it didn't make a difference. Let's go! DKC the third Donkey Kong Country game. This game isn't as hot, it isn't as tight as DKC 2. Isn't as, like, remarkable as DKC 2 is. Speaking of DKC 2, hey, here it is. Ignore that, it'll be fine. Okay, let's go. How's this volume? Is this volume good? You know what, let me just... down just one scotch more. DKC 2. One of my favorite games of all time. Top two, up with Mario Odyssey. I love this game. And I played it many a time. God damn it. I won't die a second time there, I'll tell you. It was one of my first games ever. And I played it maybe, you know, I don't want to say hundreds of times, you know, like all the way through or anything, but I will say many a time. I will say probably dozens, for sure. And goddamn, I love this game. It's so tight. The collectibles are in such good locations. You know, they're like well hidden and clever. And it's just an impeccable game. The script is taking a little bit to switch over. What is the deal with that, I wonder? It's like inconsistent. It's DKC 3 we're going to, apparently. Okay. There's some lag here. I don't know if it was like in the game originally. BizHawk, you know, it's not the one I usually use for like emulating stuff. It's just the one that works for this this script, this switching thing. You know, I don't know like how it performs. This is a SNES game. It should perform perfectly. And maybe this is how it originally did. Who knows? Who can say? Well, I know that the switching thing is entirely down to the shuffler, you know. That much is for certain. This level here inspired Snopen Sesame, the level of in Mario Maker that I did, where you hit a switch and then a door opens. Weird. Yeah, apparently it has something to do with whether I'm like selecting the window or not. Whether it's the active window. So we'll keep that in mind. Honeycomb! That'll get us extra health. Very simple. Well, I'm sure that it's all down to chance now. There's one last game that we need to see, and that is Banjo-Kazooie. And then we can rest assured that the volume is all good to go until such time as more games are added. Which again, down to sub-goals. That's a Jiggy. I collected a Jiggy. They're powerful objects. They do a thing. That's the first Jiggy we've seen this stream. Not the last. I assure you. We're going to Cliff Farm. Maybe, you know, that's one of the weakest parts of this game, is just like, the names of the world, they're not good. The first world is called Cliff Farm. That's not a name. That's just two nouns put together. Not even cleverly. It's not like, what would be a good name for Cliff Farm? I'm trying to think of like a... Farm Fields? No. Culinary Cliff? Cultivar Cliff? That'd be good. I think that'd be better. Cultivar Cliff. Cultivar's Cliff? Is cultivar a word that people, like, know? It kind of sounds like one. And even if it doesn't, like, hey, you know, there are nonsense words in Banjo-Kazooie games all the time, like Clanker. Clanker's Cavern. You just have a character named Clanker to justify it. Cully's Cliff. Just call something like that and have a character named Cully. I'm not sure which way is forward, so I'm just gonna go in a direction. Need to get down the controls how I have it mapped on my thing. Maybe I should map the C button stick to the right stick as well for N64. I went the wrong way. That'd probably be easier, but, you know. In fact, yes, I'm going to do that right now. 1 second. Give me a second to map the C buttons real fast. There we go. Okay. Now I can look around with the stick. With the stick as well. And if ever I forget where I have this thing mapped, C-stick works. There are fast travel in this game. This is a thing I will always say about Banjo-Tooie. It fixes a lot of the issues with Banjo-Kazooie insofar as, like, you know, for a lot of players, new players especially, I imagine, it was hard to find your way around the layer. The Isle of Hags in Tooie is dead simple. Dead simple, and also there's a fast travel network connecting every room, every room of the hub. You can't go wrong with it. you know. And the worlds also have, you know, a menu-based fast travel system, which I will say at the time was like really new. We can take a swim with R. And come up with R. Okay. I got a health. That honeycomb will make you feel better when you take in a knock. There are 4 different kinds of them. Okay. Okay, I get it. There's like roulette honeycombs as well. Well, that's appropriate. Cliff Falls Pool. That's our second Jiggy. First one in this world. I don't remember how long this game is. Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge. We'll see how long it takes to get through it. Yo, what's up? That's King Jingling. I always like King Jingling. King Jingling is cool. I like his pet thing, you know? There's a big kickball rivalry between the moles and the Jinjos. Don't worry though, it's probably not gonna happen. There's reasons. Hey, we got a jigsaw piece. That's gonna be very important. Jigsaw pieces, or jiggies, are very important in these games. This is the first one in Banjo-Tooie we've gotten, but by no means the last, presumably. I don't know, it's fucking possible that we might not get Tooie for the rest of the stream at this rate. You know, if Kazooie is any indication. What was that face that he paused on? Oh hey, look at that. Worked out perfectly. Oh, I can learn how to climb. Yeah, it looks like there's a thing right behind you. Up on the D-pad, A to let go. Simple enough. I'll say so far, none of the moves I've gotten are like particularly cool and interesting. And that's sort of like one of the main cool things about Banjo-Kazooie, you know, you get cool moves that you're excited to put to use. Whereas right now I have the ability to whack, swim, and climb. Pretty basic stuff. What does this bird want? I can jump on their head. 12 eggs, and on a slide. You're about to see, maybe, one of the mini games in this game. Basically, this game has a lot of little mini games like this where you get onto a slide, avoid spiky things, go left and right. I would say this game is a little heavy on them. Motherfucker! One. We have to get all of them. Okay, fuck me. Hey, it's Banjo-Kazooie. Let me adjust the volume. How's that? I think that might be about right. I'm watching the bar now. My bars here look bigger than that. I think we might be good. Yahoo, indeed. Banjo-Kazooie, the first game that I loved that was a 3D game. You know, when I got an N64 in 1998, got Banjo-Kazooie with it, and Mario Kart 64. I always found the handling in Mario Kart 64 to be really hard to get the grips with, and I think that is still the case. I prefer, like, the feel of the later games. Like, I feel like the first Mario Kart that really agreed with me, controls-wise, was Mario Kart DS. That game felt good, and from then on out, Mario Kart games were like, they controlled really well. But until then, it was a little bit rough going. I'll say, I only rented Grunt or Double Dash, so I guess I can't speak to Double Dash as much. But I rented it back in the day, you know. Back then, rentals were still a thing. Anyway. Oh, look at this. We have to climb right, left, and then right. Then we have to kill these enemies to get to the Jiggy. Back to DKC. Hell yeah. Damn it. How about a card? I have these cards here. I have a lot of them. Let's do them. I've been mostly playing Pikmin 4. That's been like most of my time since the last stream. Just playing a whole bunch of Pikmin 4. I went really late last night, or not last night, but last night I was obviously like a little bit cognizant of like, okay, I gotta stream in the morning. Well, not in the morning, in the afternoon, but you know what I mean. I can't sleep until like 4 p.m. or something, even though it's a Sunday. But on Friday night after the stream, instead of like going to sleep like I said I might, I instead played like the third area Pikmin 3. Then enjoyed that so much and was so jazzed by the prospect of the fourth area that I ended up also 100%ing the fourth area that stream, which too much for one night. That was like so late at night when I was like finishing up and you know, wrapping up. And I, you know, kept on going this weekend, and I'll say I did hit. Fuck! That's not gonna be it. I did hit the first credits in that game. Wait. Oh! These outer ones count. I thought we were just trying to get rid of the inner ones. That makes it way easier, actually. There we go. Okay, we got this now. We got this. I was just so focused on the inner ones there, I didn't even realize that you could go into the outer space.
Next one. Level 6, easy.
Eh. Anyway, Pikmin 4, having a hell of a time with it. I did hit crits, but it turns out it seems like there's like most of the game is after the first credits. I don't know about most, but like a lot of the game, to the point where like, yeah, man, you don't get like most of the onions. There's just so much still I have to get, even now that I've gone past credits a bit. I've started into some of the side modes that are really cool. It's a lovely game. I love how like satisfying it is to explore and like go places, and the places for your camp to go that you can like bounce around. You know, you can like take your camp and move it from one place to the other. That's just like so rewarding and so good in Pikmin 4. And also being able to use like all 8 of the Pikmin types in one game. It's just like in like a mainline, actual main mode. It's kind of a dream come true, honestly. I think the Ice Pikmin are wonderful. I think the Glow Pikmin are like a good iteration of the Bulbmin, you know? They're dead simple, you know, they just like you throw them at enemies and then they kill them, you know. They're immune to everything. You don't have to think about using them, but I think they're a good iteration on the Bulbmin concept and the fact that you can use them as items and like deploy them while you're in a cave and basically be like, okay, I need reinforcements. Let's get some Glowmen out. I think that is wonderful. The game is just a ton of fun, and it is like, you know, I saw someone say this, but I'll say it myself as if I thought of it. It's sort of like a Pikmin Best of All Worlds, you know? It's sort of has a little bit of everything that makes every game great. And, goddamn, it isn't just also the best version of the previous games that exist. I still got a lot of that to do, even though I've been, like, just really, like, charging through it. You know, just really charging through it. And I'll say, like, where I'm at, I'm definitely thinking, like, oh god, I hope there's another world. I hope there's, like, multiple other worlds. I hope there's, like, a whole fucking mess left, but I feel the end coming for me, and I'm, you know, scared of it. I'm gonna get DK coins while I'm doing the DKC 2. That sounds like a fun idea to me. Not bonus games, though. Been in over here? Water here? Nope. Very good. Jinjo, yay! Look, there's another Jinjo. Look at us, we're collecting things. It's isometric. It's okay, this game. The bleeders can't come out because the gruntweed is here. Okay, you have to not talk to me though, because I gotta kill it. There you go. They're not gonna go outside though, they're gonna stay inside because, you know, there's monsters and stuff outside. I say monsters, enemies, I guess. I don't know that these constitute monsters. Minions of Gruntilda, how about that? But yeah, Pikmin 4, remarkably excellent game. Really just looking forward to seeing what more is left. And I'm pretty sure there's at least, where I'm at, there's at least one more area. I would like there to be one more area. I would like there to be 2 more main areas where I'm at. And then also like a final trial type thing. Yeah, I'm in the post game, you know. I feel like that would be the right amount, and I want to have. I want there to be like, you know, I want there to be a lot of that game, you know. Specific to Pikmin 4, I have a couple other cards here with more specific things to talk about. Follow up on shortcut mapping. That's right. I talked about when I did like the stream, Thursday night stream was like Pikmin 4, the first day with it, where I did like the second area 100% and just popped into the third area briefly. I didn't spend any time like looking at the way things are mapped in that game. You know, I didn't look too closely at like, okay. I didn't look too closely at like, I did not look too closely at like how shortcuts are mapped and in that game. Turns out they are very useful. You can map some variety of commands to like clicking in the stick and also the 4 D-pad directions on the D-pad. And I'll tell you what I've done in that game. I've done left stick does like a special item that like summons all your Pikmin to the location that you're at. So you can basically use that, and then all your Pikmin will run to wherever you rally them to, which is just really goddamn useful. I prefer that much to like you know, having Oachi go get them or something. Just having them all, everyone who's idle, just come right to where I am. Really, really dead handy. I've also put switch on down. I put dismiss on up, and I put right just open the pack, and left does like the drone that comes out and lets you fly around and look around the area. I guess I could just have it so that the D-pad is just literally all the directions that you get when you hold down Y on the N6 on the Switch, Switch Y. But I don't know. I kind of like the I don't use the command Oachi stuff at all. So having that be shortcutted wouldn't be all that valuable, I feel like. But maybe I should be using that. Maybe I should be using that shortcut, that command stuff. You know, it could be useful to like have Oachi actually like multitask and do things without you like explicitly telling him to. I don't know. I like to control. You know, I like to just do that myself. You know. But yeah, it's really handy, and I would recommend highly to have the Switch just on one button press. And the like summon all Pikmin to you, that is just proving to be indispensable on like a single button press. There's also the one that like summons all your Pikmin to like the onion. So if you're not gonna be there, you know, for instance, let's say that you are trying to round up everyone through nighttime, you can just summon them all back to the onion if you want. I don't want to have that one mapped, and that's one I have thought about as well, but I feel like it'd be weird to have that on a D-pad direction when the other D-pad direction, when the other one's on a stick, you know? I don't know why you cannot map right stick. I don't think you can map right stick in the same way like right stick click. I would map right stick click to like everyone go back to base if I could. Maybe they'll patch that. I don't know. I'll say with this Pikmin, it feels so modern, you know? Modern in a lot of ways that even like Pikmin 3 did not. To the point where, honestly, it seems very possible that there might be like DLC. You know, like I'm looking at it thinking like, is there gonna be DLC? Or are we gonna see like an extra level campaign, whatever? Maybe even a mode. I guess like Deluxe, the new Olimar mode that they added for Deluxe, is kind of like DLC. You know, it obviously repurposes a lot that's in the game already. But, hey, that's possible too. They could repurpose a lot that's in the game already and have that be it. I should save. This is the first time we saved in one of these DKC games. I guess. It's always good to save when you have the chance. I'm not gonna save after every level unless I'm like just about to die though. You know, so I'll save like I'm not gonna save after this boss fight. I'm feeling get through all of World 2 without you know, losing any progress. Also, we'd only like lose like a minute. That's fine. Over like saving right now and not having to repeat the boss over. Another Pikmin 4 thing. Can I gush about some third area caves? During the stream, I went to the third area for one day. The last stream on Thursday. The last Pikmin, the Pikmin stream that I did. And I'll say I'm not planning any more Pikmin 4 streams, by the way. I'm just saying that was the stream of launch Pikmin 4, of final Pikmin 4. Anyway, only did like one day in that third area before having to like end the stream because it was like way too fucking late at night. But I was able after that stream to like, you know, I got like an upgrade that showed me like gave me more of a clue where the caves were. And I was able to finally track down all of the caves. This is important, by the way. That's Gruntilda. You might have seen her in the other games. She is going to steal, she's going to steal Tootie. And also, we cannot skip the cutscene, so... And we can't speed up the text here, so... It might be another hour until we actually start Banjo-Kazooie, I guess. Ah, well. Crap. Depending on how lucky we get. We'll see, I guess. Anyway, I don't want to go into too much detail here, but I went into... You know what, I'll say minor spoilers. Minor spoilers, you can mute for a second. I went into a dungeon called the Discotheque. It was like the something discotheque. I forget what the adjective was, but at the end of that was the most amazing boss I think I've seen in any Pikmin game. Like, goddamn, that was remarkably cool, remarkably well done. Oh my god, that dungeon was like pretty close to somewhere where we were on stream, and if I had just like taken a right turn and realized it was there, we could have absolutely done it last time, you know, on Thursday. But alas, I'll also say I went to a dungeon called the Engulfed Castle, which yo, hey, fucking, he's back. Was my thought of like, fuck, they're doing it again. Oh my god. I'll say it wasn't as scary as the last. It's a much more like balanced version of that thing. I don't even want to say it because it's so good. And it's so good to see that you might be able to tell by the name of the dungeon what's in the dungeon, you know. But yeah, man, they did it. They fucking did it. They're not messing around. They fucking did it. They brought that fucker back. And yeah, still scary. It was the first time I used, the first and only time I've used like glow Pikmin as reinforcements. Very fun, and I appreciate that in this in this game, some of the dungeons some of the caves, they do have some bites, you know. They're not just all really easy, you know. I got a little bit of that harrowing feeling, you know. And I'll also say like there's a lot of like in general, there's a lot of the Dandori challenges also have some difficulty to them too, which is great. Anyway, really pleased with those caves. I think Area 2's caves were just some of the best, or sorry, Area 3's were just some of the best in the fucking game so far. I was just really goddamn delighted to go into a whole bunch of those, and find like what's in it. You know, some of them are very much like, oh, okay, you're doing this idea for a cave again, but you know, better and in like an original way. And others are like, you know, entirely new ideas, which I thought was like, which I think are like, you know, hold up to the originals, you know, from Pikmin 2. And I'll say I think it's a good thing that, like, there are whole areas in that game where, like, you cannot tell the difference between them and, like, the original Pikmin 2 layouts, right? Where it's like, oh god, this looks like 100% how you would have laid it out if it had been Pikmin 2, you know? This is straight up the proc-gen dungeon from Pikmin 2. I've seen this dungeon before. Like, the exact same layout. Except they're just using it to make it feel like those old caves, which I think is, I think it's a good thing. I like it. Okay. Clearly I screwed up here. It'd be cool if it showed you all the things rather than, like, making it so that you had to, like, think on the fly and, like, remember. What is that? Oh, it just automatically places if you just let it sit for long enough. That's weird. So we can, like, overlap our stuff repeatedly. We're getting, like, 3 of the same color, right? Or 3 of different colors. So how exactly do you make these 3 disappear if you only have... We only have 2 of each color, so it kind of looks like we have to pick... I'm not sure about that puzzle. I'm sure we'll figure it out eventually tonight. But, yeah, maybe it's Mr. Pants. Bit more bite, I guess. Or, you know, hey, whatever. One more thing about Pikmin. Let me talk spoiler 3 about the late game. Which is... I will back up what the reviewer said. I'm gonna just talk spoiler free, by the way. I'm not gonna say anything that's, like, specific. But it is true what the reviews said. The late game in Pikmin, The late game in Pikmin 4 is more bigger and more elaborate, involves, like, more modes than previous Pikmin entries, and it has, like, some of the best content and the best, like, areas after the, like, you know, first credits have rolled. I'll say it's not, like, out of line for that to happen, you know. Pikmin 4 is very much iterating off Pikmin 2, which is also a game where, you know, you go to the 3rd area. Well, not this game, you don't go, it's fuck. There's also a game where you go to the 3rd area. Wait. If you just have 1, does that disappear? No, it doesn't. Okay. Shit.
No!
The pants power is weak in this one. Yeah, what if I just, like, overlap? How would that work? I don't know what I'm doing. I really don't see what you do here, because... Should we take a hint? Well, also we can change our shapes to be, like, different things. And colors versus no colors. Place a piece and I will tell you if it looks good. If not, I can point you in the right direction. I don't know, like here. Okay, let's take that one hint and then go from there. Oh! Helpo! Helpo! That was a good hint, Helpo. Well, it wasn't quite a hint, but honestly, it was kind of tantamount to the whole solution, but I needed that. I needed that Helpo. Props to Helpo. Anyway, there's just some massive modes in the post game that are, I'll say, I'm loving. They like reuse content in a nice way. You know, in the previous Pikmin games, there was like, you know, like Pikmin 3 Deluxe, there's like a side mode that you unlock and that they added. Not too dissimilar to like those, where it's just like, okay, it's a side mode you can do that, uses a lot of the same assets again, but in a slightly different way, like remixed a bit. It's like that, and it's just like one of the best versions of that I think I've seen. I'll say I think it's the best version of that I've seen in the Pikmin franchise, and I'll say, again, Pikmin 4 is kind of a best of all worlds. As far as, like, having everything that every previous Pikmin game has had, and doing it better than any previous Pikmin game, you know? Doing it better, doing it as good. It's wonderful. Where I'm at currently, I'm just, like, going through the over areas and going through caves and just hoping to, like, kill, like, man, I hope there's 2 more areas in this game. I don't want this to be the end. I don't want the next area to be the end. I feel like this game needs another 3 worlds, even though I've been playing for, like, I don't know, 30 hours or so. Probably like 30 hours or so total, all things told. Like, there's still a lot of ground. And one of the things I think is so remarkable about the end game in Pikmin is like, yeah, there's still so much as defined as far as like onions, as far as like progress to go. Like, there's still onions I don't have. A lot of them, actually. And I just want to have, like, I just want there to be, like, a whole world after you get the last onion, you know, where you can use every Pikmin type without fear, and, you know, and get, like, a fairly good, like, use out of them. We need to collect, 5 chiclets for that guy. For that chicken, I guess. I guess chicken, probably lady. Hey, there's a chiclet. 1! Perfect. Can you go under the bridge in this? Yes, but to no end. Back to Banjo-Kazooie, let's go! Are we done with the cutscene yet? You think this time is the time we'll be out of the cutscene? I wonder. If Tootie thinks she's fairer than me, then I'll steal her looks, and ugly she'll be. Yes, that's what happens if you hit save and quit during this game. You see that cutscene. Is that your brother on the broomstick? No. What? Is that your brother up there in the sky on the broomstick, big and purple? And actually, no purple. Like, I guess the scarf is purple. Big and green. With, like, black clothes. No, that's not Banjo. Hey, something's going outside. I want to go outside. Yeah, me too. Me too. You'll soon need bigger underwear. Oh no, she's got her. Somebody. Help. Banjo, it's adventure time. See that picture on the wall? I always thought that was Funky Forest. That big picture on the wall in Banjo-Kazooie. I'll point it out next time, so y'all have, like, time to look at it. God. I'll point it out next time, and then y'all can look at it and go like, oh yeah, that was probably maybe Funky Forest. You know, beta level or whatever. At least that was what, you know, I always saw people speculating. I'll say for Banjo-Kazooie DKC 2 and 3, there's a cheat code that allows to get, like, all tokens that we could do in either game. So if we really want to, like, do the Lost World at the end, it's a possibility, even if we're not, like, getting all the things. That said, I don't know, again, I don't know like how deep into these games we'll get. I guess it's down to like how many times they come up, you know, like Banjo-Kazooie, forget about it, we're 100,000% not gonna finish that one. Like, it would take me like 6 hours, 6 or 7 hours on a good day, and that would be playing that entirely, not like 3 times an hour, you know? Oops. These guys on the hills, you gotta roll into them. That's the key there. Jumping on them is a little tricky with the limited space. Feel like I just fucked up. Okay. I'm gonna put like the green in each of the corners. Red, blue, red, blue. Perfect, we did it. Yeah! Woo, puzzle solved.
Nice.
Dumpty dumpty dump.
Dumpty dumpty dum.
Dump. Do. How about another card? What are the best examples of backtracking? When is it actually good? Thinking about this as I play like Pikmin 4, because it's actually like kind of a rare example of a game of a Pikmin game, I guess, specifically, with literally no backtracking in it. What you see is what you get there. You know, there's with every area I've been to so far, and you know, at this point, I've gotten everything I would need. But like every level you go to, you can 100% it on your first visit. You know, it might be a little tricky to like manage. You know, you might need to spec your dog out in a certain way, or do this right, or do that right, or do something, you know, correct. But it is possible to 100% in one time compared to like, you know, what the fuck? It is possible to 100% and on one try versus like Pikmin 3 where there's many areas that you have to come back to after getting flying types, or like after getting water types, most especially, you know, the blue Pikmin. Whereas with Pikmin 4, it's just like, no man, 100% it every time you go there. Personally, I like that. You know, it's satisfying in the way that Banjo-Kazooie is. But at the same time, it means that, you know, all these worlds are going to be a lot of like one and done. You know, you're not going to like be revisiting them outside of like side modes that reuse them, and like the night expeditions, which reuse them again. You know, like the night expeditions. That's a good example of a mode that reuses the content. You know, but you're not necessarily going to be like going to these areas again and again, which is kind of a shame, isn't it? But also, hey, you know, like, that's one of the reasons that Banjo-Kazooie is so beloved and people generally like it more. Hey, look, there's the thing, look. I always thought that was Fungi Forest in the background. It's a forge with fungi, I guess. Probably actually just a photo of a screenshot from, like, earlier builds of the game where it was more of a isometric platformer than anything. You know what, it's probably not like a beta area like we always thought it was. They've revealed more about like what the game was originally. What Banjo was originally, you know. I'm gonna say no. I'm not gonna have him teach us moves. But I am going to run around and get the empty honeycombs. Anyway, as far as like games that have good backtracking, I'm personally a fan of like how Tooie does it. I like to have to go to each world multiple times, and the way that Tooie like interconnects the worlds, where you can go from one to the other to the other to the other, like naturally, just as a consequence of finding like shortcuts that. Just finding like shortcuts in the world and shit. Fuck. It is really cool. But some people do object to not being able to do everything the first time in your world, and I understand that. It's just that I do think that having to do a second visit to the world is rewarding. So I would say, like, for a start, doing things like, well, what actually Pikmin 4 does, like reusing the worlds but in different contexts, like with the Night Expeditions, is a good start. I also really like in one way I really like it is in Odyssey, where they you know, they add like the moon rocks and basically like repopulate the world. Basically, after you get credits the first time, every world has a rock in it that adds like a whole fucking mess of new moons to each world, and it's honestly quite amazing when you hit that moon rock, and it just like adds, it just like doubles the content in each world. And each world, you know, at that point, I would have really been thinking like, oh man, these worlds are so fucking packed. They have so much to do, so many collectibles, so many moons. It's so dense with just... The collectible density is just amazing. There's something to do around every corner. And then they fucking double it. You know, they fucking like add even more, and it's like, holy fuck, that, to me, that was one of the best instances of that by like a country mile. Like, holy shit. You know? An amazing thing to spring on you in the end game of Odyssey. I guess obviously another great example is just like, you know, name any Metroidvania, right? Where you're routed efficiently, where you're just given the right item that lets you go back into an area you've been before and really just like shortcut the hell out of it, you know? Like, oh, what if instead of doing this whole loop around this whole path, you just had this one item that lets you go from point A to point B. There we go, we finally got that jump. Lets you go from point A to point B so easily. It's actually sublime how easy it can be in like a Metroid game. In like a well-structured Metroid game. And you know, they'll do a thing where it's like, okay, well, you don't have to really backtrack so much as you're just like going the obvious path that's available to you with your new item, and it just so happens that path leads you through an area you've been before, except your new ability recontextualizes the area, and it feels like new as a result. I think that that's up there as well. What else for backtracking? I think that 3D... I'm not sure it really constitutes backtracking, but I think like Bowser's Fury, where you go back to the areas and they've just been like redone, and they have like completely different sets of enemies in them, and new collectibles as well. Alright, so they're sucking the energy here. It's a whole thing. Jingling is about to be like devastated. And they're gonna be charging their laser for the rest of the game, by the way. This is the only time they'll ever be able to like, deploy it. Oh, I hit B and it skipped the rest of the cutscene. That's fine. Let's just go in and have a look at the guy. You can see he's now a zombie. And if you talk to him, he'll be like, oh, I hung out with the boss from World 2 the other day. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool thing in general, you know? Let me switch. I'm gonna switch on my N64 controls. How I have Z mapped. I want to change that real fast. 1 second here. I'm just gonna switch L. Okay. I had it on right trigger. I want it on left trigger. That's more natural. I think it's more natural. I like it in the Xbox Sports where you can hold either trigger. That's just like the most natural thing. Just being able to like take your fucking pick. You know? That's the best of both worlds. Where you just don't have to think about it. But either way is right. Let's get the Amazing Glaze. The Maze O Gaze goggles. Other instances of backtracking. I guess, like, you could consider any time where you go back to an area to, like, get more things that you missed the first time to be backtracking, except I wouldn't really consider that. You know, if you can get it the first time, that to me is not, in that case, backtracking. You know, at any rate, it's not something that anyone would ever complain about because, like, okay, yeah, you can do it on the first try, so, you know, what are you complaining about in that case? Just do it on the first try if you don't want to backtrack in that case. Fuck. I need to get a barrel. I bet you it'll switch by the time we get back up there and throw this barrel. Oh, no. Got through clean. Very nice. Oh, we need a barrel. I guess this could be considered a form of backtracking. You know, having to go back a bit to... Oh, B rotates as well as the shoulder buttons. Okay. Okay, so there's a fucking yellow big fucker. Gonna get that. That has to go there. Clearly I fucked up already. But only with the yellow. Only with the yellow. Everything else, I think I got down to rights. No. Goes here. That goes here. That goes there. Okay, we got it. Everything else will figure itself out. Here. Well, bam. Fuck! I hit the button twice. I hit A button, like, I guess, double input there. Clearly had it, like, down to rights, though. Down to rights? Had it down to rights. You know, this is an alright puzzle game. Now that I'm playing again. There is something to, like, carving away these shapes with the items that you have available. It would have made a perfectly okay phone game if it came out, like, 10 years later. It was never going to be a success, I think, on the Game Boy Advance. It's just the wrong platform for it. If you're wondering, by the way, when we get Kazooie, not this world. It'll be a while still until we get Banjo-Kazooie. We've gotten 2 out of 5 of the little birdies. That's fine. Just take our time and, you know, collect the shit. I'm mostly feeling better now, by the way. As far as my, I had a little bit of a was a little sick this week. Still taking a little bit of Dayquil just to be safe, you know, considering. Considering, you know. Oh, I can just hit start to just get through it, okay. We should probably do that, considering we've not really started this game up. Oh, maybe I can't hit start. I'm hitting start now. It's not doing anything. Okay, whatever. This is good stuff. We're learning about the kickball tournaments. We're learning about the kickball tournaments that we need to go through the gate to get to the next area. The King Jingling, not King Jingling, Jiggy Wiggy. Jiggy Wiggy is over there. He's a priest. We'll see it. Nice. It is nice. I like that. That's a good reaction. Like, oh, nice. Oh, nice. Cool. Let's go. Let's do it. That's Jiggy Wiggy. This is his temple. I do want to see him, so let's go get past the doorman. This is important plot stuff, I guess, technically, maybe. But, basically, I'm just gonna walk up there, I'm gonna show a man a Jiggy, and, do a little puzzle. I don't need to say a lot about this. Let's do another card. I've been playing Tears of the Kingdom. Spoiler talk is coming up next. Yes. It's been over 2 months since that game came out, and I finished it like a month ago. I think it is time now, finally, to actually get into some spoilers and just talk about some of the late game stuff and maybe the ending in particular. What is this? So next time, next card, I will pull up like Tears of Kingdom spoilers as like a thing that goes across. Y'all can mute if you're still like in the middle of it. What was that? What did we learn? What did we learn? Plastic Bags is rating with a party of 2. How you doing, Plastic Bags? Welcome to the stream. Tell me what I just learned. What did I just learn? Oh, I can roll. Okay, good. That's what I learned. Thank you for the raid. This is the Rareware Roulette. I am celebrating 500 viewers and doing it with a thing where I switch between 7 rare games every minute or 2. So you see here, this is Grunty's Revenge, and we'll be seeing another one in like, oh, say, a minute at most. Probably seconds at this point. It feels like I've been in this one for a bit. That's right. I learned the roll attack. How you doing, Plastic Bags? What were you streaming? I found all the chicks! You clip to find out? Rocket Leg. Rocket League, oh, okay. Oh, hey, finally! An hour in! Over an hour in, Jesus Christ. An hour and a half in. We can play Banjo-Kazooie. We're through the cutscene that took like a whole bunch of you know, a whole bunch of switches. Turns out when you're playing a game at like a minute or 2 at a time, a 5-minute cutscene takes like a while to get through. It wasn't like 5 minutes, it was like 3. LFG looking for game? Yeah, let me give you a shout out, Plastic Bags. As soon as we're done with Banjo, because I have not had that much chance to play Banjo, I really shouldn't waste it. Let's fucking go. Okay, good. Yes. I agree. I will also say, by the way, hey, let me tell you, there's sub-goals for this stream because it's a big event stream, you know, celebrating the 500 points. And every 4 And basically every 4 subs, a game gets added. Diddy Kong Racing is the first one. Donkey Kong Land is the second one. That'll be a special colorized version of Donkey Kong Land, which I've never seen, but I saw the mod for that get like made a while ago, and I've been very curious about it. Plastic Bags just subscribed. Wow, thank you, Plastic Bags. Holy shit. What the fuck, OBS? Why are you lagging the game so much? That was some lag there. Thank you a lot for the sub. Please excuse the technical issues. But, hell yeah. You gotta pee? I understand, man. Were you streaming for long? That happens, you know. I will say, by the way, the next order of business here, I just did a card like right before, if you're new here, if you don't know me, I tend to do like cards as I stream, and cards have like topics of conversation on them. And the first card, that last card that I just did was about Tears of the Kingdom, and just that it is finally time, I think, to talk about a little bit of spoiler talk. As far as like the ending, as far as like some late game stuff that I haven't really touched upon, but I was really just tickled pink about. I will give a spoiler warning and put up a thing, so, you know, it'll be on screen and you will be able to see it, but that's coming up. Spoiler-free talk about Tears of the Kingdom. I fucking loved it. The vehicle stuff worked so fucking well. The way that every shrine just had so much nuance to it. I feel like they've really just blown Breath of the Wild out of the water, and it's not even funny how... It's not even funny, man. It's just like, holy shit, man. Breath of the Wild was like one of the best games of all time, and you fucking made it look like practically unplayable by the way that you've, like, the extent at which they've iterated on it, you know? And I'll say, like, Tears of the Kingdom is definitely the front runner for Game of the Year, though I will say I am really enjoying Pikmin 4. You know, really enjoying Pikmin 4 currently, and, like, that game... Fuck. Probably gotta be high on the list, I'll say. Probably gotta be high on the list, as far as, like, my top games of the year goes. And I'm just looking at that going like, well, Mario Wonder comes out this year. Oh man, it's gonna be a hell of a race for second place, I feel like. That is my feeling right now. Like, how am I gonna decide between Mario Wonder and, how am I gonna decide between Mario Wonder and, like, Pikmin 4? I am, of course, assuming that Mario Wonder is, like, one of the best games in the series. I guess. Maybe that's a big assumption, but it looks pretty fucking great, you know? Anyway, Tears of the Kingdom. Such a massive world. I'll say, as far as, like, not endgame content, you know, depth, I feel like is remarkably cool and so expansive, and it was so cool to explore that fully and find out how it ticks, to realize, like, how to navigate it safely. I was so ready to jump there. I'm glad I didn't miss input there. This puzzle, I think, was annoying to get through. Well, I guess any Mr. Pants puzzle is annoying to get through. This is Mr. Pants, if you don't know. It's a puzzle game where you carve away things with these blocks. I think we want to do like this, that, and you try to make like big rectangle shapes or like squares that are over a certain size. You know, 2x2 isn't enough, but 2x3 or more is, does it. I guess like something like this. Yes. I think the thing that's maybe the most awkward about this is that it doesn't show you what shapes are coming. So you can't really like prepare in advance You just sort of have to play it by ear. Which I think is very awkward. It'd be better if you could prepare in advance and be like, okay, well, crap, that clearly wasn't it. Case in point, this last one is red, so I need to leave some red. Clearly. Oh, you know what I'm just realizing? I think I just realized what I need to do differently. Can I just, like, restart? How about we just, like, place them until we fail? Okay, that'll do. I think I need to build up the top, and we're gonna make these like, we'll see about that next time that game comes out. Okay, how about that Tears of the Kingdom talk? It's finally time to have it. Months, like, you know, now that it's been a couple months. Time for Tears of the Kingdom spoiler talk. I'm gonna pull up a little bit of Tears of the Kingdom spoiler thing that goes by, and let's go. There's two things in particular I want to touch on as far as the spoiler talk goes. Stuff that I was, like, really, really wowed by. That being, well, first off, I talked about the deaths before spoiler talk because, you know, that's so, like, early game, you can talk about that. The deaths were just wonderful to explore them, to realize, like, how light roots work. That was remarkable, but, I'll say, I guess I should talk about the dungeons in particular. I don't know that I actually talked about the dungeons in particular. The 4 dungeons were all very good. The first 4 dungeons were all very good. I enjoyed them. Not quite as good as a regular dungeon, but a regular Zelda dungeon, but better than the previous Breath of the Wild dungeons. And, you know, once you get past that point, once you, like, get past that point and get to, like, the late game, you know what I mean? Once you get, like, once you get past those 4 and they tell you, like, okay, go to Hyrule Castle. I will say Hyrule Castle was a little bit of a dull thing, you know. I mean, I don't really remember that much about it, what it was like in Breath of the Wild, but this time it felt like just going to a place and fighting some enemies in a couple of arena battles. I don't even think it really constitutes a dungeon with the way what it was. But that's not really an issue, you know, hey, it's just sort of a thing that happened in the middle of the game. Even if underwhelming, don't have a problem with Hyrule Castle. But what comes after that was just so incredible. Again, spoilers, but when you're told, like, okay, there's, like, another stage, and figure out, it probably has something to do with the cool Lightning Island. The Lightning Islands and the stuff down south was really great. You know, they hadn't did anything with that area in Breath of the Wild, and I was really hoping to get more stuff out of, like, the flyover areas of Breath of the Wild, and you know, that part of the game does really speak to that. You know, you do some stuff in the jungle area, which is nice. And then you, like, go up to the Storm Cloud area, which is, like, so cool. I'll say, by the way, I turned off the lightning for that, but I've heard later on that you can just, like, go there without doing that, and I heard my sister did that just, like, randomly. That's just so cool that that's a possibility. But, yeah, like, going to that whole area, going through that Storm Cloud area where everything's, like, I believe it was rainy, so you couldn't climb anything. That was, like, a good twist for one of the last areas of the game, and it was really fun going through there and finding the mask, going underground, and doing the whole next dungeon, which was just like a really cool sequence, you know, finding all the robot parts. I really, really goddamn enjoyed that, and then when I put it all together and you got Minoru, and it was just like, that was the most amazing shit, you know. A mech in fucking Zelda, a rideable mech. I couldn't fucking believe it. I was just like so awestruck, and it was just so fun to like trudge through the like the depth toward like a destination, you know, the Shadow Temple or whatever the fuck it was. Spirit Temple? I forget. But, you know, I will say when you get there and it turns out just to be a boss fight, and really the dungeon was probably more the putting the robot together than the actual dungeon part. That was a bit disappointing, but, you know, not in a way that was like a huge drag. I mean, there was a lot of content before that was incredible and cool and some of the best stuff in the game. Really amazing. And then I will say, of the final boss, I did go to the final boss area before going to the 5th dungeon once, so I ended up having to fight the robot. I was kind of surprised then when you go back, you don't have to fight the robot again, but I guess that makes sense. And as for the final boss, you know, Ganondorf. As for the final boss, I loved it. Not really a big fan of final bosses in general, but I think this was one of the best final bosses in a video game I've ever seen, or in a Zelda game I've ever seen. It was just really well done. The fact that he does flurry rush on you, he does like the slow-mo dodge effect, like that was just so damn cool. And then they set it up fucking perfectly to go into like the they set it up so damn well to go into like the end game sequence where, you know, they established that eating a thing makes you into a dragon, and when Ganondorf does that, it's like, oh fuck, they set this up perfectly. And I was just so like awestruck by that whole dragon sequence. It really beats the piss out of, I think, virtually every boss in every Zelda game to date. Most especially, Breath of the Wild. Like, Breath of the Wild was like boring and generic compared to this. Like, wow, goddamn, man. Amazing stuff. Really, goddamn loved it. We got that one pretty much sorted out. Really amazing stuff there. And again, I'll say I think it's the best boss fight in any Zelda game. The best final boss in any Zelda game. And I guess part of that is me not really liking that many final bosses from many other Zelda games, but, you know, I don't love them. My favorites, if I had to, like, pick one, is for, like, a weird reason, which is that, like, oh, in Majora's Mask, you don't really have to fight it. My previous favorites. All you have to do is really just, you know, put on the Fierce Deity's mask and just, like, you know, wham bam, thank you ma'am, you know? You know what I mean? You just have to put on the mask and just, fuck. You just have to put on the Fierce Deity's mask and everything sort of just, like, works itself out. You know? So yeah, it's one of my favorite games of the year by, like, a good, healthy margin. I am just so delighted by it. Full marks to Tears of the Kingdom. I think it is just, like, a clear nominee for best game of all time. And, you know, I will say I don't tend to, like, rethink my top 5, like, on a dime. You know, I kind of like to give it some time to breathe and, like, settle in and maybe even, like, finish completely. I'll say I still have, like, side stuff to do. I haven't gotten all the Sage's Wills. I've gotten all the shrines and stuff, though. So there is still more for me to do, but, you know, getting right down to it in that game. Hey, look at that. Nice. I think it is remarkable, and do I have one last spoiler thought to end out the spoiler section? Final boss, wonderful. 5th dungeon, wonderful. I loved riding the mech, even if I don't do it all the time. It is true that it's not really as... It is a pretty clunky thing, but I think it's clunky in a cool way. I wish there were more things that you could put onto her back. And I guess I should look that up. I should look up, like, videos and stuff. Because all I know about things that go onto her back are, like, okay, you can use, like, a rocket to go upwards to get, like, a jump, and you can use a fan to go, like, sideways. I don't know about anything else that you can put onto her back. Maybe you can put, like, a weapon or something that will just fire backwards, or... I assume it'll fire backwards, I don't know. But I don't know what the point of that would be. To have, like, a weapon on your back that fires backwards. If there's anything else that, that Minoru can do with the back slots, let me know, because yeah, I only know the two things that are, like, useful. You'd think there'd be, like, a third thing, or, like, a fourth thing, and there probably is, I just can't think of it, or I just don't know it. Okay, how about that's it for the Tears of the Kingdom talk. Tears of the Kingdom spoiler talk. I think I am satisfied with that. Very, very good. And again, the Tears of the Kingdom spoiler talk is now over. If you still haven't finished that game, or something, you know, or gotten all the main quests done. Understand if you were like, mute. But, you know, it's just been a while. I wanted to talk about it, and I felt that this was a good time to just go ahead and, you know, rip off that Band-Aid, you know? We finished the Belcher. Did we finish Belcher, or did we just get close to it? We've now gotten through the first world of all three of the DKCs that we have in the rotation at present, which, hey, that's nice. That's progress. I'll say this, we're like 2 hours in now. This stream is going to go, like, really late, so we'll see, like, how much further into these games we get. I'm not, like, holding myself to, like, finishing any of them, or finishing all of them, God forbid, you know. Banjo-Tooie, most especially, would take, like, forever if you played it this way. Or, like, all the way, but... Still. Still. It's in the last one, isn't it? Banjo-Kazooie again. Banjo-Kazooie, on the other hand, we haven't gotten past the tutorial area. Because, you know, the cutscene at the start took a while to, like, get through. Oh, right, I don't have Talon Trot yet. I was trying to do Talon Trots. I only have that in Tooie because, you know, you start with those moves. I forgot for a second that you don't start with that. I was wondering if the way I had my controller mapped was to blame. We still have one left. Oh, fuck, which one is it? Crap. The last time... It's been a while since we were here. Is it the waterfall one? Is it the tree one? Crap. Tree. I'm guessing tree. Yes, tree it is. I must have screwed that up last time. God, I was pretty close, too. Just one thing was misplaced there. Again, this is Mr. Pants. If you don't know, it's Mr. Pants. It's like a puzzle game where you carve away shapes. It's alright. It would have been a decent phone game if it came out like 3 years later. You know, a decent iPhone game. I feel like I'm gonna say that like 100 times tonight. Apparently this is the last one in this easy cup, or wherever the fuck we are. I guess the thing that's like really weird about it is just like it keeps on going. You know, it's just like, okay, here's another puzzle. Keep on, solve it. Okay, go ahead. The hell, this one is backwards. I guess we have to put it in like that. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, you know what? Hey, these puzzles, you do them and you say like, oh, that's pretty clever. If you had like all the things from the start to do.
Next one.
Dumpy.
Okay, so every 5 is like opening up a thing that goes in our gallery, is what they're saying. I think that's the first time we've died because we switched games at an inopportune moment. I'm kind of surprised that it's taken like 2 hours for that to happen, considering that there's like, you know, been like probably like damn near 60 swaps by this point. Jeez. You'd think it'd happen all the time, but, you know, hey, most of the time, if you're not in midair over a pit, it's not going to be a problem, you know? Also, I might have been dead just to begin with, honestly. I don't know if I would have been saved if I had been holding right or, you know, the right direction. Another card. Had some sushi last night. Mentioned on the last time that I was kind of in the mood for sushi following, like, Pikmin 4. There was some realistic sushi in Pikmin 4, and, you know, I'll say, like, I sort of had to, like, improvise. Fuck. Speaking of improvise, we were probably doing really well, too, huh? Another death due to an inopportune swap right away. What are the odds here? Anyway, ended up going on a whim last night, pretty late at night, so I couldn't go to my normal spot, my normal sushi place that closes. Turns out it closes at like 9 o'clock. So I went to like a place that was open late, which was okay. You know, I'll say like I think my normal place is better. The sushi was like weirdly crunchy. I don't know, like it depends on like the restaurant, I guess, like whether it's crunchy or soft or like just. I think I like it more when it's just like soft and it like melts in your mouth versus like having a bit of crunch to it. You know? My favorite when I'm at a sushi place is like the rainbow roll because I like the variety, you know, to getting like one of each, but maybe I should like try the things that's not like a roll, right? Like there's the other type of sushi where it's just like a block of rice and a big piece of fish on top of it, right? Like that was the kind that was in Pikmin 4. Fuck. Whereas like the kind I usually get when I go to sushi restaurants is like fish on top, rice around, and then like some seaweed, and then like some sort of filling or something, which I don't know what is. You know, it's just a whole bunch of crunchy stuff. You know, like, I couldn't tell you. I don't know. Fuck me, how do I fall twice the same way? What's wrong with me today? I couldn't tell you what's in there. You know, whether it's like just... It's like isn't that like a thing, like a California roll, like something that they adapted for like the US market, you know, in the sushi world where they fill it full of like, back to minecarts, good. Where they fill it full of like, fill it full of, you know, stuff, I guess. Hey, we got a life, which is good because we're kind of running out. Uh-oh. Need to make it. Okay, we need to focus. We need to focus here. Serious time on the minecarts. I guess if we do this again, I could use the shortcut and just skip over this level entirely, but I don't want to do that. That feels like admitting defeat. I'm not really a big shortcut person. I like to play the levels, you know? I mean, I guess in like a game where it's like skillful to take a shortcut, I'll absolutely do that. Like, if there's like a shortcut that's not just like, oh, hey, we'll finish the level for you. Fuck. The shortcuts in this game are pretty much just like, we'll finish the level for you, don't worry about it. Which isn't quite what I'm looking for out of shortcuts. Anyway, sushi was nice. I should go get sushi again sometime and try the thing where it's mostly just rice and fish and nothing in the middle. See what that's like, you know? I bet that's good because I feel like the thing I like about sushi is like the sweetness of the meat and like the sweetness of the soy sauce, like the taste of the meat and like the softness of the rice and how it all like soaks together, I guess. That's sort of what I like about a sushi. So I bet that I would like the kind that's just like a big block of whatever. I guess I just don't know if you can get that in like a you know, rainbow variety where you get a little bit of each. I don't know if you can. Like a rainbow platter or whatever the fuck. I'd be interested in that. A rainbow thing. The only thing about sushi is that it's not very filling, you know? It's really tasty, but for the price, it's like, okay, you're not gonna walk away filled. That's why you gotta get like a udon soup or something, or a miso soup with that. You know, to have something that's has a little bit more protein to it, you know? It really like, has you walking away going like, oh, I'm full. You know? Whenever I go for burgers, I get a triple. Or get like the biggest kind that they have at whatever store it is. You know, I like to eat a big burger. You know, I like to put a lot of meat on it and shit. I guess I didn't get the DK coin in this level. Nor the last, did I get it in the last level? Well, what? What happening? Oh, right, I was entering the thing, okay. I thought I accidentally inputted a quit. Okay. I thought I accidentally hit save and quit or something by mistake. But I guess this must happen when you just enter the thing, right? Or... Okay, soon we'll be ready. Okay, this is just what happens when you enter the layer for the first time. Which, hey, we're in the layer for the first time, finally. 2 hours in! We're going to the layer of Banjo-Kazooie, one of our 7 games. Yeah! Ah! I needed that life! Okay, seriously. Minecart, focus. Focus, focus. Serious time. I'm not even gonna talk. Enough jovial talking. I need to get through this level. I need to do it without dying and losing any more lives. We're running short. After we get through this one, it should be smooth sailing for a while, though. I'll say. Next couple levels are like no biggie. Not hard at all, you know. And then we can save and, you know, be, relax. Okay, we lost Diddy, not a problem. Ah! That was so close! We're probably gonna switch before we get back to that point, which, worries me a little bit. That was a dumb hit. Okay, that was a perfectly fine place to pause. I think I'll be able to handle it when I get back to it. Oh. Congo have enough bashing for now? Yep, okay. Good. See you later, Congo. And that gives us a Mumbo token, which we can use to transform into a rat. I'll say I played, like, a lot of this game. I played, like, this game probably a fair amount of times back on the original Game Boy Advance. So I think I, you know, remember it well enough to know where I'm going. And I've played, like, the other 5, like, so many times I know them like the back of my hand. The only one I'll say that's not that case is It's Mr. Pants, which I've maybe played, like, once or maybe twice back in the day. So it's been, like, a good, probably, like, 20 years since I played it. And even then, I doubt I finished it, you know, hey. It's not that good of a game, you know? It's like a fun novelty, and definitely not 30 bucks. Yes, we need to be a rat now to finish off this level. I guess, hey, you know, speaking of backtracking, this game is pretty good in that you can, like, do everything in one go, I guess. Also, you can transform into all the forms in all the worlds, which is a little weird, but whatever. I guess it allows them to make, like, puzzles round. Oh, we transformed into Banjo-Tooie. What first world are we gonna get into first? Banjo-Tooie or Banjo-Kazooie? I would have thought it was gonna be Banjo-Kazooie for a while, since, you know, the cutscene for Tooie can be skipped. So we got into gameplay, like, way before Kazooie. But Kazooie is also just on the verge of getting in. How about another card? Follow up on Office Space and Cubicles. Talked about last time on Friday about how I rewatched Office Space and found it immensely relatable. It's like position on like corporate life and you know, working. You know, being an engineer especially, it's like all still so relevant to this day. Though I'll say in my case, I don't actually interact with anyone who's not like a tech person. And also I work from home as well, so you know, different than in different from in Office Space. I'll say though, I do think it's like really relatable, but I will say, I never thought in the workplace the cubicles were the problem. You know? They're obviously like a cheap thing, right? And obviously like way worse than just like having an office, right? Like, having an office is like the idea. Having a door you can close, actual privacy, like no opportunity for anyone to like watch over your shoulder. That is obviously the best of the best. I feel though, in more recent years, there's been like I feel like some of the like anti-cubicle stuff sort of frames it as like, oh, it's just awful having like walls and having like, you know, all that inefficient space use, you know? And, oh, that's just awful. We don't do that here, you know? We do an open office instead, where it's just like a bullpen and you can see everyone, and oh, isn't that great? And I'll say, like, for my money, for my part, hell fucking no. Like, I do not want people to be able to see me at all times, you know? I want a wall. I want privacy. I want the modicum of privacy that a cubicle offers over, like, a bullpen or, like, an open setup. I think that cubicles are bad, yeah, but it's because it's not as good as an office, and it's not as good as, like, work from home. You know, that's the comparison where it loses. Compared to a bullpen, fucking cubicles are just fine, you know? They're great, in fact. I guess, you know, it is a thing in the movie, right? Like, oh, he opens his cubicle wall, and he, has a view out the window as a result. I guess it would be nice to have a view out the window while you're working. I don't know. I've always been perfectly fine, just like, if I want to look out a window, I can get up from my desk and walk away, and walk a good distance and just look out the window, you know? Like, it's actually better for me to step away from the desk versus, like, being able to do that without leaving the desk. Like, oh, Madone, I don't know about that. I've been watching Sopranos recently, that's why I just said Madone. I don't know what it means other than in context of Sopranos. Anyway, I hope it doesn't mean something bad. I'm sure it doesn't. I don't think that one's like a slur. That's just like a Italian thing that they say in Sopranos. It's fun to say the things they say sometimes. The ones that aren't slurs and are just like Italian, quaint little Italian phrases. Fuck, I got a little impatient there. Anyway, what was I saying? Jeez, I lost my train of thought there with that. Very good. Oh yeah, Office Space. I'm okay, like, leaving the desk to do a thing, you know? I don't need everything to be available at my desk. And I like having the privacy, having, like, storage space. I like that a lot more than... I would like that a lot more than, like, not having a set desk or, you know, having a set desk but in a bullpen arrangement where everything was, like, you know, a free-for-all. If ever I were to go into my current office, which I don't because I work from home, but if I ever were to go into, like, the Plano office of my job, which I'm not going to say where it is, if I were to go into Plano office, they have, like, an open setup there. You know, they have, like, a setup where it's all, like, you don't have a set desk. Instead, you take your laptop, which I don't have a laptop for. Ah! I don't have a laptop, so, you know, jot that down. But apparently you can take a laptop and, like, punch and, like, just place it down wherever. I don't like that. If I'm gonna have a workspace, I want to have, like, a drawer where I can put my shit, you know? Where I can put, like, cough drops and, like, in the previous office where I worked, it was, pretty cold at times. The AC was terrible. So, like, one side of the office would be, like, boiling hot, and the other side of the office would be, like, burning cold. Would be, like, would be, like, freezing cold. And I would sometimes, like, drape myself in a blanket. And I would like a place to put my blanket. You know, like on the desk or in the little cubby. You know, this all seems very reasonable to me. But it's not a thing at, like, if you have an open office setup. Like, what the fuck, right? Just doesn't work. So, like, honestly, for the future, though, I'm more looking for, like, I never want to work outside of home again, you know? I always want to work from home from now on. Maybe with some sort of, like, perpetual Zoom setup. You know, like, I think that there are some places that just, like, always have everyone on a Zoom call. I think that would be fine. That'd be good. Hey, you know. I'm sure no one's really paying attention to that all the time. People are stepping away and like, turning on their cams and whatnot as appropriate. Maybe stepping away to, like, go to the bathroom, do a thing, etc. It's probably less invasive than it sounds, you know, on its face, I would reckon. God! It's probably less invasive than it sounds, you know, having that, like, Zoom setup. And I wouldn't be opposed to doing that in, like, a thing. And I think I'd prefer that to having to go a place and do a thing. Going a place and doing a thing to do work, just for the birds, you know? It's just not for me. I like having the time that I don't have to spend on a commute. I will say sometimes I miss having, like, the lunch hour, you know? Like, time was when I went to an office, you know? You go there at the start of the day, and then around lunch you know, you leave and you go out to a restaurant and go get some food. Whereas working from home, oftentimes I'm just like, okay, it's lunchtime, I'm just gonna, like, you know, have something real quickly, or, you know, not really. With my workday getting more flexible, I have more flexibly chosen, like, okay, what if instead of having lunch, I just, like, start a little later, eat a little less, and just, you know, do it quick like. Which is fine, it's just like, you know, used to be that I went to, like, 5 different restaurants a week. You know, I used to have a lot more burgers. I used to have a lot more, like, Well, the Spaghetti Warehouse closed, but I used to go to Spaghetti Warehouse like once a week, once every other week. And I don't like any other spaghetti restaurants, so unfortunately, I'm now just spaghetti at home. A spaghetti at home sort of fella. But you know, I used to have ramen like every other week, maybe, and now it's just like, you know, whenever I can bother to go out after work, you know, before a stream or on a day without a stream, you know. I do kind of miss that a bit. That's the part of office life that I miss, going out for lunch and having a nice lunch hour on the regular. Like, that was a pretty good way to schedule it. And it's been a lot more catch as can catch since then, you know. A lot of times either doing things like, you know, using lunchtime for a nap instead of just like full meal, you know, or just starting a little later and working a little longer instead of like doing like a regular mealtime thing. The regularity of the office is nice. I don't miss meeting people and hanging out in a physical space. That much I do not miss. And also, yes, work sucks in general. Doesn't have anything to do with like cubicles in and of themselves, other than cubicles are inferior to cubicles are inferior to like offices. And everyone knows it. Cool, we're now a mouse and we can bite stuff with B? Can we bite stuff or not? I don't know. Anyway, we can go into like tight spaces now, of which I think there's 2 in the level. What are we doing on this, by the way? We are 7 out of 10 Cliff Farm. Okay, we're doing pretty good then. Hopefully these rat holes have like whatever we have left, because I don't know where else we haven't looked. I'm still worried about Donkey Kong Country. We're so close to game over there. It's scaring me. It's scaring me. Crag Mill. Again, these names, they needed to come up with better names. I don't know how they went through development without anyone suggesting a better name than Cliff Farm. I mean, it's not even a pun, it's not even an alliteration, it's nothing. It's not even a funny word. Cliff Farm. Culinary Cliff. Rancher Rockface. What's another word for a cliff? Stony Shallot, I don't know. What's a word for like a farm? Fistule Field. No, Fistule isn't cliff stuff. What's a word for like cliff or rocky? Fissure Field? Fissure Field. Make it like in a fissure or something. I guess it'd be hard to show like the other side of the cliff is the thing, so it had to be a cliff, not like a fissure, not like a, you know, a canyon. Feel like I could come up with something if I thought about it for long enough and they like captured the idea that's like, okay, it's like a farm, but also like a cliffside. But it's not like the farm is on the cliff though. The farm is just on the other side of the cliff. There's a cliff, and then at the top of the cliff is like the farm. Really needed to have like more farm stuff be like spread throughout. Really had to be like spread throughout, I'll say. That's jam jars. Brother. I'm just gonna hit B. We'll do the rhymes. We'll do the rhymes. First person view by pressing C up, then Z with accuracy. Oh, C, by hitting up C. I didn't read most of it. I'll try to do it where I actually read it next time. Now we can do egg aim. That's gonna let us shoot things. Hello, Lord Bowser, how you doing? Rareware Roulette, switching games, you know? Talked about it a fair deal, you probably know what's up. Another warp pad. We can use it to warp around, that's very good. I'll say this is the first time I'm playing Banjo-Tooie on stream, which, you know, for one of my favorite games of all time, might be surprising, you know, but I've been kind of saving it until they put it up on Nintendo 64 online, at which point I intend to play through it all in full on stream as a playthrough, but, you know, until such time, you know, taking her easy and, you know, saving it. What's like my other favorite game of all time that hasn't been on stream? I've played a little bit of Majora's Mask on stream before. Just like a little bit, like, you know, Majora's Mask came out on N64 Online around the time I started streaming. So absolutely did a couple of streams where I was just like, hey, I'm going to do the dungeon in Majora's Mask, let's go. Oh, I've also done Majora's Mask Randomizer, which counts. Thousand Year Door, I've done that. Odyssey, I've done that. DKC 2, I've done that. What else is top 5? I haven't done that much Smash Ultimate. Smash Ultimate, I'm not sure if it's top 5 anymore. Maybe... Can I have two Zelda games in my top 5? Can Tears of the Kingdom be top 5 and also Majora's Mask? Or is that too much? I feel like for like my parts, I prefer to have it where a top 5 is like multiple different games, you know? Or like multiple different franchises, and the more variety is better. How are you? Happy 500 followers celebrate. That's right, we are celebrating 500 followers. Well, we got a little more than that. We got 505 right now. Goes up and down, you know? And, you know, some people unfollow, some people maybe got banned. I would bet that there's some amount of like, oh, you know, someone made like a duplicate account and that got suspended or something. You finished 4C today? I saw that. I saw that in the Discord this morning. I saw that you posted that to like the level share area of the Discord. I like that you use that, by the way. More people should take that up and just like post their levels there, I reckon. I think it'd be cool if y'all were like, I think that could be a pretty cool place for y'all to like share your shit, you know? And you doing that is well part of that. Did I already get this jiggy at top? No, I didn't. Good, okay. I want to get this move over here. Target Zan's temple? Let's do it. As for Mario Maker, I'll say, also, treat stream as an option today, by the way, if you like. Also, sub goals, you know, hey, look at those sub goals. We're one sub towards the first bonus game being added. If we get 3 more, Diddy Kong Racing will join the lineup, which, you know, hey, I love Diddy Kong Racing. I'll say in more recent years, I think that, like, Mario Kart 8 has overpassed it as far as, like, my favorite racing game. You know, Deluxe, most especially. But I do love... Yeah, maybe some people maybe don't have the Discord is the thing. Yeah, thank you for posting the Discord link. I'm not going for all bonus games, so I don't know why I'm doing this, but, hey, you know, we're just having fun. Diddy Kong Racing, one of my favorite racing games. I loved it as a kid, like, much more than, like, Mario Kart 64. And I'll say between the two of them, Mario Kart 64 and Diddy Kong Racing, I like the way that Diddy Kong Racing steers and controls all of its vehicles a lot more than Mario Kart 64 did. But I think in more recent years, like Mario Kart 8 especially has overtaken it as my favorite, but still, I love Diddy Kong Racing. Just one of the most, like, characterful? One of the most characterful, like, racing games out there. All the courses are super charming, the music's great, and I like all the worlds, all 5 of them, you know? All the worlds are really cool. And it has, like, the whole minigame thing and hidden keys and just a bunch of shit that even, like, Mario Kart doesn't have at this point, you know? Mario Kart never picked up, like, the whole racing adventure thing. Which maybe they should have. It was a great idea. Has anyone done a racing adventure since? Are there any other racing adventure games? We gotta focus on this. We're really low on lives. It's serious time again. Are there any other racing adventure games? I'd appreciate if someone else could, think for me while I'm, We're really close to dead here. I'm worried. We might have to replay the first level of this world again, which, you know, whatever, man. And also the boss of the last world because I didn't go for a save. Because I was feeling pretty confident, honestly. Okay, well, you know what? We can get a life if we just get a couple more regular bananas. And also, you know what? I'm just gonna do it this time. This is it. This is the time. One more. Yes, okay, good. But next time we might be relatively screwed. If we went to Winky's Walkway, we would reset the checkpoint, wouldn't we? Like if we went to like grind some bananas or something. I'm tempted to just like pause and wait until I hope when we go back I'm not gonna be holding down the A button. I hope that we don't just fall right onto that minecart. Are we done with this area? I forget. We did over here. Yeah, I think we're done with this area. I think we're done as a rat. I think that was all the rat stuff that we have to do in this. So let's go back to Mumbo and transform back. Right? There was a thing. Yes, back to Mumbo, transform back. Oh, there was the teeth attack. I don't know, it's really an attack. Mumbo. There we go. Alright, how about another card? Do y'all take gummy vitamins? Recently, I've sort of like stopped taking the gummy vitamins I used to take and got like a, you know, like a men once a day. You know, I used to take like the omega 3 and like the vitamin D ones, but just maintaining like 2 separate vitamins just got to be a little bit annoying for me, you know, having to remember like every day to be like, okay, I gotta take 2. And also like if I run out of one, I need to go to the store and just get that one, but not the other one. Maybe it'd be easier if I just had like a whole extra one in reserve for each of them. But I've recently like switched over to just using one set of vitamins. Just once a day, men's health, whatever. You know, as a man, I guess it's, I don't know, sounds like it's the right one that I want. fucking, I don't know. Who can say, right? Like, the thing about vitamins that's weird is just, like, it's really not clear, like, if it's doing anything, you know? I don't think there's any, like, studies of it, like, whether it has any effect, like, taking vitamins, because, you know, it's so minor to begin with. If you're not, like, really lacking any particular thing and your doctor doesn't tell you about that, you know, it really probably doesn't make a difference. Still, though, I don't know, it makes me feel good, and, I do like chewing up a little gummy guy every morning. Like, that is just good. It's just like... Oh, I don't have eggs yet. That's right, I just got the ground pound. I was just using it without even thinking about it. I thought I wasn't sure which one I got. But instinct just drove me into doing some ground pounds. I like to take this world in this way, where I go up first and do top of the thing, and then I go around like sort of the opposite way. I think that you might do it casually, and you know, hit the jiggies up in like reverse order. Not really reverse order. I need to move. Anyway, gummy vitamins, they're a whole thing. You'd probably take them. I noticed, like, on the... I will say, for, like, the D3 ones, and, like, the vitamin D3, and, like, the Omega ones, if you look, they do say, like, oh, take 2 a day. They do say take 2 a day. I tend to ignore that. I just take 1 of each a day when I would take them. And the reason for that is simple, because, well, it's kind of a whole... You would go through a bottle, like, twice as fast if you took them 2 a day, you know? And that feels, weird. Also, my, like, pill thing doesn't really have room for, like, 2 of each of the gummies. It only has room for 2 gummies, and if I'm taking, like, 2 different ones, then I'm only gonna put 1 of those in there. I think men's 1 a day health is pretty explicit in its branding, though. You're only supposed to take 1 a day, so... honestly, that sounds more my speed to begin with. Back to Banjo. Very nice. I don't have the Talon Trot yet, so I can't do that area. So let's go do the Talon Trot. I can't do, like, the Termite Hill Part 1. Dang it. Here's the Talon Trot. You might have seen it in Banjo-Tooie. It works the exact same as in Banjo-Tooie. We already have it in Banjo-Tooie, so, you know, we don't really need a tutorial, but, you know, whatever. I mean, I don't really need a tutorial in any case. Know this game too damn well. Fuck! Camera control threw me there. I was adjusting the camera as I went. The camera directions are like reverse compared to like a modern thing, you know, like right swivels the stick, swivels the camera like this way. I have seen people on some games, like older games, question like why that is, and like, you know, like Mario Sunshine, for instance, why that is that way. And I think the thing is, like, well, in like these original games and like Banjos and Mario 64, they started with this way, with this convention, and it was only later that it changed. I wonder if that was in part due to this first-person shooter that made it standard to, like, okay, when you're moving the camera, you're moving your perspective. You're not moving, like, the physical camera in space. Like, here hitting a right stick moves the cameraman, like, to the right. Rotates the cameraman around your perspective. Fuck! This is serious time. We have 0 lives. Yes! Okay, good. New lease on life. Fuck. Okay. Serious time here. Hope for a not inopportune switch. I'm so glad we didn't just die just on that landing. What am I doing? I gotta jump. Damn it. That's bad. This will be our last chance. Whoa. Fuck! Oh, that's a game over. We saved at the candy station. In World 1. Losing a little bit of progress there, but hey, you know, that's the video game. I don't, you know, it's probably me switching back and forth between these games every minute. I feel like I could do that level standing on my head. Most occasions, you know, maybe like a handful of deaths at most. But, you know, switching back and forth every minute. Making it harder. Makes it harder to, like, get it down, you know? I have watched streams where, like, you know, Giant Bomb, for instance, has done, like, streams where, like, they take turns, you know? Where, like, there's, like, multiple people on the thing, you know, on, like, a game. And they, like, take turns playing, like, okay, you try, and then I try, and then she tries, and then he tries, and then you try again. You know, going around in a rotation like that. And I think that, like, putting some time between each trial, each attempt, does make it harder to, like, execute. You know, harder to, like, do it just so. You know? When we're in the next level, we should make an extra big attempt to, like, get some lives so that we can, like, be good to go, you know? That'd be ideal. I could also warp to the end of, fuck. Damn it. Okay. I could also warp to the end of the level and, in that level, honestly. Like, it wouldn't be that hard to just, you know, just go into the door, or is it the door, or is it a little barrel at the bottom underneath the thing? Either way, wouldn't be that hard to, like, warp to the end of the level and just finish it right away, but I feel like we'll be kicking ourselves if we don't actually finish it, you know? Like, we gotta actually do a thing. That is not a good place to... That is not a good place to end up, I'll say. Ugh. I'm a little worried I might just, like, beef it right into the pit next time we switch over to that. We'll see, though. We'll see what happens, in some time. Last move is over here. It's, this guy. We're gonna do the pads. And we're gonna do the, shooting him with the thing. Very nice. I'll tell you what. If we game over a second time, I'll use the shortcut. Okay? But I think we can do it. I just need one more. I just need one more set of lives, okay? But if we really need to, I will use it. But only as like last resort, you know? Honestly, let's play it by ear and see, like, next time if we get there. Honestly, it's not gonna take us that much longer to get back. It's just one level in our way. Maybe we should just go the distance on this, like, no matter how long it takes, you know? If it takes till the end of the stream, we could just have the minecart mayhem going for the whole bit. I want to not do that, though. I want it to take, like, a reasonable amount of time. I want to do it, like... Imagine if we do it on our first try. Next time we do that level. Like, that would be something. That's what we're aiming for. First try. First try. Nothing, no excuses, no nothing. Yeah. How about... another card? Another card here. Can you just be not predisposed to running a temperature? I'll say every time I've gotten sick, I feel like I have had no temperature. You know, I've done like the thermostat thing and just seen like a big fat goose egg. I guess I've always... Oh, it's been a while since we played this game, huh? I've always... I feel like I've... As a result, I've not, like, taken enough sick days in the past. Just seen that and been like, well, I guess I'm actually not sick. You know? I guess it's actually not, I guess I'm actually not sick, you know? I guess I'm fine if I don't have a temperature. But I think the reality is, like, no, temperature is, like, a thing. You know, like, it's, like, a thing you can look at, but... If you're, like, really, like, throat is sore... Throat is sore... Nostrils are going wild. That's still sick, even if you're not, like, exhibiting other symptoms, you know? Like, that's still something that constitutes sickness. And I'll say, like, I cannot remember the last time I ran a fever. I just don't think it's something that I do. You know? I don't know if that's something that can be, like, a per-person thing. Like, I don't know if you can just be, like, someone who just... Yeah, I just never have fever. That's not a symptom that I experience. Is that weird? Is that unusual? I don't know. Maybe. This goes here. This goes here. And, this goes here. Nice. Well, when we get back to that one, we'll finish it off. Anyway, I just don't think, you know, this last sickness I had for the last week or so. Fuck, I missed one. Damn it. I need to go back now and get it. Hopefully it was just, like, pretty close to... Good, okay, that's it. Oh yeah, that's good, not too far back. This last sickness I had, you know, I had to deal with that a bunch, and, yeah, whole thing. This is a thing, by the way. Squeals on Wheels, this thing it does. At the end of the level, you step on the thing and you go back to the start. Always loved it, and I'll say, like, many Mario Maker levels do that thing. I've always wondered, do they know what they're doing, you know? Do they know, Squeals on Wheels when they make that, or is it just, like, a cool thing to them? Oh, geez, with the trigger mapping that I have, it's left trigger to fire. Okay. I'm not gonna change my mapping. You know what? I am gonna change my mapping real fast. Just give me a second. I want to change my Nintendo 64 mapping. It's gonna pause for a minute. I'm gonna make it so that left trigger and right trigger both are Z. Whoops. Left trigger. I screwed it up a little bit, but that's fine now. Right trigger, and also, I need to change, R to not be right trigger. I'll instead make that, right shoulder. And, I need to make it so that, I have something mapped to right, but let me just make that just right stick. Or, you know what, I'll make it multiple things. I'll make it, right stick, and also the right thumb. Sure, that sounds good. Okay, now I can fire with right trigger. That's ideal. That's a signpost. We hit B and read it. It's just gonna tell us how to open doors, which you also run up to and hit B. A. Hit A. Did I say B? I meant A. Did he say B? Did he mean A? Or is the door opening and the sign reading different buttons? Little silly. I feel like usually I might wait to do that one until like I had done gotten the fire eggs, you know? But we're just gonna do it right away apparently this time. That's the thing I love about Banjo-Tooie, you know? You take things in different orders. You do it whatever order feels right in the moment, and that's just what you do. You know? I will say, by the way, there's a very special card coming up that's going to change the pace at which we go through these cards. I'm a little worried about having, like, the minecart mayhem thing going during that, but... what the fuck? Where's this go? I don't know where this goes. I'm just gonna put it there. Oh, I see where it went. Okay, I screwed up. I need to redo that. Definitely screwed up multiple times here. We'll get it next time. Okay, this goes here. This goes here. Goes here, and this goes here, and yeah, here, and here. And these ones are same. Time to fight the gorilla. We do the next card. Hey, let's talk anime only with a timer on it. It is time for the anime hour. I have been watching a lot of simulcast anime, and on previous really long streams, I have had a lot of my cards just be like, hey, here's every anime that I've been watching. Here's every anime that I've been watching. Let me say a thing about it, say how I'm feeling about it, and say how good it is. And, you know, since I watch a lot of anime, for these really long streams, that just makes for some really easy cards that I can just, like, whip up and have a lot of on hand, but I don't want it to be like most of the stream, so I am restraining it to just an hour, and, I'm not sure, like, how long it'll take to talk each game, you know, if we need to, like, or each anime, if we need to, like, speed through them, or if we can just take our time. But basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set a timer, and then we're gonna talk through them one day at a time. I watch a lot of simulcast anime, you know, they air on every weekday, and basically we'll be starting with the Saturday shows, because that was the first day of the season this season, and then going all the way around until we get to the Friday, and then there'll be like 3 more cards after that that relate to, like, you know, miscellaneous things and things that aren't really just individual shows. So I'm gonna go ahead and start the timer. And let's go. First thing I've been watching, Mixed Messai Story Season 2. Mixed Messai Story is a baseball anime. It is the only one that has been continuing from last season, so it's like a 24 episode show, and it's like over halfway done. I was really down on the first half. They forgot to do baseball basically for the first half of the season. But now that we're in the second half, there is baseball, and the baseball is pretty fine. There is still a little bit too much just old dudes, like 40-year-old dudes, who are like super obsessed with high school baseball, just like reminiscing and being weird. And there's still too much screen time given to the weird amnesiac character, who I just don't give a shit about. I don't know what his deal is, and yeah, all the time spent on him is like wasted. He should have like 5 minutes overall, not like an hour of content. So far, second core is going all right. The baseball is fine. It seems pretty decent. If it continues on this track, it might get a 3 out of 5 overall. I am not sure. Next up, my unique skill makes me OP even at level 1. Airs on Saturdays too. This is a really weird show. Basically, the premise is that the main character, it's an RPG show, right? It's an RPG show set in an RPG world, but I feel like the creator of this has never played an RPG in their life. That is the vibe I get from just like how weird it is. Like, the basic premise is like, okay, he has an overpowered power, like all like isekai guys do, but his overpowered power is that he has really good drop rate, which that's not a thing. People don't have drop rates as individual individual stats. That's not really how it works. It was a luck stat, I would understand that, but no, he just has like, yeah, I got like S drops from like plants. So if there's a plant that can drop, it's gonna drop really good for me. And it's like, what the fuck is that? And also he's limited to, he can only like be level 1 forever, but because he has really good drops, he can get like infinite things that like give him stat boosts, so it's essentially meaningless that he can't level up. And there's a bunch of other weird things about this world that are weird as fuck. I'll say, like, it reminds me most of, like, The Sopranos, where Tony and AJ are playing, like, Mario Karts with one hand. That's the vibes I get. Like, yeah, you just don't know how video games work, do you? You just heard about them in passing and thought, oh, wouldn't it be funny if they worked like this? Oh, I got an idea. We'll have it so that the drops, when you leave them outside the dungeon, monsters come out, and they're like worthless monsters. What the fuck is that? What do you mean? That's nothing. No one's ever had that in a video game ever. Or even prototyped it. What the hell are you talking about? That's the vibes I get. It's just like, it doesn't work this way. Nothing about this is how it works. What are you talking about? It's kind of garbage, I'll say, also. On top of being, like, infuriating to watch. It's just, like, the lowest grade isekai. I really need to just drop it, but I've been waiting to make that decision until I had time to, like, really think about it and, like, really crystallize my thoughts, I guess. I feel like right now I've just been really this, like, catch as can catch as far as anime goes, and watching these shows and then, you know, not really giving myself the time to think, okay, is it time we cut this? Just immediately being like, okay, it's time to move on to the next one. Speaking of, it's time to move on for the next one. I'll probably cut that by next week, I don't know. Been watching Horimiya: The Missing Pieces. It is a sequel to Horimiya, which is a lovely romance anime about, like, characters who have, like, you know, they're more complex than they seem on the surface. The main pair is, like, a boy who seems like an unpopular boy, sort of, like, dressed down, sort of, like, low-key, sort of, like, depressive looking, and a girl who is very cool and hip. And it turns out that she meets she is like sort of a homebody. She goes home and she like looks after the house is what she does at the end of her day, and she cooks and cleans and stuff, and that's just not maybe what you would expect from the popular girl to be doing at home, looking after her kid brother and all that. And it turns out she runs into him, and it turns out when he's out and about, he's like really cool looking. Like, the reason that he has long hair is to cover up his piercings, and the reason like he dressed so like conservatively as far as like covering a lot of skin is that he has fucking tattoos. He has fucking like full body tattoos along his arm that he can't show. Anyway, they sort of completely adapted the show for the first season, and then they realized it was popular and very good. And I'll say like there's a lot of characters in that, not just those two, that are like really well fleshed out and have layers to them. You know what I mean? Which is really, really nice. Anyway, they sort of adapted it all for that first season, so they didn't have anywhere to go. So for this one, they turns out they skipped a bunch and on the way, like just to make it like one solid season that told the whole story. So this season has been like bits and pieces that have just been like, it's literally called Hori Me Up, Missing Pieces, that have just been like adapted now for the first time ever, which has been it's fun, it's good. It just doesn't have the same impact as it did when you were seeing an actual relationship grow. Now you're seeing like, okay, I already know where this goes, but it's still nice to hang out with all these characters and see a little bit more of their relationships that are sweet, that are mellow, that are really well done. Horimiya, probably one of the best things on this season, I'll say, but doesn't quite hold a candle to the first season. This is the stuff that they chose to skip on their first adaptation, and you know what? They might have been right not to adapt it. By the way, how's the sound? Is the sound still good? Yeah, it looks fine to me. This is a minigame. My Tiny Senpai airs on Saturdays. The concept of My Tiny Senpai is that there's a guy. He has like a senpai, like a coworker who's like older than he is, someone who's been there longer, and he sort of has the hots for her, and she's just very tiny, and he's just very enamored, and she's sometimes cute as well. It seems fine, a little trashy, but like a worse version of that show, My Senpai is Annoying, except in reverse, where the big guy is the younger guy, and the little girl is the older. Reversed that scenario, that original scenario from My Senpai is Annoying. It's not as good as that. Like I said, it's kind of trashy. It's kind of like I would describe it a little bit as thrown together, but it's not bad. I like the character enough of the tiny senpai. The main character himself is kind of just a big bag of nothing. He's just sort of a guy. His only personality trait is that he's like just normal and sort of enamored. But whatever. I don't hate it. My Tiny Senpai. Really, I should think about maybe cutting My Tiny Senpai, but it's fine, it's passable. Like maybe a solid 3 out of 5 show. It sometimes is cute. Maybe it could be as high as 4 out of 5. I will have to figure that out before the end of the season, of course, but that's just how it is. Been watching. Am I actually the strongest? It's an isekai. It's on Saturdays. Main character gets reincarnated. Everyone thinks he's weak, but he's actually strong because of a clerical error. It's not really that important. The only thing that's like really remarkable about this show is that it tends to go weird for one. It's like a weirdly... It goes pretty hard on its like... Honestly, there's not that much to say about it. It's just an isekai. He has like barrier magic, which he can use to do like virtually anything, it turns out. Like he can make holograms with barrier magic, but even if he doesn't have any other elements, that is more than enough for him to do like powerful stuff. as is his, like, you know, actually having a lot of power that no one really can perceive, because it turns out the thing is, like, their magic viewers, their stat readers can only read, like, 2 digits or 3 digits, and he has, like, 1,002. So they think he has 2 magic, but he actually has 1,002 magic, which is, like, an order of magnitude greater than anyone else in the world. It's just your basic isekai stuff. It's like, fine. It hasn't really gotten anywhere interesting yet, and, there was no episode this week for some reason, so it, you know, it still hasn't, you know, it still hasn't gotten it. I will see after the next episode how I'm feeling about it, and if it still hasn't gotten anywhere interesting, maybe I will look to cut it. Walking in a straight line in this game with its controls is, with its controls is just a challenge, isn't it? Twin stick controls were never meant to be like this. This was, you know, I say never meant to. Of course, no one had it. There was no standard before GoldenEye and this, and but clearly they didn't get it right the first time. Halo got it right. Another card. Zom 100, Bucket List of the Dead, airs on Sundays. Zom 100 is a zombie show, but the thing of it is, it starts with the most depressing stuff, which has nothing to do with zombies. It starts with the main character working like a really depressing dead-end job, and you know, like at a really exploitative company, and you know, him figuring out, like, you know, it sort of takes you through his first day of like, oh wow, this seems great. And then at the end of the first day, at the, like, welcoming party, he starts to say, like, well, see you guys tomorrow. And then they say instead, they cut him off and say, well, let's get back to the office and power through. And then he says, what? And then before you know it, he's like, oh, fuck me. This sucks. Turns out this company is not what I signed up for. Fuck me, I think I got a bad one. But it's all so well done. The stuff at the top is so bleak, and then when he gets to the zombie apocalypse, he's just so excited to not have to go to work tomorrow. It's amazing. It's glorious. And it's just like the most upbeat zombie apocalypse you've ever fucking seen. Like, just incredible. Just like so. What? Just so colorful, so vibrant, and just so full of life and energy. It's like the most positive zombie apocalypse fucking ever, man. How do I get rid of the
Oh no! Attempt 3.
I think I have to do this one for these two. But then what about this one? Getting closer. Getting closer here. Anyway, Zom 100. I think it is definitely one of the best things on this season. Oh, I see. I think I got it. Yeah, I got it. It is one of the best things on this season. I'm like enamored with it. It's so fun. Such a good show. Top contender. Classroom for Hero also airs on Sundays. Haven't seen today's episode.
Level 22.
It being like, you know, sort of like in a rush to get the stream started this morning. Sort of a trashy show. I say sort of a trashy show. Very trashy show about heroes in training. Has a bit too much fan service and is very like, has like 90s show energy where it's all very zany, very like overblown. There's sound effects, there's like a lot of them. It's a bit, it feels like a show that's out of time to me. And it's not like bad, there's like good character moments and there's some like fun antics, which again feel like right out of a show from like the 2000s or the 90s or something, you know. But the second episode was a lot zanier and like a lot more that than the first episode was. I don't know where I stand on it. I'm looking forward to watching the next episode and seeing if it's, you know, still as buck wild as the last one was, or if it's just getting like more 90s, more aughts. It's trashy, but it's not like the worst thing on. I might keep it, or I might drop it. We'll see. Dark Gathering, show about a guy who has a ghost in his hand and a spooky little girl with skull eyes who can see ghosts. And he is really scared of ghosts, and she is the one that the ghosts are scared of. And is also really cute on top of that. Seems like a good show. I like the characters, and it's fun to watch them like go out on spooky excursions and be like, okay, we gotta go see if we can find a ghost. Let's go. And it's just a bit of fun. Would recommend Dark Gathering. I think it's very good. Somewhere between a 4 and a 5 in my books. It's like all consistently as good as the first couple episodes have been. I would say 5 out of 5 territory, but, you know, hey, we'll see. Very, very fun little show. Enjoying it a bit. Level 1 demon, lord, and 1 room hero. Short of one of those shows, there's been a couple of them where, like, a demon lord gets reincarnated as a little girl, and it's fun to see her, like, swagger in the way that a demon lord does. Like, you know, she sort of is, like, full of just, like, so much exuberance and, like, swagger, which is just always a bit of fun in such a character. I'll say, like, the hero that she has, like, pinned her hopes and dreams on having a remax with, turns out he sort of became a deadbeat while she was, you know, in the ground. And, you know, the reunion, the rematch of her dreams probably won't happen until such time as he, like, gets back on his feet. He's sort of a drunk, an alcoholic, someone who is, like, dead-ended in life. And, the show is kind of dirty insofar as, like, just, dealing with all his, like, you know, he's just sort of one of those, like, jerk-off characters who, like, just hangs out and beats his penis, you know? He's a literal jerk-off. I don't really like it when shows establish characters like that. I feel like, well, you know, I know what you're trying to say. You're trying to say he's a jerk-off. But, like, actually a lot of people jerk off. You know, not just jerk-offs. So, and also it's too much information to begin with. It's a little dirtier and a little bit more, like, sketchier than I like, but it's fun so far. It's a bit of fun, and it's definitely very well made, I'll say, for its like weirdness, you know? It's a very well made show. I think I will stick through it, though it's like rough edges do, like, put me off a fair bit. We just have to get this one. Good, okay. Been watching Malevolent Spirits Mononogatari Season 2. It's a cool show about, like, shonen, about a guy who hates Sugagami, who are, like, you know, like, they're like people who are also objects, basically. Who are, like, object people who, like, can magically turn into their object and do, like, cool fighting moves based on their object. It also has a little bit of romance to it, and a little bit of, you know, other type shit between the boy and the girl. It's fun. I like it. It's not, like, the hottest thing, and I think, like, I originally gave the first season, like, a 4 out of 5. But I'll say this season, I think it's doing it for me more than the first season did. It's been off to a good start. I've liked the new characters that have come in the new season, and there's been some fun, like, stuff with the hints of romance where, like, oh, you know, I don't know if these characters are gonna get together, but, like, all the other characters seem to think that they will do. And it's kind of fun to see them, like, running around doing that stuff. Mononogatari, enjoying the second season, perhaps more than the first one. Next card, Sweet Reincarnation, airs on Mondays. Sweet Reincarnation is an isekai about a baker who gets reincarnated And in his new world, he just wants to like, he just wants to bake pies and bake sweets and stuff. And he has to figure out how to get apples, how to get sugar, how to get the stuff that you need to do that. And it's all a bit of fun, you know. I will say, Sweet Reincarnation, it has at times attempted to do action, and it is mediocre at action. It doesn't have the knack for it. But most of the time has been not action, has been like more just running around meeting people, thinking about ways to bake sweets, and that's been very nice. I've enjoyed that a lot. Those parts. The parts where it was a mediocre action isekai, like, nah, that didn't do it for me. I was very bored during those parts, but whatever. So long as it, like, keeps the action stuff to a minimum, I think I will be happy. The episode that was yesterday, or last week's episode, I thought was pretty good. The week before that, I was very bored, but this week was alright. I am dying a lot on this. I am a little worried now if we'll have to just... On the first part even, not even the second part, which we were on before. Jeez. Other Monday show, The Dreaming Boy is a Realist. Basically the concept of this is that there's a boy, he's been like pursuing a girl, and he gives up. He stops doing it, and the girl is kind of like, wait, why are you stopping? You know, that sort of like miffs her a little bit. That sort of like surprises her, and she doesn't know what to do about it. I'll say the weird thing about it is that he frames this in a realistic manner, you know? He says like, well, I've been stalking this girl, and that's wrong, so I should stop that. But he doesn't realize he's in a rom-com, and, you know, look, as wrong as it is in real life to stalk women, in a rom-com, that's sort of what happens. That's how rom-coms do. That's like, you know, it's not okay in real life, but in a rom-com, it's a fictional setting where like the rules don't apply. And I think that he doesn't realize he's in a rom-com, but everyone else does. And it's kind of interesting, and I'll say it has the dramatic chops. Like, it understands the characters, it fleshes them out well, it's all very well done, and very enjoyable. If you can get over the squickiness of like, yeah, he literally says he's a stalker, even if you know, like, this is a romantic comedy, it's not quite that serious, you know. You have to get over that to enjoy the Dreaming Boy as a Realist. Next one. I've been watching The Girl I Like Forgot Her Glasses, airs on Tuesdays. This is the Go Hands project. This is the Go Hands project, where the girl with the funny animation at the start, I will say the funny animation that has been sort of like, you know, memed to death, and it has been pretty reserved since the first episode. It's been pretty normal ever since then. They sort of blew their budget out on that first scene that went viral on Twitter for being sort of horrible and sort of like the worst Uncanny Valley 3D you've ever seen, you know? They stopped doing that, in other words, which is a goddamn good thing they did, because, ooh, wow, yeah, if they kept doing it, it would be terrible. It'd be terrible. Anyway, it's a kind of a cute show. The girl, she forgets her glasses, or loses her glasses, or breaks her glasses very often, and she's practically blind when without, and as a result, she ends up getting closer to the boy, and, you know, and he goes like, oh my god, you're getting so close, and it's kind of cute and good. It's a perfectly good rom-com if you can get past, like, the weird animation at the top, or if you like the weird animation at the top, hey, you know, that's also in the OP, so, go wild on that. Fuck! Next, Helk. Helk, the concept of Helk is that the Demon Lord was defeated, and there's a contest for the Demon Lord to be the new Demon Lord. And at least in the first couple of episodes have been concerning the tournament. Seems like most of the show is gonna be like something else. You know, they're about to finish the tournament now, like 3 episodes in. The concept to start with is that there is a human that's in the contest, and he's sort of like this favorite to win because he is a human hero. And there's this one demon girl who is just like a lord or something, and she is just like another lord, you know, another super powerful demon, like one of the top ones, who's just like, wait, no, we can't let that happen. This is a human. Humans aren't good. But he's like, okay, wait. He actually wants to kill all humans, so he's actually a good guy. She doesn't believe it, but she tries to rig the tournament in her favor, which results in some hilarious antics. He is a great character too. He's like a big like He-Man looking motherfucker who is just like a big, impeccably strong, good sportsmanship. Who is just like I hate humans. Let's kill them all. And everyone cheers. All the demons go like, yay, we love you. Yeah, you're so strong, man. We love it. And he's just like, yeah, the demon lore realm is so fun. Well, I love being here. And I think it's just a fun time. From what I hear, it's sort of going to transition from more being a gag anime to being more of a shonen with like good jokes in it. But I think that sounds great too. I'm really enjoying Helk. It's definitely one of the top things this season. Highly recommended. I've been watching Tonikawa Over the Moon for You High School Days. It's an OVA of, it's an ONA, original net animation. An extra 4-episode series following season 2 of Tonikawa. And I'll say I think that this ONA, which is on Crunchyroll by the way, so it's not like exclusive to like DVD or something. This ONA is like, I think better than season 2 was for my money, you know? I have no idea where to put this. I think it's better than season 2. The premise is that the main character, the Tonikawa is a show about a girl who gets married to a guy, and they're sort of like newlyweds. A guy and the girl, they get married like right off the spot, and they're sort of newlyweds, and it's kind of cute to see them like get to terms to each other. It's a very sweet, innocent, like wholesome show. Very, very chill and nice. The basic concept here is that he has been asked to tutor, to like do some work at a high school, and you know, lecture and stuff because he's really fucking smart. So as a result, he gets the opportunity to meet like a bunch of girls that are like only a couple years younger than he is, and their interactions are cute and good, and there's a lot of new characters in this ONA, and it's given like it's given the opportunity to have some really cool moments as far as like some really good moments as far as like you know, the main character being the wife being jealous of the guy being in touch with like a bunch of younger women. Like that's a little interesting little development that came out of that. Some cute romance stuff, and yeah, just a bunch of new characters, good setup. I think this ONA rules. I think it's the best. I think it's better than season 2 and probably even season 1 as well. Really, really loving it so far from the first episode. There's only 4 episodes and they air like every other week, it seems like, so, you know, there'll be another one this week, which I'm looking forward to. Another one. Been watching Reborn as a Vending Machine. I now wander the dungeon. That is an isekai, where the main character gets reincarnated as a vending machine. And it might be a surprise to hear this, but it's one of the best things on this season. It's really well done. It turns out, and it sounds like a joke. It sounds like a joke concept, it does, you know, like, oh, he's a vending machine. Oh, how does that work? He can't walk, he can't talk properly, he can't communicate really that well. All he has to do is like stay in place and like stealth stuff. How does that work? Well, it does. It works wonderfully. It turns out that you know, it's basically like one of those RPG invest points anime, you know, where a lot of the drama is like character building and the character going like, okay, I want to invest in this move to do for this purpose, and then you know, them making that interesting, the process of building out their skill tree. And in this case, the skill tree is just like, oh, I want to be able to serve hot coffee, or I want to get condoms. I just unlocked condom machine. I can become a condom machine and sell condoms. That's cool. That's gonna help out a bit. You know, shit like that. Or like, oh yeah, I got ramen now, and everyone is, I'm selling the ramen now, and everyone's like, holy shit, this ramen's really good. And it's just really nice and swell. Works a lot better than I really expected from like hearing about it for ages that it was coming. I really expected a trashy joke anime where it has one joke and that joke is like just okay, but it turns out it's one of the best things on this season. Like, no contest. Reincarnated as a vending machine, vending isekai. Top show. We are halfway done with this hour, and we are into Wednesday, so I think we're making good pace. I'll say if we get to the end of the anime cards, I will end the anime hour early. The hour will end, and then we will go back to just, you know, talking about normal stuff at a normal rate. Next, I've been watching My Happy Marriage, also on Wednesdays. Wah! The concept of My Happy Marriage is it's a really dark show, kind of depressing, about a character who had an abusive upbringing, really abusive family and stuff, and she gets arranged marriage to a guy who is, it turns out, not mean, and she has to adjust to being like, oh, you know, my husband actually might be a nice guy rather than like a mean guy. And that's pretty well done. It is dark, it is depressing, and that first episode, like, more than anything, like, holy shit, did that first episode go dark. And it's still going dark now. And also there's some weird, like, supernatural stuff, like, apparently the reason that she was abused is because she doesn't have any magical powers. Which, okay, that's weird. I feel like you didn't need that supernatural element, but maybe occasionally they're gonna have some sort of action thing happen, and then have that be like a little bit of a cool moment for people to go like, ooh, you know, this isn't just like a wife being sad and a husband being like, why is my wife sad? What the fuck happened to my wife? Where she is like super depressed and, you know, fucked up. How did my wife get like this? It's alright, not my favorite thing that's on Wednesdays by like a country mile. I feel like everything else on Wednesdays is like more pleasant and mellow and nice. But I still think it's okay. I'm planning on watching that to the end, you know? I'm out of eggs. Another card. Been watching Saint Cecilia and Pastor Lawrence, also on Wednesdays. The basic concept of that is that there is a saint who has like a magical person with magical powers. Damn it. She's a saint and she has magical powers, and she's friendly with a pastor who, like, you know, is just a pastor. He's just a pastor man, and she sort of like laxes out when no one's looking except for the pastor, because she's clearly, you know, relaxed around him. It's cute. It's good. She's very cute, whether she's like being earnest and like trying her best, or just like loafing off and laying on the couch between job sessions. It's a very nice and cute and earnest anime. The character part is a little bit like Umura. It's sort of like from Himoto. That show, you know, where the girl is like she has a side of herself that's lazy at home and proper at while she's at school. It's not quite that far gone, you know. It's not quite that it's not quite to the level of like multiple personalities, but it is sort of approaching that, and it's, I think, very nice. I like that show a lot. It's cute and good and just a good time. Very chill and good. Undead Murder Farce, also on Wednesdays. I think this is the last of the Wednesday shows, so just 2 more days to talk through. We're making good time here. Undead Murder Farce. The idea is that it takes place in a world with magic and magical people running around. But a lot of them have been, like, taken out, wiped out, and there's very few of them left. There's a mystery where there's this girl who is just ahead, and this guy who is like sort of being like a circus freak, and they sort of get together and they become like private investigators, traveling the world and trying to figure out like what's going on, you know? And it's just a good time in that. He sort of has a little bit of like Joker energy, whereas she is just like, a Sherlock Holmes if Sherlock Holmes was just ahead, making all sorts of like logical deductions and like figuring out like mysteries as she goes. And he's just running around basically being the Joker, being like a ridiculous joke of a man, you know, just constantly like having that Joker energy. Which is fun. And, you know, the second arc has to deal with like vampires in like Europe. So it's not just in Japan. They're traveling the world. They're seeing other supernatural stuff and solving murders that are, you know, that those guys are having. It's great. It's super fun. The mysteries are well done, and the way that the character is the Joker, the main guy is the Joker after the first episode, I really like. I like him just being like a complete like fuck. You know, a complete, like, jokester, you know? He's like Harley Quinn, maybe more like Harley Quinn than the Joker, actually. You know, he's the sidekick. He's just doing ridiculous stuff and, like, vamping it up and having, you know, his head in the jar, Sherlock Holmes being like, yeah, man, like, cool it maybe, but, whatever, man, I'll indulge you. I think it's funny. You know, she's clearly somewhat amused. Undead Murder Farce. I've said this for a bunch of shows, but it's definitely one of the best things on this season. Right up there with the best of them. Would highly recommend. Super fun, and the mystery is and also there's like a mystery to unwind, you know, and figure out. There's a little bit of whodunit as well, which is just really nice. Spy Classroom Season 2. Been watching that. That's a show about like 12 or 7 or 6, I forget the exact number. But there's a number of spies who are like girls, and they're all learning to be spies under like a spy, like a big spy who's like so good he can't really teach them good, but he can teach them by like having them like try to beat him and you know, learn that way. That's the only way he can teach them. Each of them has like unique specialties. Like there's one who's like immune to poisons. There's another who just like has really bad luck, where like she can make something fall on a person just by like, you know, luring them to a spot. You know, she knows where the luck is going to be bad. All the characters have distinct such traits, and the show like features them like you know, like goes through them all and spends some time with them, you know, in turn, in a way that is nice and good and you like. Still got. What is the one that we're missing here other than the? I got the. Anyway, what was I saying? Like, oh yeah, I'll say Season 2, I'm liking it a lot more than Season 1. I think it's off to a much better start, and it's been like more consistently great this second season. Oh, did I get the one that was on the podium in the middle? Maybe that's the one I missed. Yeah, I got that one. Oh, what about on the hill over here, on the left side? Yeah, okay, there it is. Okay, good. I know where the last one is then. Okay. So it's really fun. It's really good. I'm having a great time with it. The second season more so than the first. I would recommend Spy Classroom. I think it's the first season was plenty good. A little weird how it like told its story sort of out of order, but you know, hey, once you go through it, you'll eventually get through that part, and then you'll be just smooth sailing. And the second season seems good too. I can recommend wholeheartedly Spy Classroom now. Another card. Devil is a Part-Timer, Season 2. It's kind of actually the third season, but who's counting? The concept is that the devil is a part-timer. He works at a McDonald's, and the hero is there. She works at a call center, and they sort of go on supernatural adventures between their day jobs, which is nice and cute and pretty fun. This season so far has been pretty fun. I've had a good time with it. I think they're doing great work. I don't have that much to say about it, other than, again, it is kind of the third season, even though they're calling it the second season. I guess what it is they're sort of counting it as if the last season was like the first season of a reboot, rather than the second season of the show overall, which it was. Whatever, still good, like it. Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2. Speaking of best things on so far, I have been absolutely loving Season 2 of Jujutsu Kaisen so far. It started with this flashback arc taking place like before the events of the first season, and concerning like a bunch of characters who are like either new or like one of our favorite characters ever. And it's fun watching this. They're great characters. It's a great story that really like, you know, brings in a bunch of like supernatural entities, right? Like in this season, there's a bunch of like hitmen that are after like a little girl who is like supposed to be sacrificed to become like a god. And basically this season kind of like reels back on kind of the like limitedness of the scope in the first season. You know, in the first season, it was kind of said like, okay, well, we're Jujutsu sorcerers. We work for the government. There's not that many of us. But now they're saying like, okay, well, there's not that many Jujutsu sorcerers, but there are a lot of people who just have the magic, but instead choose to be hitmen or assassins or, you know, cultists. Weird we're like cult leaders. And it's like, okay, shit. And we're gonna fight them. Okay, wow, that's a great concept. I can't wait to see more. This 4-episode arc has been super fun so far, and like I said, because you don't know these characters that you're seeing in the past, most of them you don't know from the present, so there's just some fucking tension. Whether like, are they all gonna make it out alive? Are we gonna see them die? It's possible, man. And that's, I think, some really good tension. I think that makes for a lot of good tension, a lot of good material, and yeah, it's fucking great. I'm looking forward to getting back with Itadori, or whatever his name was, the protagonist of the first season, but I'm very happy with the second season of Jujutsu Kaisen so far. It's been fantastic. We're close. I can feel it. Final spurt. That last one just threw me. Rurouni Kenshin 2023. It seems to be a remake of an old show that I've never heard of, but it's alright. There's this guy, he's really strong. There's this guy, he's really strong, he has a sword, and there's this girl who's like running a sword dojo, and it just seems like a really okay shonen. I don't really know what's special about it, like if the original show was like beloved or something, but it's alright. The main guy, he talks in like a really antiquated way, You know, which is represented in the subtitles by him saying things like "verily" or like by saying like "verily" or like "it is." There we go. Good. We just have to beat these guys and we'll be done. And in Japanese, he's saying like "Guzario," which I guess means like is like an antiquated like sentence ender or whatever they call that in Japanese. Which is like I guess it's cool. I don't know. I'll say I'm very like mid on this one on Rurouni Kenshin. It's all right. I don't feel strongly about it like at all. Very, very okay. Woo, we did it. That's Target Zan's temples down. Fantastic. We're on to Friday now, which is the last of the days of the week, if you can count the days of the week. Which means that we are making good time as far as like getting through all these anime in 1 hour. The Reign of the Seven Spellblades. Basically it's sort of like Harry Potter. It's sort of like a Harry Potter type magical world, except everyone has like swords as well, which is pretty cool. Hey, you know, taking a Harry Potter type fantasy world, which with some really good world building, I'll say. It's not like quite just Harry Potter, though it has like similar vibes. There's like a demi-human like rights movement thing going on as well in the background with some of the characters. And also there's some cool stuff at like I'm not sure if this is the big twist or something, but it was revealed recently in like episode 2 that at night the castle becomes a dungeon and all the students just run around doing like battle royale stuff in there, just like fighting each other and getting all wild with it, which I think has the potential to be very fun. The characters are all very likable. The antics are very fun. I'm very much enjoying Spellblades. I think it's like one of the top shows. And I think that it is just a good time. Whether you like the characters or the character group, or you like just the idea of like Magic High School with like a that becomes a dungeon at night. It's like kind of Persona 3, isn't it? Except like everyone's involved, not just special people. Everyone's invited to do dungeon stuff. Whether you like it, either way, Spellblades is a good time. Also, by the way, I'll say like in one of the recent episodes, they did a little world building, like establishing what the fuck the Spellblades are. And they said like, okay, a Spellblade is a spell that at close range, using a sword, will kill anyone without any defense, you know, sort of like an Abracadabra type move. They are all super classified, and there's 6 of them that are known to exist, so, you know, I can't tell you about any of them, but trust me, they exist, and, you know, the show is called The Seven Spellblades, so I guess there's a secret one, I guess, just looking at the title of the show, and, you know, extrapolating from there. I didn't realize that when I was watching the show and they said there were 6 of them. I only realized it later when I was making that card and put down 7 and said, wait a minute, they said 6. That's gonna be important. Spellblade, fantastic show, would highly recommend. Definitely one of the top things this season. Rent-A-Girlfriend, Season 3. 3rd season of Rent-A-Girlfriend, a show about a guy who goes and rents a girlfriend, and clearly there's something real between them beyond just being like patient and or client and customer and rental girlfriend. And also there's a bunch of complicated drama. It's sort of it's not quite a harem insofar as like, yeah, no, the main character only wants to be. The main character is sort of like being sought after by a lot of women, and there's a lot of women in his life, and it's more sort of more of a love triangle type thing than a like straight up harem, I would say. You know, more of just like, oh, it's very complicated. Who has feelings for who's interested in what, how this is all gonna go. This season has been phenomenal. It's been like focusing on like a project, which like a Kickstarter project that they want to do, which already like has more plot to play off than like previous seasons did. And also there's been a new character who has just been like the best addition to the show, ever. I really love her. She's like a neighbor character who's just like finds out about the whole situation, all the romantic drama going on, and she's just like a cool Gen Z influencer type who's just running around taking like selfies and shit all the time, and otherwise just being like talking in a fashionable way, you know. She's kind of a like influencer character. And also, she very much gets into this rom-com situation and realizes straight up, like, you guys are in a rom-com. You know that, right? You love her, clearly, I know this. She loves you. I've already, like, worked that out from talking to her. You really should tie the knot and do the thing. And just having a kind of character like that who's just, like, pushing things forward and saying the things that everyone knows has just been really conducive to having some actual plot happen. And probably, like, the most plot that has advanced since, like, the start of the show, which has just been wonderful. Having a great time with the new season. The new character is just, like, the best. Very quickly, she has become my favorite character on the show, like, hands down. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. I guess the question is, would I recommend Rent-A-Girlfriend? The show is kind of harder to recommend than... I think I screwed this up. I definitely screwed this up. I'm just gonna like punch it away. I think these two are right. This one goes here, this one goes here. 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 Then the blue goes here. There we go. That's it. This and that. And here. Here. Oh, bam. Oh, bam. Okay. We already did this. We have like one Jiggy left in this area. Oh, it's gonna be the Jinjos. Gonna be the Jinjos. Perfect. Well, we just have to find one more Jinjo, and you know we can also get. I'm gonna save. Jeez, it hasn't been saving this whole time. No autosave. Okay, whatever. Oh, I hear a Jinjo. Jinjo's in the water. Perfect. Rent-A-Girlfriend Season 3. Fantastic. Let's move on. When watching the Gene of AI, it's also on Fridays. The Gene of AI, the basic concept is that it's a sci-fi show about, various future concepts involving AI and robots. And at first I was thinking it's a little mid. Like, I didn't know if they would do very interesting stuff in it. You know, it hadn't really gotten up to much of a like kick-ass start. But after the first episode, it has gotten into some really good, really like interesting hot sci-fi concepts, which I think is great. I think it's been doing a great job. I'm definitely gonna stick with it. It's still not the hottest shit, but it has neat questions like, okay, like what if you rented a boyfriend and when he went back to the robot factory, he got his like memory wiped because he you know, because it's a confidentiality thing, you know. Your privacy policy says that you rent a boyfriend, his memory has to go. And they say like, oh, you know, if you want to resume the service within 5 years, we'll keep his memory is on file, after which we'll delete it. So, you know, keep that in mind. Which is just like, okay, that's an interesting, like, that's an interesting idea. And I think they're playing around with a lot of interesting ideas in this show. Like, more than one per episode. I'm enjoying it. Gene of AI, it's good shit. It's not the most compelling drama, but it is interesting questions. It is like a good thinker of an anime. How about that? I have also been watching The Masterful Cat is Depressed Again. I think this is the last show, which, hey, we got 5 minutes left. Perfect. This worked out perfectly. The concept is that this girl who is an office worker, she has a cat. Her cat is like a human-sized cat. He is very big, and he takes care of her, like, cooking and cleaning. He is smart. He is masterful, as the title says, and he is depressed about his life and shit. Just vaguely a little bit grumpy, you know, as cats are. It's a fun show. It's made by Go Hands, but they don't, like in the, but they extra don't fuck around with they've refrained from doing like the Gohan's animation stuff since the first episode, which is nice. It's really well made, it's really fun, and it's just a good idea for a show, which is basically like, oh, the pet and pet owner relationship has been reversed here. She just sort of like comes home after a long day of work. She just wants to drink and loaf off and be like pampered, and he just wants to pamper her and be like, play out the role of a responsible pet owner, but for this human, which I think is very cute and fun and just a good time. Just a good ass time. I would recommend The Masterful Cat is depressed again today. I think it's a hell of a show, and of the two Gohan show, I think it is the best one. Alright, that is all the simulcast shows that I've been watching this season. Whew. I probably need to cut a few of them by like soon. I didn't like take a count and see how many there are, but there's probably like 20 of them. That was probably like 20 of them or so. Usually it's around 20 of them. I got a couple more cards though. First off, a quick look back on Winter and Spring compared to this season. I think Winter and Spring generally had more hits and more of a solid lineup. I feel like more stuff this season is sort of in the middle, but I'll say this season does have a couple of things, and you know, there were many a time during that during the last hour, which I have said this is one of the best things on this season, which is a good sign that there are things that will probably make the S tier, that'll probably join my favorites list at the end of the season and have a chance of being top 10. That said, I do think like the shows from the last season, Oshinoko is still the frontrunner for Anime of the Year, and I think that like other shows also have that that like this season doesn't necessarily have anything that really contends for that spot quite so hard, you know? I need to listen to this season's EOPs and EDs. I'll say maybe I've just been like preoccupied, but I'll tell you I don't know like which OPs and EDs are the best things or the best songs this season. I feel like I've been pretty much just like you know, not really taking note of them. I think Masterful Cat ED might be a banger, but I haven't had time to like listen to it and like actually process if that's the case. I need to. I usually go and grab all the EDs from a season, OPs and EDs. I just haven't taken that time yet this season. I will do soon. And one last thing here. I have been rewatching Ayura. Ayura is a 4-minute anime where like 1 minute is the OP, another minute is the ED, and there's just a little bit of extra content over the ED, so there's like 2.5 minutes of content each episode that they have to work with, and I'll say, they use it perfectly. It's like a perfect little slice of life, where like, they get a little joke off in 2 minutes, they take their time, you know, there's like good comic timing, they let jokes breathe where necessary, it's just feels really remarkable for a show that is 2.5 minutes long, that they will let things like, they will let a dramatic pause play out. They will just like have a character be pouring tea for a second if it's necessary for the atmosphere. There is something to be said for a show that just has 2.5 minutes of perfect content. It's just like the perfect thing to watch before going to bed. It doesn't take any time and it's just like the perfect unwind type show. I would highly recommend Ayura, though I will note, every episode is only 2.5 minutes long, and there's only 12 episodes, so you could probably watch it all in a half hour. I think, pretty literally. Okay, we're not done yet. One more. But it's all goddamn good, and I like it a lot. Ayura, Ayura, Ayura. 1 minute left on the clock, and you know what the next card says? Stop the clock! The anime hour is now over, if it isn't already. Which, hey man, that timed out perfectly. I was really not sure about having all these cards and like, you know, doing these cards one after the other. But goddamn if it didn't like time out perfectly. We had time to talk about everything, say about what it is, and then what I thought about it. Lovely, lovely, lovely. I'm gonna pull the card down and then let's pull down the old Anime hour timer. You know what? Let's just let it expire. Last thought on anime. Anime is good. Anime is good. I like anime. I watch a lot of it. I like to rewatch a lot of it. It's great. I listen to a lot of anime music. Good night, everyone. That's the anime hour. And timer. Very good. Okay, now we're back to the regular business. The regular non-anime content. On the VOD, I think I'm going to put a note. I'm gonna put a thing that's like, you know, here's the anime hour, here's the rest of the stream, you know. I thought it'd be nice to have like that separation. And also, hey, if someone were just interested in anime and just wanted to hear all my opinions on the simulcast shows of this season, you know, you could just watch that hour of this stream and, you know, learn a thing or two, I guess. I think that's a nice way of doing it. I like the idea of an anime hour versus just like spreading all the anime throughout a 10-hour stream. That perhaps isn't as good. I feel like going to the bathroom. I feel like this would be a good time for a break. Let's open this world, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom. That sound good? And I'm gonna pause the script while I go, so it's not gonna like, we're not gonna get any inadvertent deaths. I'm gonna pause the shuffler and resume it soon as I'm back. Okay, just pausing the shuffler. Bathroom time. Be back in a minute, folks. Forgot that the camera would get confused when it was tracking me. Alright, I am back. The anime hour is over, as I said again. Let's resume here. The shuffler is now back on. Shit. I knew that was gonna screw me up, taking that jump after I got back from the bathroom. Damn it. That was a good hour talking about anime and stuff. I wasn't sure how cleanly that would go, but that went really well, and I think that if ever I do, like the next big stream and stuff that I do, I'll probably have an anime hour. I'll always try. I think I'll try to have an anime hour somewhere within it, going forward. I think that's just a really great way to like keep the anime stock like contained within like a certain segment of the show, of the stream, you know? Shit. And also not let it get like too carried away with it, you know? And also it's just it's kind of fun as well. Streaming, to me, one of the things I love about streaming is like coming up with an idea for how to improve like the flow or improve like the structure of a stream and just giving it a try and seeing how it works out. And I think the anime hour, that's a winner. I would expect to see that back at any big stream where I want to like, you know, use a bunch of that for content and stuff. And now that it's not the anime hour anymore, we can just relax and you know, just focus on the games again, which is nice. Which is just nice. Look here, it's Banjo-Tooie. I'm playing as Mumbo. I'm gonna open up a thing. I also still have more cards, by the way, but I'll deploy them at like a normal pace. It's getting a little hot in here. I should have fucked with the thermostat before coming back. 1 second. I'm gonna pause this shuffler again. I'm gonna go check the thermostat. I think it probably defaulted to like a higher temperature than I would like sometime during the stream. I'm gonna see to that, and then I'll be back in like a minute. 1 second. Yep, the thermostat had gone up. It had started to like not actively cool me because it thought it was hotter than it thought it was hotter than it was meant to be, which meant it was getting kind of sweaty in here without any cooling going on. And I'll say there that anime sequence, that anime hour, I was beginning to cook a little bit in here. I felt like it was getting a little sweaty, which you know, isn't ideal. A little bit sweaty. I'll say again, since I've been like preoccupied with anime discussion, I'll say again what the concept of this stream is. You know, in order to thank the folks at home for like following in such big numbers, decided to do this big 500 follower stream. Had this like on the books for a while, in fact, as a goal, and actually had it planned like since January, like as a thing I wanted to do, but ended up tying it to 500, which took a bit to achieve. Anyway, the basic concept is we switch games every minute or two randomly between 7 games, and we just try to play them. We play them, get as far as we can, you know, plain and simple. Nothing really too complex about it, honestly. Just play the games, have a good time. These are 5 of my favorite games, and also Grunty's Revenge is okay. And it's Mr. Pants. It's a video game. That's all I can say about It's Mr. Pants. It's a video game that I played. And it's like a puzzle game. Could have been a good phone game if it came out like a couple of years later, honestly. And I'll say again, and I'll direct y'all's attention down below. there are bonus games that are available. There are bonus games that are available at the, if we were to get to every 4 subs, we will add a bonus game, basically. So, to a maximum of 20 subs, there are games that can be added. Let me read through the list of what they are. At 4 subs, which we are 3 away from right now, at 4 subs, we will add Diddy Kong Racing to the lineup. At 8 subs, we will add Donkey Kong Land, which is a special colorized version of Land, which I saw going around like circles a while ago. You know, I saw people talking about this hack that I think a guy I know worked on. I'm not sure. A guy I know was like involved in the production, which is cool. Basically, it's a very cool mod where it's all colored. You know, it's like Game Boy Color style. So you want to see that? That's at the 8th sub level. Then there's Conker's Bad Fur Day, which, you know, is a hell of a game. A little bit dirty in a fun way, I think. I definitely want to play through all of Conker and Tooie, you know, sometime on stream. I think that'd be fun to add. And then there's Banjo Pilot, which is kind of a shitty, it's kind of a shitty game, honestly. It's not that good. It's like, it's cool that it's pushing the hardware as much as it does, but it didn't really come together. Banjo Pilot did. It's a Game Boy Advance game where you fly a plane, and, well, look, Mario Kart Flat, like, Mode 7, like, landscapes work fine for Mario Kart. Oh shit, I forgot to unpause. I just realized I forgot to unpause after AC. That's why we've been in Tooie for a while. My bad. It should be better now. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Banjo Pilots is a little bit shitty, but I think it'd be a fun shitty. You know, and those who haven't seen it, be a bit of fun. And that is at the 16 sub level. So, you know, be a pretty far, you know, I don't know we're gonna get there, but, you know, pie is the sky. And as far as pie is the sky goes, we get up to 20. That would be the point where we do something real special. I got 3 mystery games that I will drop into the folder, 3 more rare games that I will add into the equation, and, you know, we'll play those as well. So yeah, that's what we're doing here. Pretty self-explanatory. I mean, you can just look down and read it if you want. It's pretty much all there in like the lower, what do you call that? What do you call this? When you have like a, when you have like the gameplay over here, you have like a picture over here and like a bunch of text or whatever below you. Is there a name for that? A lower third is like a nameplate that goes under like a news report or something. What do you call it when it's just like, just a layout? You can read off the layout, let's say. Originally, the idea was to do this for like a smaller stream. You know, like to do like a limited thing, you know, like a more like a regular Thursday afternoon stream or Thursday evening stream. But then, you know, I had the idea to have this as the blowout, as this whole blowout thing, and, you know, I think it's a great pick for the blowout, like, thing. Blowout 500 follower stream.
Nice. Level 20.
You might notice, by the way, that, like, all the games don't fill the frame quite the same way. That's just a consequence of them all having, like, slightly different aspect ratios. Damn it. That was close. Crosshair. Oh, I see. all having different aspect ratios, so for all of them to like fit into the same frame, some creative accounting is needed. Oh, there we go, I got it. Some creative like framing is needed, and basically I went with a size such that the GBA will be as wide as it can, and the SNES will be as tall as it can, and I think that's a fair. The SNES and the N64 will basically be as tall as they can. Ah, fuck, I messed it up. Weird looking dude. Crap. Imagine we got to the engine room and with this. Man, you know, we're still in World 1. We'll be lucky to get to World 3 of Kazooie and Tooie. But goddamn, imagine if that were to be a thing, if that were to be, like, how far we got. Did I already go into the Ticker's Tower? I don't think I did. That would be hell, to just randomly switch over and just plummet. Oh my god. Yeah, there we go. We got the Ekum Bokum. Now time to go get Termite. How about another card? Have y'all had Cowboy Chicken? I am told the Cowboy Chicken is quite good. Rotisserie chicken with very, very well made sides. Now, my rotisserie chicken place that I like to go to is, you know, Boston Market. I like Boston Market a lot. But I've heard people say, I've heard my parents say that, like, Cowboy Chicken is good, and, honestly, there's not like a Boston Market north of, like mid-Plano. I'm sort of, you know, I'm like in McKinney. So, like, the Boston Market that's like, that's like way down deep into Plano, like in South Plano, that's like really far from me and very inconvenient to go to. So if Cowboy Chicken were to be as good and were to be like a little more convenient, that might be my new fix. I guess. Shit. I would maybe feel a little guilty about... Is that weird to feel guilty about restaurants? About like, oh, you know, I used to do Boston Market a lot, but... And they seem to be struggling, but... You know, I guess I got a new chicken place. I guess it is what it is, you know. They should really open more locations so there's one that's like in, like, closer to me. You know, one in like the north of DFW Metroplex would be great. But I understand they're like struggling. Ah! I understand they're like struggling. Maybe they can't really afford to open more locations. And, like, you know, there was a location that would have been, like, much more convenient and, like, more north Plano. But it closed during the pandemic, so, you know, they had locations, just, you know, they closed, and that was that. I feel like I'm on the wrong... I feel like I'm going in the wrong direction here, but... What can I do here? Oh, I don't know about... Oh! What? Oh, crap. Well, fuck, I somehow managed it. Just... Shit. I guess there is a coolness to, like, just presenting these one by one where you don't know what's coming. Because sometimes you can just by sheer happenstance get the right thing. Oh crap, we have a thing that we don't know how to get rid of. Anyway. definitely gonna look to like try out that chicken place sometime. What here? No, what the fuck? That doesn't work at all. Listen up to what you're told. On the edges you can now hold. Move along with the greatest of ease. Button B to attack what you please. That'll be all. We're about to get a white Jinjo, which is the first Jinjo that we're finishing. If we had gotten this one first, this would be like both the oh, this is how Jinjos work cutscene, and also the here's a Jiggy cutscene. So it sort of combines those two cutscenes into one, saving you one of these. So you really want the best. If we had not collected that one in the cave, honestly, we could have gotten this one first and saved ourselves a cutscene, but that's not really that important, you know? And we're just playing the game. Also, like, what are the odds that the white Jinjo would be in World 1? There's only one of them is the thing. Each of the Jinjo families has, like, one more member, like, going up by one each time. How about, like, this? Huh? I feel like I'm onto something here, but not quite. Like this? Hmm? No. U-bend. This like a U-bend, yeah. Okay, so that doesn't really tile effectively, leaves a hole. But something like that would be good. Oh, we get it! That's good. Of stores that are opening, that are cool. Oh, we should really appreciate this art. Let's go back out for a second and look at, where's the gallery? Didn't options? Art gallery. Okay, let's look at all the art that we've gotten. Man pants, eraser pants, white pants, surreal pants, space ribbons, pants duel. Wait, is this, are these molds? Wildlife, meow pants, fishing pants, my rocket. Okay, so those are all the pictures we got. We've gotten quite a few, jeez. You can use left or right, or also R and L, looks like. I'm not sure what the deal is there. This man is shouting. Second world. I believe. We did get the thing, right? Now we're moving on to this. We did unlock the second world, right? I think we did. Second world, and this is a beach world. I forget what it's called. Regal Beach. That's what it's called. I just remembered. Regal Beach. The spiral rise. You know what we really need to get? We need to get some extra extra health. I have come for honey. Give me some honey, please. Yes. Yes, that's right. Yes, it will be a while until we come back for more health. I guess it's total, not like, you know, you don't like trade them in. I think it's the other way in 2A. I think you trade them in, right? It's like one requires 1, then 2, then 3, then 4 or something, or 1, then 3, then, you know, something like that. There is an under construction, like, you know, Grunty's castle. And you can see here, here's some lore for you. Looks like there used to be a jingling head on that mountain. And she took it down to put her own head up. Not interesting. It's a little bit of, like, lore for the Banjo games. This is an actual. If you don't know, by the way, this is an actual game. It was made by Rare. Came out on the Game Boy Advance. This is not like a mod or like a. Well, it wouldn't be a mod. This isn't like a fan thing or something. This is like official. Is this a race? I don't know that we'll be able to do the race. Oh, well. What? Oh, there was probably a counter on that we couldn't see for reasons. That's why it fired us out. I didn't hit a button, I'll say. Sound has been good all stream, yeah? Like, all the games relatively, like, in line. None that are, like, too quiet, too loud. Hoping that's the case, you know. I adjust them all at the start of the stream. But, you know, it's hard to know sometimes how that's all, like, coming out. Fuck! I fired myself into the swamp. Did I do this card? No, I didn't. Have y'all been to a HEB? Heard that they're new in, like, the Metroplex recently. A couple of HEBs have opened in, like, Irving, McKinney, and, the one in McKinney, apparently, just, like, this week. The one in, like, Irving, like, a month ago. And I've heard some pretty good things. I hear it's, like, a really good, like, I heard it's a really good, like, grocery store that has a good selection. And also, like, a couple of things as far as, like, apparently they have, like, a barbecue area out front that's sort of like a barbecue store. Like, in the front area. That's kind of interesting. And also, fuck! Oh, fuck. And also they have, like, I've heard that they're one of their things that they, like, claim to frame and all, is that they have, like, a whole lines of, like, pre-made food that are, like, just, you know, the kind you'd get, like, from actual home cooking, like, leftover style. You know, sort of like a step above a Marie Callender's type thing, you know? And, that sounds very appealing to me. I'll say, like, I tend to eat a lot of, like, leftover food, a lot of, like, you know, either from, like, my folks, when I go over and eat with them, you know, go over, have dinner, they'll often, like, send me back with, some food, you know? I'm sure that's the case with everyone, you know, I'm sure that's very common, you know, a parent just, like, getting food from a parent as you're, like, leaving, like, you know, and I appreciate it, too, because my ma's cooking is, like, you know, fucking great. I think she's an excellent cook, you know, better than, like, fast food or, honestly, like, some restaurants, which I guess probably isn't that uncommon, right? Restaurant food, it has to be made, economically, you know, whereas, like, home cooking, you could spend a whole hour making a steak if you want to, like, get it all right and make it, like, real delicious and shit, you know? But, anyway, what I hear is, like, the Heb has, like, meals that are, like, more on that tier than, like, Marie Callender's or some shit. And also that they have, like, you know, good selection. And, actually I haven't heard that much else about HEB other than those two things, but those two things make me interested. You know, I currently, like, do most of my shopping as far as food goes at like, a Target, which is pretty good, but I don't know, it's not like a grocery store or nothing. It's just, like, the most convenient one, you know? Just the closest, generally. There's Targets everywhere. It's probably... I'm not giving away the game where I am at. I'm just saying, like, there's Targets everywhere. I think everywhere I've ever lived, a Target has been the closest grocery store. Even if there was, like, a Albertsons or a Tom Thumb, like, around a block or two. Or, like, within a vicinity, within, like, spitting distance. Target has always been there for me. I don't know if that's coincidence or if, like, a lot of people feel that way, but, like, yeah. I would have to go a little farther to go to Heb, I'll say. Go to HEB, but I'm very curious. I think it's a neat thing to have, like, pre-made food. You know, kind of makes me think of, like, Japan. In Japan, it's sort of a thing in, like, convenience stores to, like... convenience stores to have, like... Convenience stores will have, like, pre-made food. that is like, you know, actual goddamn meals that are like actually goddamn properly prepared, and they can even like make it for you. You know, they can even like warm it up for you, like in their microwave at the convenience store. I'll say I didn't have any of those while I was in Japan when I went to Japan a few years ago. But that was just because, you know, I'm going to restaurants and stuff when I have like a meal to consider when I'm on vacation, when I'm traveling. I'm not gonna go pick up like chicken and waffles or whatever the fuck. Not chicken and waffles, but like an actual meal that I can eat at the hotel room. Like, that's just not top of the list, but maybe it should be. From what I hear, I don't think the Heb stuff is quite on that same tier, but it's like closer than maybe, from what I understand, it sounds closer than like anything else in like food, you know? I don't think we can reach that. I don't think we can reach that until we have Kazooie. Possible. Yeah, totally. Maybe we could have if we had not got hung up there, but the Talon Trot would help a lot when we get that. So let's just, you know, focus on doing such things. Okay, we're gonna go over here now. Okay, there's the bridge. We need to go to that bridge. We need to cross over. That's how we go to the Breagle area. Breagle Beach. It's not, I'll say like Breagle Beach. Also not much of a name. But I think Breagle Beach is a step above Cliff Farm. You know? At the very least, it's a word that it's an alliteration. And also, it's a type of bird that's in these games. You know, it's not just two words strung together. It's not just Farm Cliff. Cliff Farm. It's not that. Here we are in Breagle Beach. Oh wait, let me get a note that's up outside. Look at these notes. They're sort of blending in, but I can see them. This music is like discount, fuck. It's like discount, Treasure Trove Cove. Serious time here, folks. We have been stuck on this level for a while now. We've gamed over once. I only have one life in the chamber right now, so really need to get that one life every time and do everything else perfectly. Now, so far this try, fuck, we hadn't taken a hit. If we hadn't taken a hit that whole time, then we could have just taken a hit on the last guy, and fuck, had that be it, but no, not so lucky. I suppose, you know, we would have died going off that ledge anyway. Serious time here, folks. It doesn't help that occasionally, like, we get a short jump when we need a long jump. Like, shit. When we go back there, we're totally gonna just, like, plop right back onto the track and hit that guy who's coming our way. It's a hard level to play that way, maybe. A minute at a time. I'm happy, though. None of the other games have had, like, that sort of bottleneck. You know, all the other games have gone pretty much swimmingly. I will say we haven't saved for a while in DKC 2. I'm a little worried about that. We need to get to a save point and, like, just go ahead and, like, you know, lock that in, just in case we end up screwing up, but I don't know, the next couple of DKC 2 levels aren't that hard. I think I'll be able to get to the Wrinkly in, like, 2 levels. I think we have enough. We have all the moves. I think I would like to leave the level and go to the next one now. I think we're good. The thing about Banjo-Tooie is you can't do everything. You can't do everything all at once. I accidentally muted for a second, sorry. You can't do everything all at once, so you might as well like pick your battles. You might as well move on whenever you feel like. And I feel like moving on and going to the mines now. Or you know, maybe we'll switch to another game right now and I'm holding down A. You know what I should I'm holding down A whenever I can, just in case we switch back to minecarts. And I need to... Oh! Yes! That worked perfectly! I was holding down A, just to be safe, and... Oh, we jumped. Fuck. You see that? Holding down A is the secret to not... a little bit of just... using your head. Using my head. Me using my head. And remembering... Okay, it's serious time again. This probably has to be in the thumbnail. Minecart Madness. Yeah, this is gonna be in the thumbnail. What else is gonna be in the thumbnail? I probably will do like, there's 7 games here, but... probably something Banjo, and then something, and probably like It's Mr. Pants. As well as the third thing in the thumbnail. Or if we get one of the bonus games, hey, maybe one of the bonus games could be in. We did it! That took 4 hours to get past that level. Well, maybe not 4 hours, maybe like 3 hours. But, goddamn, and now we just have to get through, like, a couple levels until a save point. And, they're not that hard. Well, Stop and Go Station is pretty hard. But it's not that bad. Where's the DK barrel? I need a DK barrel. Well, it's not in Banjo-Kazooie. If I die, I'm gonna be so unhappy. You know what? I'll say, if I die, I'll take the warp zone on any subsequent things. If we game over again, I will take use of the warp zone. That is my promise right now. Hey, we 100%ed this level. Wait, no we didn't. We're missing... What the hell? We're missing 6 notes. What the hell? Oh, I know where they are. They're underwater. I usually wait for these for when I'm termites, so I can just get them without having to swim at all. I don't know if that's the most efficient way to do it, but that's the way I like to do it. Oh, I'm so glad past that. Yeah, definitely gonna have Minecart Madness in the thumbnail. Something from Banjo-Kazooie, I don't know what. And then like, It's Mr. Pants. As like the oddball of the group. Gotta be that in the thumbnail for like the YouTube and all. That sounds nice. That sounds workable. If a bonus game were to be hit, like Diddy Kong Racing, Donkey Kong Land, Conker, if Conker were to be hit, that would be in the thumbnail. Those are pie-in-the-sky things, though. Diddy Kong Pilot would be a great one for the thumbnail, but at this rate, like, even if it did get hit... I will say, by the way, we're going late. There's still, like, at least... We're going to at least midnight here, so... There's most of the stream left. So if you want to get in those subs, unlock a game, you will see a fair bit of them. You know, they will be relevant. They will come up. We will play them for, like, you know, the time left until at least, like, midnight, let's say. Very good. That switch was so smooth. What the fuck? Like, it almost seems like we just, like, exited. Fuck B! It almost seems like we just exited one game and just walked right into the other one. Let's take our time. There's really no hurry. There's a DK barrel right here. And also we have nearly enough bananas to, like, get a life. So, we're not gonna game over. There we go. We got some breathing room. That said, not a lot of it. So, like, no pits. No pits. Probably should hit up a bonus room along the way. That would be a good idea. We definitely want to get Winky here. I didn't expect DKC 1 to be this harrowing, but I guess, you know, when you're just switching between them so frequently, you don't always have the right frame of mind for it, I guess. Let's return and keep on doing. Easy puzzles are completed. Oh shit. We got the bronze puzzle trophy. Well, we were like 25. There's 25 puzzles in easy, 50 in hard, and then you can replay puzzles with that. There's also like infinite modes, but I'll say, if we were to beat like all the medium puzzles, I'd be okay. Like, I'd be okay hitting endgame on. What is this music? So dramatic. I don't know what the fuck with this one. Okay. Like this, and close. I feel like we're nearly there. This. Close, but no banana. How about if it's like... It has to be there. Glimmer's Galleon! You get a DK coin here. Cool place to hide a thing. Just in a random corner in the dark. Very cool. Glimmer's Galleon, maybe one of the low points of the game. You know, it's just a level where you just swim, and it's just a swimming level with just... The only gimmick is that it's all dark. You know? That's the whole gimmick for this level. Just, it's a dark level, and there's a light just lighting up like only a part of it. Otherwise, it's very basic. Just kind of a little bit of a labyrinth. Lockjaws, other standards, water enemies, flotsam. Not much to write home about. It looks nice though. Hey, look, the aesthetics are wonderful. The green looks great. It looks very mossy. There's arrows pointing us around, so we won't get too lost. And I think after this we can do a save, which is probably a good idea. Hey. Ooh. How about another card? It's been a bit since I did a card. How about one of them? Show pictures of my dad's animals. I hung out with my folks the other day, and as I like to do when I'm hanging over there, you know, hanging out with my dad and my mom and the cats and the dogs. I have to take some pictures of them, the animals specifically, not the people. And I got some real good ones last night. Not last night. It was last night. Jeez, yeah, it's Sunday. It was Saturday when I took these pictures, so yeah. Jeez, when you're doing a Sunday stream, it's like there's no day where you just there's no off day where you don't have some plans. Here's a little picture of the Will. Isn't he cute? Look at that, he's outside, he's like on his stomach, doing a cool pose there. I was really happy to capture that one mid-flip. Here's a picture of Rex. Oh, isn't he a good boy? He loves going outside, he loves running around. Though he is like near 15 or so, you know, sometimes he gets hurt. He likes to run around so much, he hurts himself. But I still love him, and I hope he, you know, lasts as long as he possibly can. There's Dixie, beautiful little mutt. You know, she's I think she has like some German Shepherd in her. Look at her back, you know, that's very much German Shepherd colors, except that she's like, you know, she's this tiny thing. She's tiny, cute, adorable, great face. I love Dixie. She loves to eat, is what Dixie loves to do. Even though she's like half the size of Rex, she'll absolutely like just shoulder him aside and try to eat his food. Which, you know, hey, she was once a stray and he wasn't. She's been hungry before, though she is also like 15 now, so that was like, you know, a lifetime ago, but that's just how she is, and I love her. Finally, just a little picture of Penny just being all asleep. Penny is a cute girl. She just likes to sleep all the time, and be pampered. She is a very pampered girl, and very cute. She even likes, when my dad feeds her, she likes to be picked up and put onto the table where he puts the food, which is just silly considering, like, yeah, you know, she could probably jump that very easily, but, you know, she likes to be picked up and for my dad to do it. She's a... She's a, you know, a princess of a girl. And I'll say, like, Will and Penny, they're a lot younger than the other animals. Those are eggs. We'll learn about those later. Rex and Dixie, my dad got like when I was living there, you know, when I was living by my folks back in like college, you know, like 15 years ago. I was like graduating high school when they got Rex. So, you know, it used to be my pets, but now I haven't lived there for 10 years, so it doesn't really... They're not mine, you know, they're my parents, but still I love them, and, you know, the newer ones, they, he just got them like a year or two ago, Will and Penny, and they're really good, they're really friendly, they're nice as hell, they'll never bite you, never claw you. You can pick them up, you can nuzzle them. Will is always actively looking for attention. If someone is like going upstairs, he will go with them and like just follow them around a little bit. And it's very cute. You know, you'll like to see it. Just like him walk into a room that you're going into and roll over for you. Penny just likes to sleep all day, which is also cute. Neither of them are mean. Neither of them are like standoffish. If anything, Penny's just a little bit shy around people who aren't my dad, but she'll still be pet and, you know, and just lay around if you just go up and pet her, you know. A very, very nice girl. My parents, you know, growing up, we never had cats, but, I think they sort of got the taste for it when my sister was overseas for a while, She was like, she taught in Korea for a couple years there, and they ended up taking care of her cats for a couple years, and after that, my dad found a stray, took care of it for a while until, unfortunately, it did have, she did have disease, and she unfortunately didn't go the distance, but, you know, this like having cats thing, only in the last like 3 or 4 years would I say that would be a regular thing, and honestly, I don't know if they're gonna have more dogs after this, given that dogs seem to be an order of magnitude more work than cats, and you know, as they tell me, they are getting older. It's becoming more of an imposition to like have a lawn and have cats and have all this stuff to do, you know, and I understand that. Well, I just hear that and go like, well, I gotta get on having dogs of my own then, you know, and for that, I wouldn't say I need, but I want to have a house before I have pets, because I don't want to always be like having to take them for a walk to take a shit. That doesn't sound fun. Are we going up or down here? Oh, we're going up. That checkpoint's down there. Up from here is the answer. There are sections in this level where you go down, so it's not a silly question. But you know, it's been a while since we were over here. I'll say of the DKCs. Oh wait, no, we're in World 3 of DKC 2. Only DKC 1 is still on World 2. Which makes sense, we got hung up there for a while, you know? Yeah, I think we're farthest in 3, actually. Or 2, sorry. So, 2. Good to know. I'll say, by the way, Donkey Kong Land, which is on the table for, like, if we were to reach 8 subs, Donkey Kong Land would be added to the rotation along with Diddy Kong Pilot, which is added at 4. I'll say Diddy Kong Land, or Donkey Kong Land, sorry. Diddy Kong Racing at 4, Donkey Kong Land at 8. Donkey Kong Land can also be pretty difficult, and you can only say by, like, getting all the Kong letters. I'm a little worried about that, but if we reach that sub goal, we'll take it as it comes, you know? We'll figure it out. We'll, manage. I think we're gonna swap. What did I tell you? I had the feeling that a swap was just like seconds away. Like, don't get too carried away with, like, you know, doing rocket barrel falls or whatever. It's not gonna be the thing. Oh shit, I let me give Plastic Bags a shout out. I was going to earlier, but I was just so preoccupied. Shout out Plastic Bags for the raid earlier. There you go. And shout out Plastic Bags. Wow, that's a hell of an avatar right there. Quite unusual. Shout out to you, Plastic Bags. Fellow streamer was doing Rocket League before the raid. I really got caught up with whatever the fuck I was talking about at the time. I'm sorry. You know how it goes sometimes. You just get carried away. I was in a hard level or something. And I was waiting until I switched, and then forgot. I'll say this level here, one of my favorites. I think this level has just some of my favorite things in levels, which is just sequences like this, where you just bop from one guy to the next, and you just have to keep going because the guys are being destroyed under you. That is just one of my favorite things in platformer design. I think it's totally underutilized. I think more platformers should do it. I do it in Mario Maker, but it's sort of awkward to set up in Mario Maker for reasons. There's not like a flying static enemy that you can just plop down. and just have them, like, you know, be a convenient thing to bop off of. Also, you do have to account for, like, what happens if they don't get over. You know, are they just screwed, which the answer in Mario and DK and Banjo is, in Donkey Kong Country is yes, they are screwed, but, you know, is that a problem, I guess, is the question. You know, is it okay that they would be screwed? And I'll say the answer is a firm maybe. Depends on the level. I feel like with Mario Maker, you'd have to do something like a guy on a track, right? Track going left and right. And that can be a little awkward because, you know, they're not always going to be centered. Or a track going up and down, which can be awkward because they're not going to be at their highest point or lowest point. Like, getting that all balanced is a matter of a lot of iteration. And of course, I think the DKC games just have it, like, dab on, you know, spot on, like, perfect. Let's toss our honeycombs over, Big Bear. I guess it is just totals, maybe. No, actually, I think it's cost, and it goes up by 2 each time. And we had 1, and we gave it over. So that's that. Another thing I always find really good in this level, you know, hey, you got these areas where you have to bounce off the guys, but they're under like a bee or something. That's just good design. The whole crockhead clamber part of the level only appears in the second half, you know, that's when the crockheads start, and you start having these barrels that make crockheads appear, and eventually they disappear. And you have to get across them in a time limit. Such a good mechanic, and really, really well done. This level was one of the key inspirations, one of the key, like, I'll say, like, when in Mario Maker 1, I did a remake of this level. And in, like, analyzing it, right? And realizing how it worked. And how the crockhead stuff was, like, all after the midway. That was part of the thing that, like, changed how I make levels forever. Right? Because at that point I realized, like, okay, a midway checkpoint is the perfect time to just mix things up. You know? Keeps things from getting scaled by like, chaining everything up at the midpoint. Also, they just had a checkpoint, so they're, like, even if they die, it's not a problem. It's the perfect time to teach the player something new, and to face them, and then make them face something that they haven't seen before. And I think if you, like, break down any DKC level, you will find that some new idea almost always gets injected after the midway point. Dum-dee-dum-bum-bum. What is this called again? Maybe we should pay attention to the names of these. Like, they could be relevant, actually. Ah! There we go, we stumbled through. Medium slabs. Eh? That's satisfying. Okay, you know, this puzzle game is perfectly good. If it had been on iPhone for $5, I would give it a 4 out of 5. But it was on Game Boy for $30, so I'd give it a 3. You know, ill-conceived. You know, just not the platform for this. An awkward fit, to be sure. What? I still had one left. Whatever. Oh, you know what we could do? We could focus on these ones first. Hey, buddy. Bozai, what's up? We need Kazooie for this, okay. So this world, we get Kazooie back. And And yeah, we're gonna be able to go up slopes and go a little bit faster, which is probably a good thing. Probably a good. It's a good thing. It's gonna. No fall damage. Okay. Whatever. This might be where Kazooie is, in this cave. Yeah, this is Grunty's quarry. I think this is a mini-boss area coming up. Maybe we have to do a little bit of platforming to get there. Shooting us from the watchtower. There's notes every which way. Oh, climb up there. There's another ladder to climb up of. I kind of thought my barrel would shield me, but it's too high. How about another Cardaroo? Recently got special cushions, like for your coccyx. Whoops. We'll do that one next. Actually, I can just fix that 1 second. So yeah, I got like a special cushion. I saw that a streamer that I like got one to like address back problems, so I went and picked up a couple of my own. And yeah, they're just like cushions that like have a hole in them where you're like the bottom of your spine goes, and it's just you know, supposed to be really good for like your ass. You know what I mean? And I'll say like it looks like a. Oh, camera. There you go. It looks like this has like a hole here for like the bottom of your spine. And I've been sitting on them recently. The one thing about them is they're not like that good when you're reclined. It turns out your tailbone is kind of like perpendicular to the seat when you're reclined, so it doesn't really make that much of a difference. But otherwise, it seems to be pretty comfy, and you know, I have it on assurances that this will help with, you know, my back long term. You know, and that, not taking your back for granted is a good idea, considering that, like, yeah, you can fuck up your spine real easily, and I slouch, I like, recline a lot. I need all the help I can get, probably, with my back, with my spine, with all that. I have one on my my office chair over there, and one on the stream chair. And for the cushion that I use for like for just like relaxing in, don't have it, but I recline there anyway, so don't really. It's not really as relevant, you see. I thought about having one in the car as well, but I just found it to be really weird just to be like suddenly up a few. Like 4 inches or something off the car seats. I had to adjust all my mirrors, and I felt like really cramped in my car after like adding that. And I also only bought 2, so I would have to currently like move the cushions that I have around. And I don't know. I'm not gonna do that just yet. If I were to put one in the car, I would get a 3rd one and have that one just be static in the car. I think the same of these ones. I think I'll keep them exactly where they are. I will say the cushion's not quite as large as the cushion on the couch itself, so it is a little bit awkward, like, just knowing, like, how to center it and, like, where on the couch it should be. Like, a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, kind of more or less centered, like, which way. And, it basically just depends on how I'm feeling. I sort of play it by ear. Always a good way to do things, you know, playing it by ear. We're going to the second world here. Which, hey, is also a beach, just like the world in Grunty's Revenge. Isn't that a coincidence? I think I might have this, figured out here, actually. Come to think of it. Oh yeah, I totally have it. Puzzle solved. What's the deal here? We have some red boxes. At a certain point, they're all going to be red boxes, aren't they? Yeah. So a couple of red boxes, a couple of blue boxes. We have to make it a complete grid. How do we do this one? You get a drink.
Attempt 2.
I think I got it. I figured it out. Okay, I'll get it next time. Here's the solution. We have 3 for the blues, right? Fill it in like this, and then for the reds... Wait. What? Okay, there's one more blue than I was expecting. I'm gonna have to rethink that a little bit. I was thinking just, like, go down the middle with blue, and then the sides with, Fuck! Okay, no more Winkley. No more Winky. Winky is a liability here. Fucks up the tire jump a little bit. Too much. I was hoping to go up top. There's, like, more bananas up top. It's gonna be harder without Winkley. Winky. Winkley. What the fuck? It's not his name. But still, that's a hell of a place to leave it. Oh my god. Oh, we might be dead. We might be dead there. I'll say again, if we game over, I will use the warp zone for the minecart level. We've gotten through it. We cleared it. That's good enough for me. Winky has a little bit of like little bit of coyote time. If he is coming off like a hop off the ground, you know, moving left and right. If he's coming off the ground, moving left and right, he can still jump, even if he's not literally on the ground. So you can like sort of walk off an edge and still jump with him. That is a good design. Better than better than in let's you know what I'm thinking let's turn this down just a scotch. Let me turn this down just a little more. 1 was good enough. Okay, that should be good. Whew. Which is keep. Let's go. Got the Brigals all their best. Okay, we need to hit her when she stops. Okay, good. Every time I'm switching, I'm just like trying to get into DKC mode, just in case it's DKC. You You know, holding down right, holding down Y. I feel like we need to do that just in case. Because, fuck, if we... I'd be so bummed if we bad. A new egg you have acquired, let me tell you how they're fired. Tap R to get the eggs on view. Tap it again until it's right for you. That's fire eggs for you. These are eggs that sparkle and burn. Oh, we got a bonk. We got a bonk. Fire eggs are the only eggs that can be, like, in normal play, made to be infinite. If you, if you get the Banjo-Kazooie, you can make it so that you never run out, which I always find to be choice. I like to have an infinite supply of eggs. Look at this, look at this. I'm gonna walk right, and then hit A in midair. Even though I'm, like, pretty far off the ground and, like, you know, I haven't touched ground, like, forever, I can still jump. That's good design. Winky, a little less good. Winky, they didn't quite have that down. You know, a little bit of coyote time makes all the difference. One of many, many, many reasons why DKC2 is like game of the every time, and DKC1 is like, you know, a good idea, could use some more iteration. You know, DKC2 just perfects it. You know, it's just like the perfect video game. Especially with, like, how good all these levels are. The collectibles, how well they're hidden. 2 bonuses and a DK coin. You can't do any better. That's just a perfect amount of collectibles in the world. I think they get a little carried away. I prefer two bonuses and 1 big one to, like, just a million billion collectibles in the newer, like, Tropical Freeze and Returns. You know, those 2 games. That is, better. That is better. Okay. Well, actually, hang on. Oh, no. Yeah. That's close. Wait, I think I might got it. No, I don't got it. Wait a minute. Oh, wait, I think I did... I did it, actually. Whoa, shit. I got it. Oh, that's a good puzzle. Okay, you know what? These puzzles get good. Redemption for, Redemption for, It's Mr. Pants. It's not bad. It's pretty good, just... Is it $30 good? Also, I didn't need to hold right, I need to hold left. Is it $30 good? No. Crap. We're just gonna take the warp zone here in minecart. Next time. We already beat it. You know we can do it. We just have to keep things moving. I guess we are lucky. I guess this is what it was like as a kid. You know? Just like dying so much and just like having to retry every, you know, so many times, right? Like that's just was the classic quintessential experience when you were a kid and wasn't as good and you weren't always in the right frame of mind, I guess. if I'm just playing this game, I'm sure I could just not game over most of the time normally, but, you know, when we're just coming in and just realizing, like, midway, like, when we're coming in, like, halfway over the pit and, like, losing a good third of our lives in just, like, BizHawk Shuffler mishaps, like, yeah, we're gonna die a bit. We're gonna lose a couple of lives. We're gonna struggle to get through. I will say, like, if I were ever to make a platformer of my own, I've said this many a times, it's not like a secret or nothing, but, you know, I like to make Mario, but, I have given thought to, like, how it would be to make, like, a full non-Mario Maker platformer, and one idea I've always come back to is, like, it would be cool to offer the player an option to do that sort of challenge, you know, that have that sort of, like, get through this whole world without dying type objective, right? The way I would balance it would be quite simple. I would say, like, okay, you know, this is gonna be a game with a lot of things to collect, a lot of, like, bonuses, hidden things, maybe even, like, Bowser's Fury style alternate versions of the level where all the enemies and mechanics are changed. I'm very curious if that can be done in 2D. I mean, it's only really been done in 3D with Bowser's Fury, and that works for very particular reasons, but if ever I were to, like, work on a platformer that was, like, a full-on one, I would aim to give it a lot of replay value and a lot of, like, meat, just by taking existing levels and, like, rejiggering them for, like, you know, different variants thereof. But the way I would have it work is to say, like, okay, you know, to get into this next world, you can either like, you know, collect X completion things, you know, complete this many levels, find this many bonuses, etc. You have to pay some sort of minimum to get in. Or you can get in, but just know you have limited lives, and if you run out, you have to start over. And, you know, that would be the trade-off. So, you know, you could very easily imagine, like, players, like, taking that chance and, like, instead of, like, going back in, like, Neon White style, getting all the experience they can out of the world, you know, getting all the mileage that can be, like, pumped out of it. Instead, just going, like, okay, I'm gonna barrel forward and I'm gonna try my luck. And there'd probably be, like, a fee to retry or something, like in banana coins, basically. That's, I think, would be a cool way to do it. And also make banana coins, like, somewhat relevant and, like, useful for something, you know. Stuff like that, I feel like you could do. I guess there would be a question also, you could totally... A more modern thing to do would be, like, to have some sort of upgrade system like Pikmin 4 does. I don't know. I feel like for a good old-fashioned platformer, you don't need any sort of upgrade system. Just the basic gameplay needs to be tight, and that's good enough, you know. And you don't want really to screw with the basic gameplay too much, allowing players to just, like, you know, to just, like, circumvent it, you know, by, like, buying a thing that lets them hover or, you know, double jump or something. Though that would probably be pretty rewarding. My instinct would be like, okay, do like Donkey Kong Country style, have it so that there's 3 characters, and you, like, each of them has a unique ability and a unique movement style, and each of them will be powerful in their own right for reasons, like... One thing I would think is, like, well, one has to have a Dixie Kong type move, you know, but maybe with a double jump added, like, Tropical Freeze style. Here would be my 3 if I were doing 3. If I was doing 3 for, like, a Donkey Kong style game. First one would be like a Dixie Kong, have a hover, and also like a double jump where once you use it, you have to hit the ground before you can hover again. Sort of like Squirrel Suit and, sort of like the Squirrel Suit in Mario. Pretty much directly Squirrel Suit in Mario. I think that balance is really good, and just a really good design for a power-up. My second would be like a Diddy Kong type character, a little bit faster than the other one, but also with 2 perks. One, some sort of dive kick move that lets you cover like vertical or like cover horizontal space really quickly. Sort of like Hat in Time, sort of like a Hat in Time type dive. I would characterize it as, except that it also works as an attack. It's a lot more precarious and a lot more like you're not in control like with the other one with like a glide, but it would be pretty fun, I think, to use. And also, I would give this one, that one, like a spike helmet. Like, I would give them a spike helmet, like Mario Maker style. I really like the spike helmets. I would want that to be in an actual game. I think it'd be fun to have one character who could hit people from below. I think that's a powerful thing. And plus, a movement ability that, lets you clear gaps that you otherwise couldn't clear. Which I think is, like, essential to the like, whatever ability you give them. Like, they have to have something that lets them get across gaps, you know? I think that would be super, super cool. And the third one, it would have to be some sort of, like, Donkey Kong type character, right? Some sort of big character with, like, a big, that, like, can kill certain enemies that other ones cannot do in one hit, but also, here would be my twist as far as, like, a Donkey Kong type character. When you roll through people as this character, they would pick up the enemies in their hands and they would just become like a barrel. Basically, you would get free barrels as this character just for killing enemies, and you could use them as projectiles, and also you could like throw them downwards for like a double jump. I think that'd be cool, and that would allow the character to like more of a double jump than with the other character, like with the Dixie Kong type character, like a bigger one. And I think that would be fun as far as like, you know, would give that character a unique way to get across gaps, but also one that is consumable and that you have to like use carefully, which I think would be a neat conceit. Of course, ideas like that, they're not worth anything unless you actually like spend a whole like chunk of your life making them for real, so, you know, it's just ideas for now, and, you know, it's fun to have ideas, but, not exactly the most, it's not like it's gonna, like, jump out the page and just start existing, you know? Jump off the page. It's not gonna, like, I don't describe this to mean, like, oh yeah, I want to do this, like, oh, just, like, you know, like, oh, I plan on doing it. It's more like, nah, it's just, like, if ever I found myself with, like, in a place where I was satisfied with Mario Maker and ready to try something that's not Mario Maker, I have ideas, you know, that you can't do that you can't do in Mario Maker. That's just not how Mario Maker works. And absolutely, that'd be cool. You're wondering, like, what kind of thing it would be. I kind of picture robots. I kind of picture the characters being robots or something. I don't know. It's not important. And I could change it at any time. I've always thought... Okay, 1, robots. 2, I've always thought that there's, like... That's weird that there's not, like, games where you play as, like, I always thought it's weird that there's not games where you play as, like, medieval times in a platformer, right? Maybe that would be the other thing, like, the other idea I have is, like, sort of a medieval castle theme, right? That'd be cool. Like, you could be a guy with a sword. One guy had, like, could have, like, a helmet with spikes on top. That would be pretty clear as to the meaning. Swords, weapons, others type things. Have, like, a brute. Would it make sense, then, for one of them to have, like, a ranged weapon, like an bow and arrow or something? I guess if, like, one of the characters was, like, a little bit underpowered, you could add such a projectile. I don't know if that's really in line with, DKC. One idea I had, like, ages and ages ago, which is not even, like, this idea. A dumb idea I have is, like, well, what if you had, like, a DKC game, but the characters had, like, pistols? What if it was, like, the Wild West? You know? Donkey Kong, but it was, like, the Wild West. That would be my pitch for, like, a proper Donkey Kong Country game. If they wanted to make a new DKC, and they were looking for ideas, I would say, like, what if K. Rool was, like, an outlaw, and, you know, you had, like, guns that you were picking up, and then you could, like, fire a shot at it, and it was sort of like barrels, but instantaneous, you know? Picture a barrel, but instantaneous, for, like, what I'm, reaching for, you know? That would be what I would, like for a... If I were to see, like, a new DKC, but I don't know. That's probably a dumb idea. The idea where it's just like, okay, it's like... And they'd be, like, single use. You'd have to, like, pick one up and just, like, pow! And it'd be, like, a barrel but instantaneous and also, like, going in a straight line out from you. And I could picture, like, other cool things that would be, like, Wild Westy. Like, what if you had to, like, what if you picked up, like, tables and stuff? Like they do in, like, bar fights in, like, Wild West movies. You know, what if, like, instead of a barrel, you picked up a table? Or a chair? That'd be something. I don't know. And I'd say that probably with the next Donkey Kong platformer, you probably have to give it some sort of theme, right? You know, they did Returns, and then they did Tropical Freeze, which, you know, is phenomenal, right? It has a little bit of a theme to it with, like, the like, DK Isle being frozen over and stuff, but also it really didn't make much of an impact, and people, like, I feel like a lot of people don't think about Tropical Freeze as being, like, one of the best Wii U games, you know? Like, it didn't really penetrate in the way that it should have done. So you really need some sort of hook, some sort of conceit, and, Wild West. Kong's in the Wild West seems like a good one. Also gives you, like, a good K. Rool costume for him to do, assuming K. Rool is back, which... Yeah, that'll be the other thing they should do. They should bring back the Kremlings. Maybe that would help, actually. You know, if the signature enemies from the series were to be back. You know. Stop being proud, just make the Kremlings again. You don't have to be original every time. You know? And you can be original in how the Kremlings are presented, because they have been, like, you know, sort of weird throughout the series. Like DKC 2 especially. They were dressed up as pirates. What's up with that? Dress them up as something. Oh, we should go get Flight before we go over there. Behind me, you know, I guess behind the screen is, like, that way to you. Like, if I point into the camera, that is, like, behind me in-game. That's weird. I don't like to think about that. How's about a card? About a card. How's about I do a card, and then talk about what's on it? And I'll say, by the way, there's not that many of them left, but so I am sort of metering them out a little bit, but that's like, we're like 5 hours in. 5.5 hours in. Perfect time for cards at a normal rate. Rewatched more of Season 1 of The Sopranos. I always like to have something on that I'm watching, right? Or just something that I can put on and not think about as I do stuff. You know, all sorts of stuff. Like, honestly, like, having something on that I can just put on and not think about will probably help with Mario Maker. With, like, the Mario making, because, like, having something on in the background is just always super helpful. And, recently put on Sopranos, and, like, yeah, goddamn, Sopranos is still one of the best shows out there. I'll say, like, up there only with, like, Breaking Bad. And I'll say, if, like, for comedies, I love Arrested Development as well, but I don't think it really... Look, Arrested Development it had some bad seasons as well with the reboots and all. So I don't know you can really call it like best of the best. Is there a way to get... We should focus on this one up here. Because I don't think... Oh no, there totally is like this here that can be used to do that. Give me a helpo. I think helpo is on. Helpo says yay on that. Okay, where do I place this? The lower ones, okay. So we probably want to do something with the higher ones. Like carve them out like this. Okay, that's a good tip. One probably goes here. I don't know about that next one. Anyway, watching season 1 of Sopranos, it's just as good as it always is, you know. I don't know if it's a popular view or just like my dad's view, but I've always heard, from my dad especially, but season 1, the best season. Now, I don't know if I agree with that. I actually like it as it goes on. I like but I'll say like that the first Sopranos, the first season of The Sopranos, it's the only one that doesn't feel like it's a formula, right? Like, with later seasons, they tend to introduce a villain and, you know, like, play that storyline out until the inevitable conclusion where, like, Tony wins, except with the possible exception of the last season where, you know, the ending is a little more up in the air for reasons, you know? But it's the only one where it feels like, okay, well, this fight with Junior could go anywhere. You know, it could be the end right here. Junior could win. You know, Junior could be, we could be dealing with Junior for like seasons and seasons and seasons. And they kind of do, but they kind of don't. And it's a lot less predictable than later times when someone will come in and you'll be like, okay, this guy will be gone in like a season or two. In some cases, like Ralphie, they last like a season or two, but in most cases, it's very tight, like in and out, and more predictable, more formulaic. With that said, I do think like some of those seasons and some of those villains are extraordinary. Like, shit, man, like, they don't call it the best show on television for no reason, because, like, even when it is formulaic, even when there is a structure to things, to the later seasons, it's goddamn good shit. Like, I love Ralphie. I love his whole, like, shit. I love, I'm not as big into Season 2's guy. I'm not as big into, what's his name? I don't remember his name. Doesn't matter. Not as big into him. The guy's brother. Jackie. Jackie? Jackie's the kid. Who's the dad? Who's, like, the uncle's name? I'm not really as big into Jackie Aprile and the other guy, the other Aprile brother. The Aprile uncle, the one who's Jackie is the boss in season 1, right? The boss at the beginning. I'm not as big into his brother, nor into his son. All that stuff sort of doesn't rub me the right way. I do like Janice. When Janice gets added, that is just an essential character. When Bobby gets fleshed out, that is, you know, feels essential before too long in a way that feels almost organic. That, like, Bobby should become, like, one of the top characters in the show, despite being one of the, like, least ruthless. One of the least ruthless of the show. I wonder if all that was, like, intended, right? Or, like, some characters were always supposed to be background characters. Like, I don't know that Paulie was always supposed to be one of the best top characters of all time. He's, like, barely in the first few episodes, you know, other than, like, being around. Or if they just realized, like, oh, this person's great. We need to expand their role. You're now one of the top couple of guys, and the same way with Bobby. Like, oh, Bobby, you're now, like, you know, you're gonna climb your way to number 2 just because we really like you as a character. You know, you're sort of a hapless mafioso, you know, too much of a nice guy to be a good mafioso, but a perfectly good consigliere, you know. Being too nice is fine for a consigliere. Not fine for a hitman, though. Anyway, watching the first couple episodes, I just, before the stream, like, as I was, like, having breakfast and getting all set up, I watched, what happens in that episode? I watched the episode after college. The one where, like, Tony and Carmela are on the outs because because she found out that his therapist is a lady. What the fuck else was there? I'm trying to think. It was a good episode. Oh yeah, Hesh was getting taxed. That was the main plot point. Hesh was being taxed. There was the stuff with the cop, who is, like, reaching his, conclusion. What else happened? Shit, let me look. Let me look on the Max, the one to watch for HBO app. That episode is Pax Soprana. Junior is made acting boss, and Tony surprises Dr. Melfi with an admission. That was probably the thing about how he didn't say... Oh yeah, he also, like, confessed his love and his attraction. There was some stuff with his girlfriend. And Junior got made boss. A good episode, but not the best. I'll say... I think that there's a lot of, like, common praise for, like, the episode College. Where like, Tony is, like, traveling around, Maine, and he with his daughter, like, looking at colleges, and he sees, like, a made guy who, turned informant, and, you know, goes out of his way to, like, track him down and kill him. That, to me, I don't like it. I'm not as big into it as, like, I think, like, most people are. I understand that it was very important for the series, like, just to show, like, okay, you know Tony, right? Please understand, he is a murderer. He will murder someone just because, you know, he betrayed this thing that they have, you know, this thing of theirs, like, 20 years ago. He will just do that, and that'll just be that. But then also it has a lot of stuff with Carmela and the priest, which I think is all very just like, yeah, whatever, man. This weird priest, he's kind of, he just comes and, like, flirts with her a bit, and, clearly, you know, maybe that's just me not knowing the series. It's not gonna go anywhere, it never does. It's just, like, all a bunch of playing around from him, and also her being like, oh, my husband is so bad. You know, it doesn't really have the impact of later where, like, she's faced with, like, a therapist who tells her, like, hey, do it or not, shit or get out the pot. If you want to leave him, just leave him, and go. If you want to have his money, then you gotta stay with him. Like, that's it. You know, it's blood money. You can't have it. It's not your house, it's blood money you bought that house. You gotta leave if you want to be, like, if you want to take the moral high ground here, and, you know, when it comes time to, like, make that decision and, like, actually do it, she's just like, no. Okay, I'm in. You know what? Fuck it. I gotta admit, you know, she had to admit that she's bought in. And, yeah, she is bought in. We're still way off here. Like, we have so many more pieces than we have, like, areas to carve away. I'll do Helpo again. Oh, come on, Helpo. What's wrong with the right side?
No.
Let me start again. Helpo helped me out, but, you know, Wait, where did Helpo go? Helpo, I need a hint. Need more hints, Helpo. Helpo, you fuck. I almost bet that we have to, like, carve away the side here. Almost looks like that's the key. Wait, but what about this? Anyway, I'll say I've never been quite a big fan of that episode, and rewatching it the other day, I'm, yeah, still on that belief. The part with Carmela is just like... It's just like her being all like, oh, woe is me, you know. That stuff that ends up getting... And it's good, like, setup for, like, stuff that'll come, like, seasons down the line, but... It's all very just, like... Plays to the heart of, like, her, like, conflict, you know, wanting to have her cake and eat it too. Wanting to be, like, with Tony Soprano in a big house that Blood Money bought, but also want to occasionally go like, oh, I hate it that it's Blood Money. I hate that it's Blood Money. I hate that, actually. Oh, I want to be a better Christian, all that. It just kind of falls on hard shields for me. I also think, like, the idea of Tony just, like, going out of his way to kill this dude, that's... It's just ridiculous, and it's not sold properly. I think part of the problem is that, just by the way that this is set up, right, that this guy ratted on some people in his crew that we don't know, and we never meet. You know, it's not like eventually even they say, like, oh, this is the guy who got, like, you know, that got, like, It's not like they can point at any character that appears later and go, like, they got this character pinched. It's all just people we don't know off-screen, right, that got pinched because of this dude, and, like, who gives a shit? I don't know these people that he's talking about. I don't care. This guy ratted on some people that that, as far as I know, don't exist. So, you know, what am I supposed to do with that, basically? How am I supposed to take it? You know? We are completely off in the wrong direction here. I will say, though, of the episode before college, the one where, what's it called again? Meadowlands. I really like that one. Seeing the Brendan Falone arc reach its end is a good... Oh shit, I have to activate him beforehand, don't I? Okay, I have to activate him before I put in any inputs. Here? Okay, let's try it again. I want to have Helpo for more, because I already knew that one. Or at any rate, I had gotten there before. Why does it have to be that one in particular, I wonder? Give me another Helpo. Helpo, help me out here. Helpo, please. Okay, this one. Okay, I guess let's just... Here? Maybe on the left. Looks like it's going exactly where I had it the first time. Go figure. In Meadowlands, there's also a big arc of, like, we struggle with Junior, like, coming up and being put together. And Tony is struggling and being like, oh, this is so hard, you know. Junior is making me, I love the man, but this cannot stand, you know, this aggression with him. And his therapist tells him something that he takes to heart, which is this, like, which is just like, hey, would it hurt you so much to let them, elder relatives, think they were still in control? You know, is it so hard to let your ma think that she is still the boss of the house? Is it so, would it be so bad if Junior thought he still had some sway in things? Like, just give a little bit and you'll get a lot. And he takes that to mean like, oh, I'm gonna let him think he's boss, but we're actually gonna not kick up our full share to him. We're gonna have him as like the show boss, and he's gonna think he's boss, but he's not really boss. Me gonna be boss, which is just like the most he's ever been inspired. I think like the most in the series he's ever inspired by his time at therapy. You know, like I don't know that you can think of like another example, and maybe I'll find it as I'm like rewatching this idly. I don't think you can think of like another example where Melfi has said something insightful and he has turned around and made like a mafia power play off it, you know? Except maybe the point where his mother was supposed to have like where Melfi said like, hey, your ma has it out for you. You know that, right? And he's like, fuck you. And then he realizes later that like, oh shit, that was true, that happened. Fuck. God damn it. I guess that as well. Was Pussy related to that? No, Pussy was a dream. The Pussy revelation came out of a dream. I like in the dream though. The dream is kind of similar, honestly. Like, it kind of has, like, the right vibes as, like, a thing that was realized out of therapy or something. Because in the dream, the fish of Pussy. Big Pussy is the name of a character in Sopranos, if you don't know. They like a little bit of vulgarity in their nicknames on occasion, and there's multiple pussies in the series. We're just called Pussy. In the pilot especially, there's one who's like a minor plot point, but does also exist. Little Pussy. And then there's Big Pussy. Anyway, there was the point where Big Pussy Fish, a fish version of Big Pussy, was like, hey, you knew. You passed me over for promotion. That was it. You knew. And he's just like, fuck, I didn't want to admit it, but I knew. And then he has to do a thing, you know, as a result. You know, I was saying I don't know about Season 2 so much, but you know what? The Apriles as villains in Season 2, that's not like the biggest fan of. But Big Pussy villain, I loved that whole arc. That is probably the best informant arc there's ever been in the show. I would put it even over Aid, as far as that goes. I also really like, probably like a solid third, would be the guy in that one episode who wanted to retire, and you know, just everyone told him no, including the FBI, who he was you know, he was working with on the down low. Quiet like, you know? What would it be like if Tony had like gone like had like, imagine that would be the weirdest thing. You know, I don't see that ever happening, but imagine if like Tony had had flipped at a point. I guess the thing about that is you can't unflip, right? Like once you flipped, you're either gonna die or you're going to go into witness protection. And on Sopranos, oh buddy, like no one, I don't think a single character went into witness protection throughout the whole series successfully. Did any? No. I was about to say like one, but I just remembered. I'm thinking about Gilligan from Arrested Development, who didn't go into witness protection. He just ran off with a lot of money because it turned out that they thought they were bribing him to like cover up some stolen money, but you know, it turns out that Gilligan stole the money. You know, Ira. He likes to be called Ira because he doesn't actually like to be called Gilligan. Which is the funny joke of his character. Everyone calls him Gilligan. Gilligan! You know. You know, there's the good joke of like, Gilligan tells me that these will be safe in IRAs, and Ira says like, it's Ira, sir. I'm sorry, Gilligan. These will be safe in Ira. Ba-dum-bump. Part of a montage of like, oh, he never told me his name was Ira. He never told me that. He actually did a bunch of times. Why are these shoes grayed out? Oh no, they're just like maybe a little bit deloaded. First thing I like to do in this level, waterfall. I like to do the waterfall race. That's just like the first thing I do. Just beeline to it. Just go ahead and get that out of the way. I suppose I can't get like the big Lobo yet because I don't have the move from World 4 yet, the torpedo. But I still like to do it up the gate. Maybe I should not do that. Maybe I should just save that for like save that for later in the game where I do have that ability. That would make sense. So yeah, Sopranos, really enjoying a little bit of a rewatch. It's all very casual, not really like paying that much attention. A thing to watch while I play some Pikmin. Do some Dan Dory, you know. Maybe do some Mario making at some point. Maybe I'll do some Mario making at some point as I watch Sopranos. That sounds quite nice. It's nice to not have to like find anything to like put on, you know, and just know like, oh yeah, next episode, here we go. And also, it's a perfect thing for the background. Which, you know, I watch a lot of anime, as I discussed in detail earlier, but with anime, I can't really do it in the background because it's all subtitled, you know. It has to be in the foreground, anime does. Which limits when I can watch it. And like what I can do while watching it, but with Sopranos, just nice to have. And yeah, like one of my favorite shows of all time. I guess if I was just talking like ones I would do next, I guess Breaking Bad. I haven't watched Breaking Bad in a while. Like in many a year. Nor did I watch like most of Better Call Saul. I guess that's what I would do. I would do Breaking Bad, and then I would go into Better Call Saul, and I would try to actually finish it, rather than in like midway in and stopping. I'll tell you, with Better Call Saul, I didn't like stop intentionally. What happened was there was a huge wait between seasons, between it like airing and coming on Netflix, and I you know, sort of like lost interest, and when it came out I just wasn't in the place to watch a whole season all at once. But hey, you know, if I do Breaking Bad again, I could see very easily just like rolling right onto Better Call Saul and just going from there. You know, that sounds very doable to me. That sounds very that sounds like a good plan, you know? I guess the one thing about that is I currently don't have Netflix. But I could, like, subscribe seasonally. You know, just, Breaking Bad is one of my favorite series of all time. One can see, conceivably, me, like, getting legal access to it somehow. It doesn't involve Netflix. Or whatever, you know? I guess I don't have legal access to Arrested Development anymore either. If I don't have, Wait, no, did Arrested Development leave Netflix, actually? Might be on something else, though, I don't remember. I mean, I haven't had legal access to The Office in like 5 years since it went off Netflix, and I just simply have not watched The Office since then. You know, was it 5 years ago? Maybe more like 4 years ago, but I'll tell you, I do miss watching The Office on occasion, and I have deeply, seriously considered doing like a couple months or whatever of like whatever to do like an Office rewatch. Maybe that'd be a thing for the folks, you know, for like when I like to hang out with the folks and we like to watch like something. Maybe I would subscribe to like PBS or whatever for a bit and share that, sign in with them, and then when I'm over there we watch The Office, and that'd be fun. I would like that. I guess I will say I did rewatch like all of The Office with them, like, you know, one Saturday at a time, like 4 or 5 years ago. And we had finished by the time, well, I say finished, we'd gotten to the point where it's like, okay, this season sucks, so let's not watch it. We had gotten to that point by the time that it was coming off of Netflix, so it wasn't like a big imposition or nothing. I was holding down B. I was holding down X, Y. I was holding down Y to like run, and that canceled our boots. Okay, I guess we're not getting the gate. Let's just do the rest of the level then. It's fine. You know what? We don't even have the move that lets us actually finish that area yet, so whatever. It's all good. I would like to rewatch Office. I think, honestly, Office would be a good thing to rewatch just alone, you know, just whenever. That's just like a time filler when I need something to watch and play a video game and do some Mario making. And I think that that would really help me, honestly, with the Mario making. Like, maybe that's part of why I've sort of stalled out in recent months. You know, just not having a series that I'm rewatching idly to watch alongside Mario Maker. I think like some of my most productive times with Mario Maker was like rewatching Buffy the Vampire Slayer and you know, rewatching Buffy the Vampire Slayer and like say there. Was like when I was like rewatching Buffy the Vampire Slayer and like going through that whole process, you know, that whole show. I have no idea where this goes, like here? I'm clearly off in the wrong direction here. When I was rewatching Buffy the Vampire Slayer, like, God, that was even longer ago. It's not on Netflix anymore. Whenever that left Netflix was the last time I, like, fully rewatched that show. Though I will say I have been watching that with the parents, you know, with my folks. Though they've never seen it, so it's all new to them. So it's just a matter of like, where does this one go? Here? Show me. Oh, just get rid of these guys then. It's basically what this piece is for. That's much less complicated than what I was trying. I am currently, I guess, rewatching it with Buffy the Vampire Slayer with the folks, but I'll say the last, like, 4 months or so, we've been on season, like, 5, like, the middle of season 5, and, like, I don't know. I haven't really been drawn to suggest that be the thing. My dad doesn't really like it either. My ma likes it enough, though. So it's like, to know that, like, okay, we're kind of, the best parts are behind us now. We've seen the best episode, you know. We've seen the best season in 3. We've seen the best episode in, Once More With Feelings. Like, the only place to go now is down. And, I don't know. I wonder what they would think. Really, I should push for it. Like, okay, how about we go back to Buffy, finish that out, and, you know, actually make an effort of it. And then we can do, like, Severance or something as the next thing. I'm fine with that. I haven't seen Severance, and neither have they, so, no. Apparently, people think it's very good. I don't know, I kind of think it's just weird so far. Of the couple episodes of Severance I've seen over at their place, because they have Apple TV and I don't. Not really feeling it so far. But it's very popular, Severance is, so, you know. Whatever. So can we do like we can do a flippy flap jump now? We cannot do a flutter flop. You know, a double jump, you know, AA yet. But we should get that move, like, before too long. You know, before too long. There's the jiggy. I'm guessing that was the jiggy for saving, Kazooie. Sounds right to me. I already cleared out this area? Yes, I did. Let's go outside. Oh, did we need this to, like, get out? No, I don't think so. Well, we know where to get the move to, like, Talon Trot. It's up here. Oh! Bonsai! I am taking a scroll with my bird. That's right. Okay. You know what? Maybe I've just been really overcomplicating it. And it's just as simple as, like, put everything where exactly it looks like it goes, which, you know, now that I do this, everything's just really falling into place. I was overcomplicating things, trying to, like, cut it up in weird ways. That was less hard than I thought it was. Maybe if we had just, like, thought about it for... maybe if we just thought about it rather than just, like, winging it and forgetting about it for minutes at a time, we would have gotten through it faster. Hinge, the dating app. Shit. Clearly we need to have it so that this last one sort of, like, impinges on the thing a bit. But not, like, too much of a bit. That makes sense. Perfect! That's it. Second try's the charm, or third try's the charm.
Level 9, medium.
The hammer. Like Mario Maker. Not unlike Mario Maker. Like that. Fuck if I know where this goes. Anyway, that was Sopranos talk, as well as other series that I would like to at some point go back to. That's very cool. I love rolling through all those guys real fast. The game feel of DKCs, the classic DKCs, some of my favorite game feel in any game whatsoever, you know. And maybe that's a coincidence that was like one of my first ones that I ever played, and probably the first game that I will ever love, but, you know, God damn, does it feel good? Eh? That guy disappeared, being off camera. What the fuck? Weird. Oh well, doesn't matter. How would y'all like another card? Watched The General's Daughter. What the fuck? Just a random old movie. Yes, I was looking through Prime, saw one. Was looking through Prime with the folks, looking for a movie to watch last night, and we landed on The General's Daughter, which is a. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's a movie about the general's daughter, a guy who's there's this general guy. He has a daughter, and his daughter is like a major, is like a captain or whatever, and is like a captain herself, and bad things happen to her. Bad things happen to her, and then fucking John Travolta. John Travolta? Is it Tron Travolta? Travolta has to like figure out like who done it, and it's a whole complicated mess of a mystery, and there's a lot of like weird stuff going on about like you know, a lot of it concerning like jealousy of like you know, men of the women that were entering the space around that time, you know, the military and all that. See a really successful daughter of a general apparently like really pissed off a lot of the men at the time, which, you know, hopefully is a lot more curbed a lot more these days, considering that like, yeah, it's been like 40 years now since like you know, since like women were like introduced to the Navy and the Army and stuff. Like, I'll tell you, like, this is one of the instances where my folks had like interesting like era-appropriate information for me, you know. They were telling me, like, my mom in particular was telling me, like, yeah, you know, she was in the Naval Academy around that time, and, like, yeah, you know, she was in one of the first classes that, like, became naval officers or whatever the fuck, after, like, that whole process started, and, like, yeah, no, the men were very, like, unpleasant about it at times, you know? And, not to the point where anyone got murdered, of course, but still. You're gonna go now, Bowser? Thanks for hanging out and lurking. I appreciate it. And watching along. Hopefully you, made some progress with your levels if you were working on them in the background, you know, as you watched. Anyway, that was alright. Kind of movie where you don't mind, like, it being on the background and, like, occasionally getting a plot point or two as you, like, you know, do some Pikmin. I'll tell you, I wasn't, like, paying full attention or anything. I was mostly focused on Dan Dory and exploring the second world of the... or, not the second world, but, like, the world that I was on at the time. And, you know, just doing everything in an efficient manner. The curse of being good at Pikmin is that, you know, if you're really good at Pikmin, the Pikmin game will just disappear beneath your hands, you know? Beneath your hands will disappear before your eyes as you just, like, efficiently and quickly gather up everything in a 100-mile radius, like that, like snap. It's a curse! It's a curse! To be so good that the game's almost over. I guess I could replay it. You know, I'm having such a good time, I wouldn't mind, like, just going in for a second time. This game doesn't have difficulty modes. You know, I'll say I feel like they could add one for this game. Hey, Highway, what's up? That's right, Grunty's Revenge is one of the games here tonight. This is the Rareware Roulette. I'm playing 7 games all at once, and also there's sub-goals to add additional games, such as Diddy Kong Racing is the first one that gets added at 4 subs, which we are 3 away from right now. And also we also have like Donkey Kong Land is after that, which is going to be the colorized version of Donkey Kong Land, which is a mod that I've heard good things about, and I've been very curious about since it came out. I think that, I know a fella or two on that project. I think, wasn't it like Agent Ape or something who worked on that? I forget who it was, but I think I'm familiar with one of the fellas, one of the persons that worked on that. Do you have a randomizer set up that randomly swaps between games? Yes, that's right. It's called the BizHawk Shuffler. Is a thing. It only works with like one specific version of BizHawk with the BizHawk emulator, so it's a little bit of a trick and a half to get set up and get working right. And, you know, you gotta hope that that game just has good compatibility. I suppose these are both, like, beach levels. Well, this one's not really a beach, but sort of a water world area. Not the most disconnected thing. Hey, speaking of beaches, here we are in a mine. Yeah, so we have 3 games so far. Sorry, 7 games. Potential bonus games could get added. But, you know, I will say, for those who are looking at that and wondering, like, is it good bang for buck? I will say I am going late. At least another 3 hours. At least another 3 hours tonight. You know, maybe the value proposition gets a little worse the closer to midnight it gets. Because I don't really... But I'll say I don't really have an endpoint in mind, and I will say, short of like 3 a.m., if we get a goal met, we'll at least do like an hour or so after that. So if a goal were to be met at midnight, we would do like until 1 a.m. at least. I will say, my plan is to go no further than 12 hours. I don't like to go more than 12 hours. Also, it is a work night. And also, I would have to think about, like... Which was a thing I did, like, a couple hours ago at this point. There was a bathroom break then, I could just add... If I got over 12 hours, I could do it that way, but... I think it is better if it's not split up, you know? Just one and none, you know? That's my ideal. Speaking of beaches, this is also a beach level. How about another card? It's been a minute since the last card. Been listening to the Shrieking Shack podcast and rereading Hunger Games as they go. So basically, Shrieking Shack was a Harry Potter reread podcast. Their new slogan now is Harry Potter reread no more. They're now doing the Hunger Games, and they're nearly done with the first book. And I'll say they haven't read the first book, so they don't know where it's going. Their next set of chapters is the one where the Hunger Games actually ends, which, okay, cool. They probably should have done the last 3 chapters as one go. Because the Hunger Games do end on the 3rd to last chapter, so I'm really looking forward to next week hearing what they thought of the whole situation. I've really enjoyed rereading that. I do stand by, like, you know, I do think, like, rereading it now, Hunger Games is kind of, it's kind of an awkward book. There's not really a lot, it's true what they say, you know, they've had a lot of criticisms, a lot of observations. It's true what they say. A lot of the like, contendants, the contendees of the Hunger Games in the first book, they're not really fleshed out. You don't get really a good idea of who they are as per people, right? You know, you don't really know what the fuck Thresh's deal is, or that much. And it is true that, like, a lot of the Thresh material is a little bit racist. Like, a little bit, whoops, okay. A little bit, you're talking a lot about how he's big and tough and powerful, and he happens to be the one black guy in the book, so that's a little awkward. That's a little awkward, but I will stand by. I love the redemption of Thresh at the end. I love that moment where he said a little bit of solidarity. To me, that's a perfect moment. I can understand how, you know, in that before that moment, it's led up to with her in her mind going like, "Oh, he's so big and tough and imposing. This black man who's standing over me. Oh, he's gonna kill me." And it's just like, "Oh, geez, man. Oh, geez, you're really." Now that I'm like an adult and I can understand like what a little bit of like accidental racism looks like, yeah, you probably should have like not done it quite so blatantly, you know? Like it was a little bit oof, but I still love that bit and I still love the way that it ends. A little bit dragged out, the ending. That whole bit where, like, the guy's being tortured for a while. Ooh, what's the point of that? I don't know. I guess the cruelty is the point, Still, really enjoyed rereading it. And, you know, as viewers or, like, listeners to that podcast have told them, like, yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, the second book really does address everything you're looking for. You know, as far as, like, the second book, characterizes all the participants really well. It, like, sets things up great. It has a really fun, like, hook, and I think the moment-to-moment action works better as well. I think the third one is where it gets away from it, where they, you know, they can't justify another Hunger Games again, so they have to do something else, and it, you know, it doesn't really work as well as just a battle royale, but, you know, I think for the time, for there not being battle royales before Hunger Games, and just basically inventing the genre out of whole cloth, I think getting the drama as right as they do on the first attempt is remarkable. But, you know, I do hear the criticisms that they're making there in the podcast, and they are fair, they are reasonable. I reckon, though, Book 2 is going to be the hot shit, and I'm really looking forward and hoping that they go right into Book 2 right away. And if they do, I will keep reading along with them, and that'll be a lot of fun. You were thinking it'd be absolutely stunning if they used AI to enhance the DKC assets for remakes? I mean, yes, but also I feel like they could do it even if they didn't use AI that way. Like, look at Mario RPG. That kind of also had a pre-rendered aesthetic, and they have just built it from the ground up, just using 3D modeling like a normal, you know, like a normal video game. It just looks remarkable how on point it is. Like, it is amazing. It is amazing, like, how good that works. We can't do that until we can split up, or we could just, like, fumble around in the dark. There's no reason for us to fumble around the dark here. We, you know, in this game, you always have to pick and choose your battles, you know, pick and choose your jiggies. That one's not it. Angry silverback gorilla versus 20 teenagers with aluminum baseball bats in a classroom setting. Ask Chaotic Oven. Gorillas. The gorilla wins every time. Absolutely, absolutely, man. A gorilla is huge. I guess the thing is, like, the numbers, right? I mean, that's obviously the whole thing, right? Like, do the numbers, like, overwhelm the gorilla, but I feel like the aluminum baseball bat just doesn't have enough impact to, like, matter that much to a gorilla, you know? It's hollow, isn't it? I don't know if that really affects, like, how painful it is to be hit with it. Is a wooden baseball bat... There's a sequel to Banjo-Kazooie? Yes, that is it. This is Banjo-Tooie. There's also another... There's an in-betweequel between them. Banjo-Kazooie, Grunty's Revenge. Chaotic Oven. I hope that this game comes out on N64 Online, and I hope that Grunty's Revenge comes out on Game Boy Advance Online. Those two things would be great additions. I'm not really holding up hope for Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge, but, you know, sure. That's a Game Boy game they could add. Tooie, though, I think is essential. I think they absolutely need to put that on there. They need to just go ahead and do it. You know, that would be like next on my list of rare games they should get after GoldenEye. Maybe Perfect Dark. Perfect Dark would be another good one to get for that. And, you know, hey, it's very possible. You know, Banjo's already on there. Banjo's already on there. GoldenEye's already on there. A lot of stuff that they've done could come up. Yes, it's a lot more expansive too. It's a lot more involved. There's a lot of things involved with every collectible in Tooie, which can make it a little bit overwhelming, I'll say. For like the newcomer's perspective, if someone is new, I've seen people like bounce off it for that reason, but for someone like me who knows like who like a chaotic oven, let me say, this is the randomizer, this is the Rareware Roulette. We're playing multiple games at once right now. We're playing Banjo, we're playing Banjo-Tooie, we're playing the Donkey Kong countries, and every minute or two we switch. We switch back and forth randomly, and it's a bit of fun. We've been going for like 6 hours. I'm gonna go at least another 4 until like midnight at least. And there's sub goals to add additional games like Diddy Kong Racing, Donkey Kong Land, a special colorized mod, and Conquer. And Banjo Pilot is also on the list. Every 4 subs gets us another one, basically. And we're 1 already towards that, so it's possible we might see some Diddy Kong Racing. I'm hoping. Just 3 subs away from that as a possibility. Here's the Jiggy. That bird was hungry for stuff. Oh hey, here's another. This is probably the flip flap, the double jump, or egg aiming. The right eye is looking at me, but the one on the left is looking at me. Shut up. Glide, okay. Press A in the air to do a feathery flap. Yep, feathery flap. We still need egg aiming. And I'll say, by the way, in this game, there's not just egg aiming in this game. There's also like multiple egg types, like in Tooie. It's pretty cool. There's an egg type that's not seen in Tooie at all. Where the fuck does this lead? Another minigame. It's an isometric Game Boy Advance adventure for like Banjo that they put out back in like 2003? Highway, do you know when this game came out? Highway knows about this game. Highway, can you look up real fast, or someone look up real fast when it came out? 2003 says Highway. Perfect. Thank you very much. So like 3 years after Banjo-Tooie, 5 years after the original, they just like put out this Game Boy game. And this was after, by the way, you had replied before you asked? Great. This was before, like, this was after they were bought by Microsoft, so they made Grunty's Revenge under the Microsoft umbrella, like, while they were owned. The reason was that, you know, Microsoft doesn't have a handheld, so they always said, like, okay, you know, we don't have a problem with Rare making games for a Nintendo handheld, considering we're not really competing in that space. And I guess, you know, more recently, they've been just more laissez-faire with it, like, yeah, fuck it, Rare, go ahead, make a Nintendo game. Imagine if they did that, you know, they have been fucking around recently, Microsoft, with, like, letting studios make games that aren't for Microsoft systems, right? What if they did that? What if they made, like, a Banjo-3E, and they just said, like, I mean, I don't know if a Banjo-3 would be good, the people who made it are all different now, but what if they made a new Rare game, and they just said, like, fuck it, it's on Switch 2, and PlayStation 5 for some reason, maybe. What if they just said that? They could. They could. And certainly it would help their case with the FTC if that was the case. If they were to just, you know, put out games and stuff on the rival hardware. They only do that with like Minecraft and the EA, or not EA, Bethesda, because they're too big and also they want to buy Activision. I remember Rare saying, yeah, if they could make DS games. It was neat, yeah, it was a neat thing. They stopped doing that during the DS era though, except for Diddy Kong Racing DS. I wonder if just like some part of Microsoft was just like, you know, how about we just focus on fucking Xbox games, you know, just to like promote the console, you know, get some of these Nintendo people to buy 360s. I wonder if that worked. Well, I'll say, for my part, it worked for me. Like, when most of the reason I bought a 360 was because I heard Rare was putting out games for it, and I said, like, you know what? I have to go get a 360 now. You know, I didn't get an Xbox, but, you know, it's time. This generation, I'm in. And, turned out that the Rare games on 360 weren't, like, the best Rare games ever, but, shit, man, I enjoyed, like, many more 360 games, and I'm just so glad I did that. You know, there is some reality where, like, I never got a 360, where I was just, like, always Nintendo only, where I never got a 360, never got a PlayStation, and was just, like, you know, exclusively playing Nintendo games only. And today, even, I'd be like, yeah, what's about BioShock? Never played it. You know, maybe I never got into shooters. Maybe I never got into, like, BioWare games, you know? Never played Mass Effect, imagine. I would have been playing a lot less games, considering, like, yeah, the Wii era was kind of like... Imagine if Donkey Kong Racing came out. That would be cool. Yeah, I was looking forward to that as well, I will say. I'm not sure if we have to hold the chest for, like, the longest amount of time. Yeah, okay, just the longest amount of time. And we can, like, do cannonballs and stuff. Oh shit, I dropped it. I'm lost. Anyway, yeah, it would have been beautiful. Anyway, it would be a much different era. I'll say for my part, if Rare had never been bought, I would be a much bit different gamer now. I would probably be a lot more, like, closed up. Probably would never have given, like, you know, things outside of Nintendo a chance. And, you know, for all the third-party support that was lacking during the last couple of generations, or very limited to, like, gimmicky stuff, right? You know, it's possible, like, it would be only, like, the Switch generation where I would just have access to actual goddamn regular games in good availability, you know? I don't know. It's weird to think about, you know? I suppose that's true of a lot of things, right? Like, you know, originally I was only bought a system because my parents wanted to do something about my hand-eye coordination. They thought I wasn't hand-eye coordinated enough, so they said, like, let's buy an N64. And that didn't work out. I ended up, like, being really confused by Super Mario 64. I sort of got in there and was just like, where the fuck do I go? I don't get it. And then they returned that and they got me a SNES with DKC, and the rest was history, you know? Imagine if that didn't happen. Imagine if instead they said, like, go do sports or something. Like, imagine me as a jock. That could have happened. I don't know if, like, honestly, I don't know if I have, like, the physical properties for that. But, you know, imagine the route not taken. I do think about that sometimes. You know, like, oh, you know, that fateful decision, like, pretty much steered a lot of the rest of my life, you know? As did, weirdly enough, like, you know, getting into computer programming, I guess, in the last year of high school, last couple of years, where there was like a programming class, you know. If it had been a few years older, or a few years earlier, and programming classes were like not part of the curriculum or something, you know, like, I don't think they were during like the 80s, or... They were probably pretty new at the time, right? Like, when did you think they started having programming classes in high school? Do they have programming classes in middle school now? I mean, they might. It might have been like only a couple of years. Yes, I did that. I jumped right into Cudgel. That's because I meant to jump in the other game, you see. Rare was utterly surprised that Nintendo didn't want to outright buy them. Yeah. It was such a shock, I'm sure. It was such a shock that, like, yeah, you know, shit, fuck, we got bought by Microsoft of all people. Who saw that coming? It was just sort of a funny opportunity sort of thing. Not really something that was planned for, like, years and years, like, with Activision. And, you know, nothing... It didn't come all that much, really. I'm fucking up here. We just wasted 2 whole phases. It's silly to think about, like, Super Tux Cart? Never heard of it. What's that? Is that a mod? Sounds like a mod. Super Tux Cart. I will take that under advisement. Chaotic Oven. I'll tell you, though, if you post it in the Discord, that would help me remember it later. You know, because It's probably gonna be, like, hours until I can, like, you know... do something else. Oh, speaking of weird-looking games, this is It's Mr. Pants. The goal here is to fill up the, is to, like, make rectangles. And you can overlap colors of different colors, blocks of different colors. And, yeah, that's kind of about sums it up, doesn't it? And sometimes it's, like, pretty obvious. It all sort of just comes together. Other times, it's a little difficult. Oh, I fucked that up. I totally misinputted that there. And placed down 2 at once. That would be an improvement for It's Mr. Pants. Add a thing that prevents you from just, like, mashing. And, like, prevents an input from going in. If it's clearly a mistake. Like, a little bit of a delay between each input would actually be a blessing here. How's about another card? Did Rare just turn this out? It's Mr. Pants? I think it was just like a... oh, you know what? Actually, I'll say. You know what? We should talk about the history of It's Mr. Pants because it's interesting. It's actually interesting. Speaking of Donkey Kong Racing, do you remember the other game that was talked about that time? Donkey Kong Coconut Crackers. That's what It's Mr. Pants became. Or, that was the original It's Mr. Pants. Originally they had the Donkey Kong license, and they had it be a Donkey Kong spin-off game, but they lost that license, and they said, like, shit, let's make it so that, we'll do it about the Rare mascot character, Mr. Pants, the man that just runs around in his underwear, who in his bright red underwear. Well, we'll have it be about the man in his bright red underwear, and it was a bit of fun. Shit. Which is accurate. It's accurate that it's a little fun. But I'll say this from It's Mr. Pants. Let me say this. Here's my, like, defense of It's Mr. Pants. It's Mr. Pants would have been a perfectly good phone game if it had come out, like, if it had come out like 2 years later, you know, when did Miss Mr. Pants come out? Like 2005 or so? 2004? If it had come out like 2 years earlier, or 2 years later, it could have come out on iPhone and be like just a $5 game that was perfectly good. You know, that you play and go like, oh, that's a bit of fun. I'm gonna forget about it in like 5 minutes, but yeah, it's perfectly fun. What's the difference between Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong in the first game? Donkey Kong is heavier. He can, Diddy Kong is faster, and Donkey Kong is heavier, and he can kill enemies by, like, jumping on them, you know, just without. Generally, I'll say, like, this sucks. This minigame sucks. Generally, I'll say, you sort of have to be at an awkward distance to actually shoot someone with a cannonball. And at that awkward distance, it's actually hard to grab the treasure chest. So I guess let's just go in and steal it, rather than fuck around with cannonballs. DK can do a hand slap, that's right, that's true. We keep the treasure, damn it. I'll say, in general, in the original DKC, you wanna be Diddy Kong. He's the fastest one. He's the best. He's the fast, and his downsides aren't really that bad. You know, you just deal with certain enemies in different ways. You know, whether barrels or just by rolling through them. In the case of like Prussia, or not Prussia, but the other one. The big one, Clump. I think it's much better in DKC 2, and 3 isn't quite as good, I think, as far as like trade-offs go, but I think it's better than 1, I'll say. I think 3's trade-off is better than 1. Did you ever play your DKC hack? I don't think I did. No, I don't remember that. I might have, like, checked it out for a second, but, I don't recall. You should post it somewhere, like on the Discord or whatever. I'll see if I remember that. I have been thinking about, like, you know, I'll say one thing, which is that, hey, plastic bags, I'll say one thing, which is if I were to ever design a 2D platform of my own, I would want to do, like, the having multiple characters thing like DKC, but I would want to figure out a different, like, a more balanced, like, variety between the characters, so that each of them had their strengths and weaknesses, you know. Ideally, I would want to aim for something where, like, speedrunners, right? They had different reasons to use different characters in different levels. You know, like, oh, maybe this character is fastest with this character, this level would be fastest with this one. It is from the same era as the Dreamcast Chaotic Oven. You had to take a nap, you had been up for 24 hours? Damn, man. I'm happy for you that you got some sleep and all. Wonderful. We've made some progress in the time you've been sleeping, I'll say, in like most of these games. Am I going backwards? I might be going backwards. Nope, this is forwards. Fuck. Tooie had realistic shadow implementation, which was brand new to the Nintendo 64. Looks wonderful. Shit, I didn't know that. I just knew that, like, all these games are just full to bursting with colored lighting, which, you know, was the style at the time, you know. It looks better than N64. You mean it looks better than N64 games? Ah, well, I see what you mean. It's a good-looking game. It's from the year 2000. Pretty late in the life cycle of the N64, I guess. You know, just like one year away from the end. The only other game I can think of that was later than it was like, Mario's... Probably like Mario Party 3, actually. I bet Mario Party 3 was like the next year. And also, Paper Mario was also after it. Maybe Pokemon Stadium 2? There's probably a bunch of games that were after Tooie in November of 2000 and that. Yeah, Paper Mario is also a phenomenal game. I love Paper Mario. Dolby surround sound? Yeah, it has that as well. It has Dolby surround sound. What was I saying? Was I saying a thing? Oh yeah, I was gonna say like, I talked about this earlier, but if ever I were to do a 2D platformer, here would be my 3 characters. Here would be like 3, idea for like a trio of characters similar to like the DKC style. I'd have one that did like the Dixie Kong thing, right? Had like a glide ability, basically. And shit. And that's it, right? Just a regular ass glide. We need to finish this level or else we're gonna like go back to the last save. We need to finish this level and like use the funky to get to the previous place. Serious time again, folks. Pro tip, you can do that. Here would be my 3 designs of characters. Ready? First one would be like a Dixie Kong, sort of like a squirrel suit design, you know, like from New You, where you can glide, and if you hit a button, you can do like a double jump, and that takes up your glide. You know, you can no longer glide after that. The second one would have like would be more like a Diddy Kong, more of a fast character, but would have like a dive kick that would be like, here's what I'm picturing. Mii Brawler side B. You know the Mii Brawler side B that's like a drop kick? Like that. Fuck. I don't know if I could have done anything about that, goddammit. Mii Brawler side B, the flaming drop kick. That's basically what I would picture on this guy. Would just allow you to like tear across the screen and while taking a little bit of risk. Defeat an enemy if you hit one, and also maybe this character would also have a spike hat, like in Mario Maker. Or maybe that would be on like the big character to give the big character something special, you know, like the big heavyweight character. That would be a special thing if your big heavyweight character literally could beat enemies from below, and I think that would be super cool. I want that in a real platformer. If someone is making a real platformer, please steal that idea from me. Make a character with a spike helmet, like in Mario Maker. Or a power-up like that. Either way, I think that would be dope. I think that would be so cool. The way I would do... I fucked up. This is obviously not the answer. The way I would do for the last character would be a big character, so like a heavyweight, maybe can kill certain enemies or whatever. That's not a bad thing to just have as a thing, but my main like move for him would be, or her, or whatever, you know, maybe have the heavyweight character be a girl. That'd be fun. That'd be a nice twist on it. But my main move for them would be to have it so that they can just I think I fucked up that puzzle, but whatever. You can't get over how oddly spaced the pants on the right side are? I guess, yeah. It's a weird game, it's Mr. Pants. And probably not worth 30 bucks, but it's worth $5, you know. If it was on phones, it would be, I think it would be 4 stars if it had been on iPhone in that era, you know, where iPhone games were pretty new anyway. Like, imagine if that had been an iPhone game. It would be like, it's your water now. That's not what it's called. It'd be like that tier of game. Anyway, my last character, I would have it so that they were a big heavyweight character, and when they roll through an enemy, they can pick them up and use them as a barrel, basically. And basically that would be the only character that could use barrels and projectiles in that Donkey Kong Country way. And also they can like use a barrel for a double jump instead if they want. And I think that'd be a fun way to give them like a mobility option compared to the other twos that isn't strictly like a upgrade or a downgrade, just an interesting alternative. And maybe they could have the Spike Hat instead of the Diddy Kong. I don't know. You know, I would probably like iterate the hell out of it and probably wouldn't end up like anything like that. Like that trio probably wouldn't be it. Maybe there'd even be a fourth one or just two. I don't know. I feel like three would be ideal, right? Like I think in the case of the original games, I feel like for some people, 2 hits is too hard. 3, I think would be better. And if I was making a modern game, I would do that. Oh, the pants over there? The underwear? Gotcha, I see what you mean. Okay, let's put that there. I think... I'm off. I'm off a lot. How do I do both at once? Jeez. This is a hard one. You'd add as many playable characters as you could. Yeah, that'd be cool. That also, like, would give you, like, stuff to customize. Like, hey, you know what? Fuck it, actually. Like, why stop at 3? And why make it so that all 3 can be playable at once? You could instead make it so that you're just, like, constantly unlocking characters. And you could, like, mix and match, like, which one are in your party and which ones aren't. And, you know, if some are useful, some are not. You could give them, like, all sorts of interesting abilities. Like, you know, Spike Hat Guy could just be one character. And that could be, like, his main thing. Rather than just being part of a character that also drop kicks. That also, like, is fast. Also this and that, you know? Spike Helmet is kind of a big advantage, you know? Like, it makes you so that you can approach enemies from above, below, and the only wrong answer is from the sides, which, you know, is harder to like, mess up at, especially if you have, like, a forward roll type thing, which I would give all the characters forward rolls, by the way. Control-wise, it'd basically be like a Donkey Kong Country game, but with the addition of, like, extra stuff, you know? That would be my, main inspiration, you know? I guess that'd be cool, you know. Hey, that's sort of how Tropical Freeze does it. They had like three side Kongs in addition to Donkey Kong that you can like use interchangeably through the levels. Something like that would make sense, actually, come to think of it. Like, that would make perfect sense and be like relatively simple to do. Just like keep on adding characters. I guess the question then is like, okay, well, the more characters you add, the more you have to play test. The more you have to make sure that they work for each level. The more that you have to make sure that, like, though, there's not, like, obscure glitches with, like, this character or that character. To be clear, I want to be clear here, adding more scope does make game development take longer, but, you know, I guess I'm coming out of Pikmin, you know, which is just blow the barn door open as far as, like, yeah, man, it feels like it had all the scope in the world and it turned out beautifully, you know. Cannot say enough good things about Pikmin 4. You know, I want to see more games like that are just like, you know, everything and the kitchen sink and half as good as that. You know, the best of Pikmin. I want to see a DKC platformer that's just like the best of DKC. The best DKC has ever been. You know, having all the abilities that you expect. And, you know, obviously, honestly, with these characters here, I do think they have to flesh them out next time they appear, right? Or, like, you know, you can't just have Kiddy Kong just be Kiddy Kong. You need to do something more. You need to add on to that. You know. And if they do that, I think they could really have something there, you know? Died again. How about a card? Need to watch Run with the Wind since Chance Ball is covering it. Chance Ball is a sports anime podcast, and wait a minute, more anime talk outside of the anime hour? That's right, just a little bit though. And this is more podcast talk than anything. Chance Ball is a podcast I really like by the Yari Yari Boys. They also do like Yari Yari Boys and also Post Game of Thrones, which are a couple podcasts that I've really liked throughout the years, you know. Their current podcast that they're doing right now is Chance Ball, which again, sports anime podcast. They're covering like Run with the Wind, which I bounced off of originally. I never watched that full show, but since they have been starting watching it, I probably need to pick that up and like actually go through it, as I have done with like previous shows that they have covered. Like I did that for Kurokos, for instance, and you know, I thought Kurokos was pretty good once I got into it. You know, certainly it's no Haikyuu, I'll say. I don't think it's any Haikyuu. Not as good as Haikyuu, which is a volleyball anime, by the way. Run with the Wind. I guess I should say what the concept of Run with Wind is. It's a running anime. The characters, they're in like a track club, and they're running good. And there's like 10 of them. It'd also be really handy for me to like actually watch it so I know who the fuck the characters are. I feel like just listening to it, I'm not gonna get who any of the characters are, so... Okay, Helpo, help me. Helpo is gonna help us, show us where the pieces go. Okay, show us where one piece goes. I think I got it now, Helpo, thank you. That really helps. Like, actually, now that that's done, everything else is sort of just falling into place here. Oh my god. I mean, I guess that's the problem with this game. It's just like, yeah, these puzzles are hard, but like, you need one thing to do it. And then everything else sort of falls into place, like, so easily. It kind of makes the hints, like, really overpowered, you know? Makes it so that the hints just, like, pretty much instantly give away the game in some cases. You know? You want a hint system that's, like, somewhere in between, like, oh, I get it immediately, and, like, giving you the answer, you know? Mumbo's gonna do a thing for us. We haven't met, Wumba yet. That'll be a whole thing. Anyway, I'll say I need to do that. Hopefully sometime in the next week I'll watch it. They only do episodes every 2 weeks, so I got some time, I guess, until the next episode if I want to just take my time and, like, you know, watch when I feel like. But definitely need to do that. It's on my list. It's something I'm planning. Just need to spend the time, you know? And I'll say, like, Run with the Wind, people like it. People say good things about it. It has a pretty good reputation. I just didn't connect with it first time I watched it. I think, you know, honestly, when I originally started, like, watching anime, like, at the time when I would have seen it, I was maybe a little more discerning, you know? A little bit more willing to reject, or a little bit more willing to say, like, okay, this isn't a 5 out of 5 show for me. I'm not gonna watch it. Whereas now, I'm a lot more open to, like, I like to think I'm a lot more open to watching, I like to think, I know, I watch a lot more shows per season, and honestly, it's to the point where I'm really looking at my list and going like, well, I really should cut like 3 of these, actually. Like, it's sort of ridiculous to go on with all of these, if we're being honest, but, you know. I think that should be a good time. Run with the Wind, and I'm looking forward to listening to a lot of podcasts, you know, discussing it over the next couple of months, you know. They go like 2 episodes at a time. It's like a 12-episode show, so that'll take a few months. I guess like an episode a week if it's bi-weekly. The podcast is bi-weekly, so yeah, the next like 12 weeks. Or 3 months. Is it 24 episodes? It might be 24 episodes. I forget. I don't know that much about Run with the Wind post the first episode, and maybe the second episode also, because I did listen to the first episode of their talk over it, you know, not talk over, like, first episode of them covering it. It comes down to this. That, if you come out that bird wrong, it can be a little bit awkward. You can go flying into the pit. Now we can go save, thank God. Now we can go save and not lose any progress. I will say, we did game over earlier. Twice? Did we game over twice? Yeah, we gamed over twice in the second world with the whole minecart level. And then also, like, after I finished that, I game overed again. And then I said, like, okay, this time we're just using the shortcut in the minecart level. I've cleared it already. We're not doing it again. And I'm just very happy to not have to do that a second time, you know? How's about another card? I'm just gonna be here running around to the next, mumbo-jumbo point. I think there's 2 of them in the level? Or is there 3 of them in the level? I forget, but I think there's 2. Just the train and the boulder. The jiggy boulder, you know? Shout out to Dan Reichert and his dad Paul. I mentioned this on the last stream that I had watched the Nets on a watch party on Giant Bomb, website about video games, and Dan Reichert, who is from that website, was saying that he was trying to get his father to agree to an Annette watch party because he thinks he would absolutely fucking hate it. Like nothing else, which I just find very exciting. Personally, I'll say, I also hated Annette, but I am stoked to see old man Paul Reichert watch it and be fucking baffled and confused. I'm really looking forward to that, and Dan has said that Paul has agreed to a Tuesday stream where they'll do a sub goal for the thing, and Dan Reichert, he's a big streamer. He always gets his sub goals in the end. You know, there's a lot of viewers who are like very, very generous of his. You know, it's more like my sub goals are hit and miss. You know, and like partial success is you know often sometimes the best I can do. You know, but he's like constantly hitting like 100 sub goals for like some dumbass thing on like a Friday stream and just having that be a normal part of just a regular day, you know. Big streamer, you see. Anyway, I'm looking forward to watching that this Tuesday. I bet that's gonna be fun. And I'll say again, I hate the movie, but I think Paul is gonna hate it more, and that to me amuses me. It's a musical, it's terrible. And it's just like so pretentious, full of shit. Weird as all fuck. This is not that hard. One more hit? I think one more hit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck was that? How did I survive that? Holy fuck. That was it though. I'm gonna like take a save next time I play that game. Specifically. I'm gonna like take a save before I head off to the next world. Oh. I'm gonna refresh the Twitch app on my phone real fast. It looks like it froze. Doesn't really affect me none because I got the OBS also with the Twitch chat. But, I don't know. I like to know that it's not, frozen or anything. You know. I'll say again, sub-goal-wise, I do intend to go for at least another few hours. So, you know, bonus games get added. we will have at least a few hours with them, you know? At least a few hours here with, like, any bonus games that get added. I think that'd be fun. I guess now that we're, like, most of the way through the randomizer, what the hell is this? Oh, it's like an egg aiming thing. Right, I remember. I have to worry about fish now. Am I going the wrong way? I'm going the wrong way. I got turned around there. Whoops. I was going to the right. What was I saying? Wait, was I going to the right? No, I was going to the left. Shit. Fuck. There were some bananas going up, so I thought, oh, that can't be right. This must be where I came. But I guess the trick is, I would have gotten those bananas if I was coming down. Ah, well, no harm, no foul. I've lost more progress with some of these switches. I guess now that, like, this is, we're doing this, I guess I should think, like, if we're gonna do another, like, one of these streams eventually, like, what exactly would be the thing. I like BizHawk Shuffler stuff. This is, you know, as I intended, a chaotic fun time. What else could be done? We've done the randomizer roulette, which was, you know, a bunch of randomizers in a BizHawk Shuffler. We've done this one, which is Rareware games, which are some of my favorite games of all time. What else is like... I need to do a save. I didn't do a save. Let's save and game over so we can get some lives back. You know, hey, I'm sure I'll think of something eventually. And also, could always do another randomizer roulette. That is totally on the table. That is totally possible. That first randomizer roulette was so fun and so, like, chaotic. And, you know, it does... To play all four of the randomizers that I like, that I would play again and again, you know. I'll say, actually, I do like the Majora's Mask randomizer, but I don't know that I would do it as one of them. Oh, wait, what am I doing? I just wanted to game over. To play all the 4 randomizers that I'm, like, really, really into, all at once, all on the same day, in the same stream, that feels, like, pretty satisfying to me. And I enjoy doing that again at some point. I feel like, though, if I were to do it again, we'd have to, like, up the amount of randomizers, you know? We'd have to add, like, Majora's Mask and maybe, like, another one. And I don't think we've found, like, another randomizer that could easily be added to the pile. So easily, you know? So in this one, it's duck and then B to do egg mode. It wasn't really a joke there. Over there? Over where? So yeah, now it's sort of like a Breagle Blaster mode in this game. That's how eggs work. Kind of a smart decision, you know? It probably works better here than in Banjo-Tooie, honestly. Okay, we're trying to kill a skeleton. We have to see skeleton and shoot skeleton. And avoid stuff. And you know what? Doesn't look like there's a time limit. We're just based on health. So that's good. You know, it's not like... It's not quite like all... Fuck. Oh, good. And also, we could totally just, like, stand in between these things. And it's mostly gonna be fine. Like, look at this. Not too bad. Oh, wow, okay, that was it, too. That is the Jiggy effect. This game has the the stuff that it has, the Banjo games have. I bet the goal here is to cleave the top and the bottom purple area, green areas in two. I also have all this yellow. What do I do with this? Trim this part up. Clearly, I think we've gone in some wrong directions here. Well, at the very least, this green area, this blue area, we got that area completed. Clearly, that's what we're supposed to do there.
No!
But I don't know about the big green area. Well, I suppose like this, and this is easy. This covers the bottom. But wait, what about this? Maybe like a big area up the top? Yeah, we did it! I gotta go take a save now. It's been too long since that boss was too hard not to save. We gotta save, man. Save game. How about another card that has stuff on it that I can talk about? How does that sound? Making update and possible making stream. I'll say I've been pretty behind in my making, haven't really found the time to Mario make in a while. Haven't really had the inspiration for the next level. It's just not come together yet. It's been probably a month since the kickoff stream for that level, so I feel pretty bad not having found any time to actually make and actually work on it, you know? I will say I have had multiple trips. I've had a whole bunch of days just eaten up by theme parks and stuff, as well as just, you know, when I'm not on vacation, just... Oh, outside of the vacations, work has been pretty busy recently, so, you know, I feel like I've been pretty stressed and just wanting to do something simple. And also, you know, I just fucked up, didn't I? I think I just placed a piece wrong. That's gonna bite us in the ass. Here's what we do with these two yellows. And then these two greens go here. Okay, if we hadn't screwed up the blues, we would be done here. But we screwed up the blues. We know what to do. I'll say, I definitely want to do a stream sometime soon where I do, some making, and I, actually fucking work on that level and get it to, more close to, you know, on its way to completion. That is something that's on my list, something I really want to do. Look for it sometime in the next couple of weeks. I'll say, this week, like I said, I have a thing I want to watch on Tuesday, so it won't be a Tuesday night making stream. Also, you know, since I'm doing this stream and still doing the Monday stream, I do wonder if I should take Thursday off. That is definitely something I've been thinking about, maybe not doing a Thursday stream this week. But maybe I could just do a shorter making focus stream on Thursday where I just did a bunch of making and had that be it. That said, I also think it'd be good for me just to have a breather and take a couple of days in the middle of the week to you know, relax and just be a person, you know, just do stuff. And also I can hopefully help catch up on my backlog of on any of the several things I have backlogged and just I'm super backed up on, you know, I want to clip stuff up of previous VODs, you know. That's a whole effort that's been pretty stalled for a while, and I'm really behind on that. Not doing a Thursday stream would help with that. It would also just be an ease off. Maybe we could do, you know, part of me is saying maybe we could do a Saturday stream or something. But, you know, I don't want to do two weekends with streams twice in a row. I'll say this, pencil in something for the week after next. We'll I'll try on my own time to, like, do some making, and hopefully, like, make some progress, but there will also be a making stream at some point in the next 2 weeks, I think. I think that would be good. And I'll say, like, those VODs of the making streams, they kind of outperform their, like, you know, their live viewership. You know, I guess because, you know, with viewer levels, there's, like, an obvious draw in the moment. But with the making streams, there's less of a pull, but turns out, you know, it doesn't matter whether it's live or not if you're, for like, watching it back later. You know? Doesn't make a difference. It's not like there's viewer levels in those streams. So, those ones perform quite well on the YouTube, I'll say. Relative to, like, other videos, you know? They do about as well as the Friday viewer level streams, which, you know, is saying something. You know, is like, those are like the hottest streams, the most jumping, and the VODs are the same way, as far as, like, you know, views go, and the rest. That said, you know, I definitely, like, I don't want to be pigeonholed. I don't want to just do one thing. I want to do a lot of things. I want to come up with dumb ideas for streams and put them together, and, you know, that's why that's part of why, like, tonight was, something I've been really looking forward to for a long time, you know? Since I had the idea, since it was, like, made into the goal for 500 followers, you know? And I'll say, like, this stream did take some work to put together, you know? It took, like... I had to do a lot of work as far as, like, you know, you see that down there, I had to make the whole layout. The whole layout for this one-off stream, which took a bit to get right, to get everything set up. The, sub-goals can be, like, completed, like... Let me just show you for, like, sake of... I don't know if we're gonna meet any goals, but... This was also the case during the birthday stream, but whenever a goal gets met, I can hit a button and be like, well, bam, it turns purple. Same as, like, the overlay color. Well, bam, it turns purple. You know, we'll have, like, a bunch of them, like, pop off as it goes, you know? And I had to set that all up, get that looking good. Get the BizHawk just perfectly framed in the stream set up. And do a whole bunch of other stuff just to get things working. Generate all these cards, set up the anime hour thing. You know, brand new timer. I've never had a 1 hour timer on the stream before, so that's fun. You know, that's brand new. And it's just fun to me to, like, have these ideas for something new and then put them together and just, you know, go from there. You know? It's like an iterative process, you know? You do a stream, you think to yourself, like, well, that went well, but how could it go better? Is there a better way to do this? Is there a better way to do that? And, you know... Well, some streams are as simple as, like, okay, it's viewer levels, I've done it a million times. Turn on the camera and let's go. You know, have the cards ready, and let's go. You know, for some streams, I want, you know, I want to mix it up. I want to do something new, and, well, that's what tonight is. Something new. Nice! How's about another card? I got more cards. Looking forward to Super Mario Wonder. Let's talk about Super Mario Wonder, the other game that's, like, coming out this year that I'm, like, excited for. You know, Pikmin 4 obviously just came out, and I'm having a hell of a good time with that, but... I'm definitely looking at Wonder thinking, like, god damn, this might be the best. This might be, like, one of my favorite games of all time. Just looking at it, it looks fantastic. I could see absolutely it being a contender for Game of the Year. Not... I'll say, like, my odds-on bets. I need more health. I need to get more health before I go back in there. I cannot die in Banjo-Kazooie. That would be very bad if I would. I would say my bet would be that Tears of the Kingdom is just like the shoe-in, just like the easy game of the year, but Pikmin 4 is making a good argument for itself for number 2, and I imagine Mario Wonder will also have a thing or two to say, and I'm really looking forward to it. It just looks so fun and inventive, and it looks like it has, like, new ideas and, like, a neat thing in every level, you know? Something cool in every level, which, you know, not every Donkey Kong game has had, or not every Mario game has had that. You know, some Mario games are just like, yeah, it's a level, what do you want? It's okay. Nothing special. Where it looks like Wonder is very much set out to be like, no, every level has something special. Something wonderful. Something that makes you go, holy shit, this is cool. You know, and if all of them, like, hit as much as the ones in the trailer do, the one trailer that we have, like, that could be one of the best games of all time, you know? It's possible I might want Mario Wonder going like, oh, well, goddamn, DKC 2 has been beat, you know? I might come out of Wonder saying, like, that's a better game than DKC 2, goddamn. I mean, I don't know that it's probable. I feel like I haven't felt that way since Odyssey, where anything has really rivaled DKC 2, and now, you know, there's two really fantastic games for it to rival, you know, that are right up there, but I will say DKC 2 and Mario Odyssey, they're sort of tied for me for number 1, but it's possible, like, Wonder could come out and could be, like, the next best 2D platformer. That would be amazing if that were the case, but we'll see. I have really high hopes. I'm hoping for spike helmets as a actual honest-to-God power-up at some point, or, you know, a Wonder mechanic or whatever the fuck. I think that would be really dope. I have a lot of high hopes for that game, which apparently is in, like, September, so not that far away, just like a couple of months. I'll do another card here. Also looking forward to Starfield, which I believe is the next video game that's coming out that I have my eye on. A lot of qualifiers there, but yeah, Starfield's coming out in the next month, and looking forward to it. We were going this way. I'm looking forward to Starfield. It looks really expansive. I've been really impressed with everything they showed so far. If it's as good as they're making it look, that could be like right up there on my Game of the Year list, and you know, I'm really looking forward to that. Now that Pikmin 4 is out, that's the next one, which I think is like the middle of August? No, wait, I think it is in September, and then Wonder is in October. I think that's it. I think there's kind of nothing that I'm looking forward to in August. Which, you know, isn't to say there won't be any video games out in August, just that I don't know any of them, like, ahead of time that I'm really interested in, you know? But, like, Starfield, yep, that's the next. It's gonna be on Game Pass. Looking forward to that, just, you know, I don't have to pay any additional money for that, which is what you want in a... What you want in a video game? What you want in a... It's desirable to not have to pay any money to play a video game, you know? Ooh. Okay, good. We got a thing. Good. Okay. Whew. We're still a little low on health, so let's kill these guys and, like, stock up on health. Crabs who are here. Woo! Haha! Killed them both. Got a lot of health out of that. 3, I guess. I thought it would be 4, but sure, whatever, you know. I guess I got 1. Was 1 on their back? Maybe it matters if they're on their back or not. Whether they give, like, 1 health or 2. Anyway, Starfield. Really looking forward to it. Really impressed with what they showed so far. I liked Outer Worlds. I loved some of the other Bethesda games, and yeah, this looks like Bethesda back at their height in the way they haven't been since, like, Skyrim, I guess. Like, Fallout 4 kind of sucked. I'll say this, it was very mid. I feel like I should be generous here, and not just say it sucked, but it was not a stellar game. And this game, Starfield, does look stellar, and well, I'm quite delighted by the prospect of that. You know, one other game that's just coming out, Mortal Kombat 1, also in September. Yeah, so that'll be, I guess, the next game after Starfield, only by like a week or two. I'll say I really like the Mortal Kombat games. I really enjoy them. They're just dumb fun, and I like the campaign. It's always been like really well told, and if this campaign is as well written as the previous one, it'll probably be a good time. I'm looking forward to getting into that, and I think now they also have like assist moves that they do, where like you can call in a help from like another character. I guess I'm mostly interested in to see how that's like incorporated into the campaign, because I don't see myself like actually doing like competitive at all. I will also say that I plan to get it on Xbox because for the last Mortal Kombat I got it on Switch, which turned out to be a mistake. It looked horrible. The look of the characters was just like color-wise all wrong. Like Mortal Kombat on the Switch kind of looks like an N64 game in all the wrong ways. Like, oh, just the models being weird and wonky, all the hair looking like the wrong color. Just oof. And yeah, it didn't help that like going from the cutscenes that look good to like gameplay where it's just like so seamful. You know, the opposite of seamless. Like, just like Mortal Kombat on the Switch, forget about it. Don't do that. Don't buy it. Get it on the Xbox or the PlayStation, or is it on PC? And if you don't have any of those things, just hey, you can just watch a Let's Play, and it's nearly as good. Damn it, missed my chance there. I was not sure that we were. I thought we were in the part where we were waiting for it to do squirt. I thought it was waiting for a squirt, not a mid-squirt. I don't really know what other games are coming out this year, but there are a couple. I think most of them are in like November. Maybe like one other is in October. Or honestly, I think like October, I think people have been saying it's pretty busy. There's probably something else in October I'm not thinking of that will be, you know, vying for time with Wonder. This year seems pretty backloaded as far as all that stuff goes, you know? Like, I think it's been a slow year so far. I don't even know, like, how many games really have made my top 5 already this year. Like, I would say maybe, like, 3 or 4, maybe. And I need to play enough where I got 10, you know, if I want to just have a top 10, as I always do. That's like a complete list that's, I like all the games that are on there. You know, I don't want to put games on there that I don't like. Imagine if we had, before we started the stream, set like goals for ourselves and been like, okay, 3 worlds in each of the DKCs, 2 worlds in Kazooie, or 3 worlds in Kazooie, etc., and let's let ourselves out on that and had like a nice solid endpoint here to the stream that we were building towards. Nah, it's just gonna be another 2 hours. We're just gonna go like until midnight, and maybe like maybe more like 1 a.m. I'll say. That sounds like a good idea to me. Spiller's Harbor is like the next world, right? I'll say of the of the worlds in this game, I think Spiller's Harbor is maybe the best one. Is it called Spiller's Harbor? Yeah, I think it's called Spiller's Harbor. That's also maybe the best name. It sort of has a good vibe to it, you know? It's not bad. Unlike some other levels here that I could name, like Cliff Farm. It's not even a name for a world. Not very good at all. I'll say, by the way, right now, all the stores are probably closed, so I think the treat stream is well and past. Let me go ahead and just turn off treat stream real fast, considering that, yeah. Whoa, there was a little bit of a stall there. Oh wait, was it disabled? Oh shit, it might have been disabled this whole time. Shit, I thought I enabled it like earlier in the stream, but maybe I didn't end up doing it. Sorry if anyone tried. If anyone tried, just, you know, hey, if ever that happens again, just like, you know, actually let me know and I'll fix it. But let me turn off the Nightbot, make sure it's not saying that anymore. At some point, I'm gonna have Arby's for the first time. And I think it'd be cool if that was on stream. But, no. I guess we need to find someone who's, like, really into Arby's. Like, Age Guy Era. Who, you know, Age Guy Era is a guy I know, and he was the one who, put together the order for, like, the Arby's for me. You know, I went with his recommendations as far as what the Arby's order is. Alright. Let's go. Temple Tempest. Another card. Should do a Game Pass stream sometime soon. With some games coming out that are, you know, on Game Pass and all, it would be a perfect time to just slip in like a proper, good old-fashioned Game Pass stream where I just, you know, sit down at the start of a night and just play like a good half dozen or so different Game Pass games. You know, whatever's good, whatever's fun, and see where the night takes us. That was really fun the last time, which was... Shit, was it the February stream? Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it? I don't know that that many games have come out on Game Pass since the last stream, but I think a couple have. And certainly, like, Starfield is going to be one. I want that to be its own stream. Me trying that out for the first time, rather than one that shares like, you know, time with, Hot Wheels or whatever the fuck ends up being the thing. Not Hot Wheels, we already did Hot Wheels, but, you know, with other Game Pass games. I'll say also... Shit. Oh well. I'll take that. Dang it. Ooh. You got plenty of lives though, it's fine. I'll say, yeah, so basically what I'll say is this. Let's pencil in a Game Pass stream, like, for like, let's say, let me see. Did I already get this? No, I didn't. Let's go get it. Oh, I'm really low on health after that. Whoops. I need to get out of this chest without raising the edge, which good I did. I'll say my plan, then pencil it in for oh good, there's a honey thing over there, perfect. Definitely will get that after getting these notes. This Thursday, I think I'm just gonna relax and have a nice off day. No stream on Thursday, but next Thursday, the Thursday after this Thursday. Let's pencil in a little bit of a stream for Game Pass games. I'll look and see what's out and what looks good and what would be fun. And I'll come up with a cool list of games to try out. That'll be a bit of fun. I'll say I really should. I kind of halfway regret not like spending more time with some of the games that we played last time. Honestly, what were the two of them? There was that one game, the Atomic Heart. I kind of liked Atomic Heart. And there was also the music rhythm game, which I don't really have rhythm, so it wasn't really my jam. I guess Axiom Atomic Heart was the one that I would, which I regret most not spending more time with, but, you know. Wait. Okay, that's wrong. What we want to do is make a gap here that we can fill with two of those guys. Looking at this, I'm trying to decipher it. That's not it, but I think we're close. We're trying to make a hole that's no center? Maybe has, like, no center. If the center is already red, we might be able to do it that way. Ugh. So yeah, pencil in a Game Pass stream. Thursday after next. That'll be the next big Thursday stream, and, you know, look forward to it. I don't know what's out on Game Pass right now. I'll figure it out by then. Or if there's nothing at all, maybe we'll, like, postpone it until there is something. I bet there's enough stuff where we can do a fun stream. Or if there's a better idea that comes up before next Thursday. It could be a better idea, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I could stream, is the thing. Speaking of streams, I will say tomorrow I do plan on doing a stream as normal. It'll be the Wind Waker HD stream at a normal time. And, you know, we'll probably just do a dungeon in there. Maybe part of me will be like, okay, I think, like, at the rate we're currently going, I could probably, like, get into the next dungeon and do it in about 2 hours. Or an hour and a half. And maybe I might get through that and say, like, oh, I'm very unsatisfied. I want to go ahead and just go a little farther than that, even. You know, it's possible that I might say that. But it's also possible I might say, like, you know, I just streamed for 10 hours yesterday. How about a nice 2-hour stream today? That'd be fine. Just beat a dungeon and move on. It would be the Earth or the Wind dungeon. And I also am thinking, like, well, it could be a double dungeon feature, you know. It could be go to one, you know, go to Earth, and then go to Wind right after. And I bet you I can do both, like, pretty easily. Pretty easily. I think it'll be very, very feasible to do both in, like, maybe 3 hours or so. Same length as the other Wind Waker streams. And I'll say, like, the last one went about 3 hours. And I was thinking after that, like, oh man, that feels weird to be ending before midnight. You know, on an 8 p.m. stream, just to have a 3-hour stream. But then I realized, like, oh, actually the other two also went about 3 hours, so... It's... For that stream series, 3 hours is, like, pretty normal. And only, like, 2 hours would be low, but... Also, again, I wouldn't mind it. That's the 7th one in this world. This area has, like, an area to the left, right? I thought there was an area to the left where you get more stuff. Am I thinking of Spiller's Harbor? I think I'm thinking of Spiller's Harbor, actually. That's Spiller's Harbor. Yeah. This is not Spiller's Harbor. Did we get a token yet? So in this game, you can always assume the ones that you paid for, so we can always become a rat, but I don't think a rat will really help us in this world. I'll say that is one thing that I think this game should have not done. You know, just make it so that you can become the ones that you can become, that you need in each level, and that's that. It's kind of weird and confusing that you can have, like, rat stuff. You can turn into a rat. Like, do we need to? I don't know. Could be a waste of time to become a rat. Or it could be essential. Who can say? I think we need, like, a ability. We need to find a Mumbo token. We need to turn into not a submarine, but like a something or other. There's some sort of water form in this, I think. That is cool, you know? More cards? I got more cards. We've been pacing ourselves on cards quite well, where like the 50 or so cards that I created have like gone the distance as far as like, you know, we're 7.5 hours in and there's still quite a few left. But they are getting down to it, so you know. Like I didn't make that many, and also in the anime hour, like the lion's share of them were like popped during the anime hour. I said there is a handful of more things to discuss, like looking back on Rareware and other devs that were my favorite at the time. Here's a hell of a topic. Rareware in the Rareware Roulette. I'll say like Rareware was very formative to me, very important to me as a kid, you know? Like, some of my first games I played ever were Rareware games. Banjo, Donkey Kong Country was my first 2D game that I loved. Banjo was the first 3D game that I loved. And, you know, they sort of loomed large for so many years as, like, my favorite shit ever. You know, I said before that I literally bought a Xbox 360 because of Rare. I became a not Nintendo-only gamer because Rare was out there making games on the Xbox. It's very important to me, and they you know, loomed large in my imagination, and for like the first 10-15 years of me being a gamer, they were my favorite studio ever, and they could do no wrong. More so than even Nintendo. Like, yeah, Nintendo in general, I never felt as strong about as I did Rareware. But, you know, eventually that changed. Their heyday ended. And, you know, even after I got a 360 and realized, like, oh, Perfect Dark. I mean, I like Cameo, Elements of Power. That's a fun game. A good little adventure. Sort of in a, like, Zelda-y way. But, like, more action-focused than puzzle-focused, I guess. And the transformation stuff is cool, sort of like Majora's Mask, a little bit. I liked that one, but Zero Mission was not great. Was not very good, I'll say. Multiplayer aside, I think the multiplayer is kind of fun in Perfect Dark Zero. Even though it's crappy, it's like crappy fun. It's like so bad it's good. It's like so bad it's fun, you know? Like how stiff and awkward it is. It's just kind of fun to play that with actual people, I think it turns out. I guess in the same way that like playing any of the GoldenEye games, which has GoldenEye Perfect Dark, they've aged, but they're still fun to play, you know, with other people when you have the chance. You know, it's sort of the same situation with whatchamacallit, with Perfect Dark Zero, but you know, I didn't really love Nuts and Bolts at the time either. It was very like that just didn't do it for me in the same way that like previous Rare games did. So, you know, there was a time where they sort of fell off my radar. Not fell off my radar. They still hold a special place in my heart. But during like the mid-aughts, I sort of like went from being like Rareware is my favorite to like actually finding Valve and coming to literally love Valve as my first favorite studio, actually. You know, what with games such as the Orange Box, which, you know, around the time I got a 360, I got the Orange Box, and the Orange Box was just 4 games. There was just like 5 games that were all spectacular and so good and just immediately made me a fan. And then Portal 2 and, you know, Left 4 Dead. Left 4 Dead was Valve, right? Yes, I'm pretty sure it was. Though it was also kind of Turtlehead, which I didn't really grok at the time. I didn't really get that, honestly. That it was kind of more a bunch of guys who came into Valve rather than just Valve themselves. Anyway, then, so they were sort of my favorite for ages, and then they sort of waned. They sort of stopped making games after Portal 2, and then I never got into Dota. So Valve just sort of became not my favorite at that point, and then like in the mid-2010s, the 10s, you know, whatever we're calling them now, I found Blizzard for the first time. You know, I got StarCraft 2, which by the way is on the list of games to replay. My plan is to replay like a Nintendo game, like so like Wind Waker for instance, and then do like one campaign of one campaign of StarCraft, and then do another Nintendo playthrough, and then another campaign, and so on. You know, sort of in that manner. I will say, actually, come to think of it on that topic, I was originally thinking about Metroid Prime 2 being that Nintendo playthrough, but I did just hear that Jeff Grubb was saying, Mr. Leakman, also at Giant Bomb, he was saying that, famously, people also talk about the leaks that he does, that he hears about, that he reports on, and also he works at GiantBomb.com, which, again, is one of my favorite websites. But Jeff Grubb was saying that, outlets, you know, Jeff Grubb was saying that, like, Prime 2 on Switch was coming pretty shortly. So, I guess I should actually, like, wait and hold off on a playthrough of that until such time as the new game, as the new release comes out. And at that point, we'll get into it. Maybe, I'll say this, we might do like a randomizer, like Prime 2 randomizer. I really think has a lot of like, I think it's pretty cool. I also think it doesn't run that well on my computer, so unfortunately I don't know that I'll be able to run it very well and stream it at the same time. But maybe that's another thing we should pencil in for like a random Thursday. Just like actually trying to play some of that on stream, because I played some of it off stream and it's really good. I like it a lot. Maybe that'll be like the thing that gets us, that like we do until such time as they put it out on Switch. You know, that Prime 2, you know? So I don't know what game we'll do next after, like, the first campaign. Between the first and the second. I'll have to think about it. I'll come up with something good, I'm sure. And then between the next one, we'll do something, and I'm thinking after we get through all the StarCraft, the game I want to play fully all of is, like, 100% Mario Odyssey. I've done on stream, like, just streams and stream segments where I would go through all of Odyssey and just do, like, the any percent, you know, to Bowser, basically. And I can do that in a couple hours, no sweat. No problem, but I want to do, like, 100%. I want to get every moon. I want to get everything done. And for that, that'll take, like, who knows how many streams, you know? To finish the game, you need like 100 moons. To do 100%, you need like To do 100%, you need like 1,000 moons. So literally 10 times the duration. So you know we might be looking at a 10-episode stream series. I don't know. Maybe I'll say again. You know, around the time I switched to just having like one playthrough day and one like variety night day, I always said that I retain the right to make the Thursday stream also a playthrough day. And maybe we might end up doing like Odyssey twice a week, similar to how we did Persona. And you know, Odyssey being one of my favorite games of all time and all, I would love to do that. I think that would be lovely. That said, you know, there are other things I'd like to do on Thursdays, and you know, it's hard to make plans when you don't have a night that's just free for whatever, you know. Hard to find a time to just do a side weird stream like this. You end up doing it on a weekend, which, look, I like the stream, and this has been a lot of fun, but I also like to just do nothing on a weekend and just, like, you know, recharge. And certainly I don't want to do, like, multiple weekend streams in a row, right? Like, I want to have, wherever possible, I want to have like, at least a free weekend every other weekend, you know? Without, like, big plans, without a big stream. Just a relaxing Sunday where I can sit back, do some work on whatever I need to do, like, I don't know. I still do have to clip up VODs and write reviews, and I got a lot of other stuff I'm backed up on, you know, like, looking at anime music for, like, this season or last season or whatever, you know. I like to have all that, like, sorted and like, considered, because I like to listen to anime music. But, I don't know. But yeah, you know. You have to hold the stick. You have to hold the D-pad to jump off the thing. Damn it. Another card. Did you all see a viral tweet of a weather report clip caused by a bug? You probably didn't. I saw this on I saw this on Discord, and it was funny because, you know, the person who posted it was like, yeah, rip to anyone in McKinney where this bug was, because, let me show, like, the image. So there was a weather report where it glitched out, and it ended up showing, like, McKinney as, like, having like, 100,000 degree temperature. And then the guy said on the thing, everyone in McKinney is dead, which was kind of funny. I like to see that. And then I said, no, I'm alive, because like I said, I live in McKinney. So that was quite a coincidence. Like, what are the fucking odds? Of all the places to, like, have that happen to, and for you know, for it to get posted onto a Discord I'm in, just felt very serendipitous. It felt like a hell of a coincidence, which I thought was funny. Worth trying. Also, it doesn't harm anything. That balloon. We did it! Woohoo! Got another card here. Another card here. I keep seeing blue sky invite opportunities and think maybe I should take one. That's sort of my take on that. I see people saying like, hey, I got an invite, anyone want one? And then I see someone else go like, yeah, I'll take it. And I think to myself like, oh, I could have had that. I could be on blue sky. I'm very tempted by blue sky. I don't know why. You know, I don't know what it is. I don't know, like... I mean, I think that it's very much like... It's not going to be TweetDeck, you know? Tweetbot is not coming back. I cannot... It's not going to have, like, third-party support in the way that I would want from a social media network that I'm on. But of all the Twitter pretenders, I feel like this one is most likely to, like, gather up the people who are into Twitter, and the exclusivity, maybe, is a part of what's, like, driving me. Just looking at that and going like, oh, hey, I could get in, and then I'd be part of an exclusive club. Isn't that something? So, like, yeah, it could be by next week. You know, the next week, maybe I could get one, and maybe I would just look at it and be like, oh yeah, I'll follow everyone that I know, and, you know, it'll be like a new Twitter with everything reset to 0. You know, would that be nice? Is Twitter reset to 0 still, like, a burden on my life? You know, before like, Tweetbot was broken, I was, like, constantly keeping up with Twitter, you know, reading every tweet that ever was twat. Reading every tweet that was tweeted out. And just, like, having to sometimes spend, like, whole hours of my nighttime just, like, catching up with Twitter. You know, especially after a big event happened, you know, and everyone was tweeting, like, fucking forget about it. Just so many tweets, and, I'll say I like them. I like to read them, but goddamn, I don't know I have that kind of time anymore to just, like, pour over tweets. But then, you know, occasionally I'll pull up Twitter and be like, ah, that's a funny joke. That's another funny joke. Okay, goodbye. And, you know, I do somewhat miss the format of Twitter and how people made their jokes there, and, you know, how I consumed them. It was good shit. And the focus on, like, sharing, I don't know if that was the secret sauce, like the retweet, but certainly by the end of my Twitter life, like, I was just basically retweeting stuff. You know, just seeing cool things and going, haha, that's funny, and then just retweeting it, and having that be, like, most of what I did. You know, not like, actually composing things, or using it for any sort of constructive purpose, you know? And this was, like, long, and this was, like, long before I became a streamer, either, so it's not like I was using it to promote stuff. Honestly, I don't use it to promote stuff now, because I just think that Twitter is a terrible place to promote things, you know? Elon once said he believed that, like, Twitter was the biggest platform for, like, people sharing links to things, and that's simply not true. Like, Twitter does not have that much outbound traffic. You know, most traffic stays within Twitter. People go to Twitter, and then they stay there. They don't want to watch a YouTube video as they're, like, scrolling their Twitter feed. You know? That's just not how it's gonna be. No? Okay, so we start with the thing in the middle, but then we end up with this gap, and we can't have that. How do we do that? How do we make, like, the perfect thing? No, this isn't gonna do it. Oh, right, we have 3 to work with, so... So keep that in mind, we have 3 to work with. I think the key is doing something on the outside. I think we have to do something on the outside there. Let's do another card. Also, hey, did you hear about this in social media news? Elon is looking to retire Twitter as a brand and replace it with the letter X. That's not a joke. That's literally not a joke. It's really one of the dumbest ideas that Elon has had with Twitter, and that's saying something, that he wants to shut it down and replace it with just the X brand and the X social media site that is, like, supposed to be the social media site for everything. It's like, why are you buying Twitter then? If you just want to make your own site that's, like, you know, some weird, like, Uber site which no one wants. You know? That's the other thing to know about this. No one wants this. There's not a soul alive who wants Twitter to become X, to be replaced by X. not a soul alive is into this idea. That shark is gonna be trouble. Okay. Here we go, we got it. Wait. No, we're close though. They're the same piece. They're the same piece, so they have to be the same way. Fuck, what am I doing? We got it though, we've solved it. Know what to do. Wait, other way. Wait, it works though, it works! Hey, it works. Good, okay. Anyway, let me show you though. Look at this shit. It is true. He said he's gonna spit adieu to the Twitter brand and all the birds as well. And there'll be like a logo that's like just an X, just the letter X. Just the dumbest idea. Twitter has a brand. People know what Twitter is. That's like a big part of why Twitter like is worth money and why he paid as much as he did. It's not for the tech. It's not for the tech at all. I don't know. Elon Musk keeps on like making the worst possible decisions. I saw someone ask like, you know, people are still gonna call it Twitter even if it's renamed to X, right? And I said to that, I said, people aren't gonna call it anything before too long, and I think that's true. I think Twitter is gonna die, like, long before people just, you know, continue to call it Twitter and, like, continue to use it. Like, that is just not in the cards with how everything is going with the whole Elon Musk situation with that. And it just, like, you know, it bears repeating here how much the man has shown the world his asshole. You know, not literally, but like figuratively. The man has showed us his asshole and shown like, oh yeah, my asshole is full of shit. I'm not actually a boy genius, as everyone thought. And also, you know, hey, look, as far as the boy part goes, Elon Musk is like 60, so, you know, when you see him like on social media acting like a 20-year-old, you know, saying all sorts of memes and being like, haha, if someone posts a Twitch picture right now, just realize that you're talking about a 50-year-old gentleman. You know, he's supposed to be in country clubs, like, having, like, wine and being a fancy lad, and instead he's, like, shitposting and being a weird, like, a bad grandpa. Like, literally, Elon Musk is like a bad grandpa. I guess he's getting there, you know, hey, we're all getting old. I'm getting old too, Elon. Slowly, you know. Mid-30s. Yeah, I guess I have to say mid-30s now. I'm 33. So, like, just the barrier at which I can stop saying, like, early 30s, and I have to start saying, like, you know, start saying mid-30s. You know? I remember that being awkward with the 20s as well, but now, like, doubly so. You know, because 30s, ooh, that's just even more far gone, you know? Feel old. Feel like I'm getting old. And I always see, like, younger people doing things, you know, and think, like, God damn, they're young. God damn, I feel old. You know? And I know that, like, there are some people now who have been in, like, some communities I'm in who are, like, 10 years older than me. And, you know, now I so relate to how they've been, like, talking for the last, like, forever. Where they've always been like, God, I feel like such an old geezer next to all y'all young somethings. And now that I'm, like, the age that she was, like, 10 years ago, I feel the same way, man. I feel that, like, yeah, man, it's been ages. Being a working adult for a decade, that felt like having a paying job for a decade, and, you know, having the same one for a decade. Man, I feel tired. I can't imagine how the people who are like, you know, still in front of me feel right now. Like, goddamn. Anyway, Elon Musk, X. What a fucking bad idea. I'll say it again. Terrible, terrible bad idea. He needs to stop doing that, like, right away, and instead do something else, because this is just not gonna work out for him. Here we go, here's what we do. I got it. It's such a bad idea, but...
Last one. Level 50.
But, like, you know... This one's throwing me for a loop, I don't get it. I want to do, like, this. So I need to have, like, a cutout. It's like a... I want to do, like, this. Then, like, fuck. Maybe just like this. And... No, this isn't gonna work. I need, like, one more. And I can't fit it. But can we do, like, a whole third layer on that? Can we fill up this whole space with blue? I don't know what's gonna happen with Twitter. I feel like its end is drawing near. You know, if they rebrand it X, I don't see people, like, sticking with it. I see Blue Sky taking up, and I'll say, like, a very funny joke would be if Blue Sky, whoever owns that, just went ahead and just said, like, hey, you're not using that Twitter brand anymore, eh? What if we were to buy it from you? Just go ahead and buy the Twitter brand back and make Blue Sky into Twitter 2.0, and, X can be whatever the fuck it is over there. I don't see Elon Musk doing that. That would hand way too much of an advantage to, like, his main competitor. You know, Blue Sky. I guess Threads is his main competitor now, but I don't know. The market that Threads is operating for is so much different from the kind of people like me who would consider using Twitter or use Twitter for years. You know, Threads is more like for Instagram people. Or like maybe Facebook people possibly. What haven't we done here? We've done 8 out of 10. We've gotten all the notes. I'll say, like, we are now, I think, done as far as, like, things that we have to worry about resetting over. Like, if we die... That was close. If we die, we don't have to worry about, like, losing any progress anymore. In that world, anyway. This is always a hard part as a kid, but you know what? Nowadays, I have the knack for it. Here's what you do. You just fly to the right, and you don't stop for nothing, and it's really, really doable. It's really satisfying, too. But if you just let them, like, start throwing things at you, it's gonna become hell to get through that space. They're gonna fill it with so many projectiles. Forget about it. You wanna just barrel through, and you'll be good. Oh, Rickety Race. This might be a hard one to do while switching games every minute or two. I'm gonna hold back and do the trick. You know, do the speed up thing. Maybe it'd be better to just, like, try to slowly get through it. I mean, it's not like we're going for all DK coins. At one point I was, but then I skipped one. I was just like, yeah, we're not going back for that. I want to keep moving. Get through as much of these games as possible. I bet you it's gonna switch like in 2 seconds. How about another card? Thinking about trips I might go on in the future. since my vacations for this year are pretty much done, you know, like bearing some sort of like winter holiday, winter trip like I did last year, or some other unexpected like, you know, time off situation, which, you know, I might take. I'm kind of in the mood for that. There are other amusement parks I'd like to go to, I think the Disney parks would be good to go to. I've not gone to those since I was like a kid. I'd like to go to Cedar Point and Kings Island up in like Ohio. Those ones seem like they're like the coaster capitals of the world. Though I feel with those two, I want to wait until like Top Thrill Dragster is like redone. So probably won't be this year for that. So instead, like if we're talking like other trips I would take this year, before that, SeaWorld would be a fun one. SeaWorld seems to have like a lot of coasters that are all very like well regarded. In Orlando specifically, I'd want to go to that one. And though I've been to Universal many a time, I've never gotten to ride on. Took like a day to like go to other Disney parks or whatnot. And I think it'd be cool to do that finally. Other than that, I suppose, like, I could do things that aren't theme parks. Like, not everything that I do has to be a theme park trip. Like, one thing is that I haven't been to my family, a lot of my extended family. We do, like, a lot of them are from, like, New York. And those who aren't have on occasion, like, driven in and, or like, flown in. We've flown in. A lot of the Florida people, they actually, like, do, like, road trips and stuff to get there. But they end up going to, like, the Jersey Shore and doing, like, a week there in the middle of summer. Apparently that was last week for, like, my relatives. And apparently my sister went as well and managed to sneak into one of those rooms that had been abandoned. Which is always the difficult part, because they're basically, like... I have a fucking lot of cousins and aunts and uncles to the point where I can't off the top of my head, like, tell you how many. Like, let me think. There's the two that are girls, 1 and 2. There's the 3 that are like a set of 3. So that's 5. And then like 2 other sets of 2. So that's 9. 9 on my mother's side, 1 on my father's side, who, you know, isn't necessarily... The one on my father's side lives in DFW, so not really travel to see her thing, but also I don't talk to her that much, you know. But like, yeah, you know, I got like 9. A couple of them are married, so I guess like add a couple more for that. And of course the aunts and uncles, there's like a whole bunch of them. For like you know, my grandma, grandpa, they had like 5, 6 kids, 7 kids, so, you know, a lot of grandkids as a result, and just, you know, just as many of us as there are, just pouring into as few houses as we can afford, or as few houses as we can manage, just like sharing rooms, being all cramped and like huddled, or like, you know, clustered together into like 2 or maybe 3 houses, which could be a bit much, honestly. But, you know, hey, it's still a fun time, and I would like to go back there one of these years. My sister is now trying to convince like us to like just rent a house on our own. Then we don't have to worry about being like, you know, graced with like room. You know, the previous years we've been told like, there's no room this year, don't bother coming. Like, there's no room left. You won't have space if you come, so don't come. Which, you know, it's just a hell of a thing to hear, right? Just like, okay, well, fuck, I guess not this year then. We'll go do theme parks anyway. We kind of like theme parks better anyhow, so whatever, but maybe we'll get like our own house and just try to be like, you know, something with 3 bedrooms where we don't have to share a room, and also where, you know, my dad would have to come if that would be the case. Which, I think my dad would rather not come, but, you know, if we're not, like, having to share space with other families and other people, maybe he would be fine with it. I don't know. Oh, this feels like so close. But just shy. Anyway, next year I would like to I would like to see all of my like extended family, you know, all my cousins, and hell, I'll see the second cousins as well at the beach and shit. And whenever they do like a party where they invite all the second cousins, which by the way, I have 9 cousins on that side. I also have like probably another 9 second cousins, which I don't know as well. I don't know, maybe I'm not social enough. Some part of me is just like, 9 cousins is enough to memorize. I cannot remember 9 more, okay? Like, I can remember the one who's a priest. The one who's a priest, I remember him. And there are 2 that look very much alike. They're like twins or something, maybe. I remember those 2. The rest of the second cousins, I just can't speak to that. But that would be fun to go back there again. Haven't been in years since, like, pre-pandemic. You know, like, literally... I think it was 2018 was the last time I went to the Jersey Shore. And, like, yeah, I would really like to go there again. See all my family. I guess also, I'll say, like, there might be more occasions to see my family. I don't want to say, like, I'll say, like, I will travel for any sort of, like, you know... God, I don't want to say it because it's, like, too dark and depressing, but, you know, my grandparents are fucking old. You know, I don't have... All the ones on one side are gone, and the other 2 are, you know... They're, like, in their 90s. So... One of these years, like, yeah, we'll have... one or the other happen, and like, yeah, I will absolutely travel up and do the funeral. You know, I'll take as much bereavement as it takes, you know? And that'll be an opportunity to see everyone that's not the shore. I guess that is also the thing. There are opportunities to see them that aren't the shore. Like recently my sister got married and a handful of them came down, and it was nice to see them all again. The ones that came anyway. And yeah. It doesn't have to be the shore, is what I'm saying. But I would still like to go to the shore again. You know, they have at the shore. I'll tell you about the shore. Here's what I like about the shore. They have this ice cream chain called Coer Brothers. And I goddamn love Coer Brothers. Like, oh my god. And I haven't had it in 5 fucking years. I want to have some Coer Brothers, like, before too long. Let's take a hint on this one. Helpo, tell me where to place this first piece if it's not here. Where does it go, Helpo? Oh! Wow, that's brilliant, actually. It neatly lists, gets rid of all those 2, and now, yeah, all you have to do is do this. Holy shit. That's the one thing about this game. Like, one hint will basically solve the whole puzzle for you in a lot of cases. Which is kind of a shame, because it feels like it should just be the first step. But it often feels like the last step, where everything else is just so intuitive. I feel like we want to do, like, halfsies here. Then... Yes, this'll do. This'll work. This might be it. Wait. The yellow is fucked. This yellow is wrong. Okay. This green would go... Oh wow, if this fails you if you have your thing waiting somewhere you can't place it. Okay. This green, I want to put here. Of course, there's other places I want to go, like, you know, Japan. Definitely want to do another Japan trip one of these years. My thought for that right now is that I would like to go next year. I would like a big, like, October-y... I would like a big Japan trip, like, in October or so. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I think that'd be a good time to visit. I would get some fall colors and hopefully not too much touristy stuff. And I've heard people say, like, who have been there recently, like, oh man, the yen is depressed, so your American dollar will go that much more farther. You know, things are cheap. Hotel rooms are cheaper. Food is cheaper. It's cheap there to like go and have a vacation. So like if any time you're looking to visit Japan, like now is actually pretty good. But I'm not gonna do one this year. It's too late to like actually think and plan and prepare one and get an itinerary and get a plan. I'll say I have a lot of things that I want to go and do. Not just things that I did like the previous time I was in Japan, you know, but also things like I want to spend some time around Mount Fuji. I want to go to theme parks that, you know, weren't really my thing back the last time I went. You know, I hadn't really been to a theme park in like a decade more at that point, and now I've been to several, like on a yearly basis, and you know, things are pretty different now. I would go to a bunch of them. I would go to, the hot spring city, like Hakone. I would spend some time there, just like indulging in a bunch of hot spring stuff. I didn't really know the first time if I would really like hot springs. I don't think I really enjoyed that much the first one I went to, but the second one I went to was so killer. It was almost a shame that it was so late in the trip. I couldn't really fit in like a second one. It was like in the last 4 days that I went to a hot spring that I really liked. I would also have, like, more of the stamina dons that was at that one place that was really fucking delicious, like, holy shit. But that, again, was in the last couple of days, so I couldn't, like, do a repeat thing of that. I would have that multiple times if I went back. Yeah, I think 2024 Japan trip, I think 2025, the highlight of the year trip-wise, gonna have to be, like, Universal when they open up Epic Universe. That'll be a lot of fun. Are there other places I'd like to go? Yeah, I'm not really a big, like... Theme parks aside, I'm not really that into cities, you know? Like, going to specific cities just to sightsee. That doesn't really appeal to me that much. I like how the bananas here are, like, a different color as usual. They're kind of, like, dimmed. Kind of, like, desaturated. They look really nice. Like, look at that up in the left-hand corner. It looks really great against, like, the sunset in the background. That's lovely. I think that as, like, a basic plan for, like, trips sounds good. I just need to figure out, like, if I'm doing anything this year other than, like, if I'm doing, like, any more theme park trips this year, or any more big travel things. You know, it'd be something more along the lines of, like, taking a flight, spending a few days at a theme park, then flying home. I don't think, like, anything elaborate like Japan will be in the cards. I'm just not into American cities in the same way I'm into, like, Asian cities. You know, like, Japan was just a lovely city to hang out in. All the convenience stores were so cool. There was, like, cool stuff and cool stores everywhere. Like, you want to see some anime figurines, like, oh boy, Japan has you covered. Like, I don't think I know, like, any place where I can see... Well, that's not true. I could probably go to GameStop or something and see anime figurines. That kind of takes the thrill out of it, though. If I could just, like, go to like, just a regular store and, you know, see anime figurines, you know what I mean? Like, part of the cool factor is, like, it's just some random-ass boots... Not even bootsy, but, like, some random-ass non-chain store that just has, like, dozens and dozens of random anime figurines, and to look at them and be like, ooh, there's Bochi, there's this character from this show. You know, here's that. It's just, phenomenal. I think that Japan may have ruined me for travel to other countries, is also a thing. Like, Rome, I'm sure would be nice as far as, like, yeah, they got, like, a ton of historical, like, mausoleums and maybe mausoleums is the wrong word. They got, like, a ton of historical stuff there, but I don't know about how much else I would do there, right? Like, I'm not really a big eater of fancy food, you know? Though I guess, like, if I were to name, like, one other food type that is, like, is like it's special to me, right? Like Italian food would be it. Love pizza, love pasta. There you go. Except is that really Italian food, or is that Italian American food? You know, do the Italians actually eat as much pasta as we do here in the States? And as much, well, I guess pasta, as much pizza. Is pizza really that big of a thing? Did we go in here before? Well, certainly we didn't get all these notes and all the stuff that was here. Maybe we like... Oh, we definitely did this slide. Ah, well. I remember this slide. Okay, we definitely did this one. I don't know why a slide was in that big fancy building. What about that hole in the middle of the wall? You think that's something? I could also move on without 100%ing, but, you know, that's not in the Banjo spirit. At least the Banjo... This game you can do in one sesh. You know, similar like Kazooie, I think. So, you might as well, right? Right? I don't know. Maybe there's no, like, mumbo token in this world, too. Maybe I'm just, like, assuming too much by assuming that there is one to find. And there's, like, a transformation in this level that's, like, relevant to the level. Could be that's not the case. Could be I should just move on. You know what? Why don't we do that? Next time we're there. We'll look around a little more, see if we can't find that Jinjo, because that Jinjo is definitely going to be accessible, but... Maybe try to see one more world, especially because I did say I think Spiller's Harbor is like the best level in that game. You know, I certainly like it more than Freeze Flame Furnace, whatever the fuck it's called. And it's definitely the best named level of that game as well, I will say. So yeah, that about covers places I'd like to go. A lot of potential plans, a lot of potential places to go. Some involving family, some not. I think I would enjoy seeing family, but also, I will say, I enjoy traveling alone, you know? It's not a thing people do that much, I think, but I will say, like, something that it does interest me in, like, Japanese. This is something that I think is just an interesting tidbit. But there is a word for, like, traveling alone. There's, like, people, I think, in Japan just, they have less vacation time, so they have more trouble, like, arranging trips with other people. So sometimes they just, like, do day trips and travel alone. And, I'll tell you, I like to do that. I think it's fun. I think it's just freeing, and I think that when you're alone, you can really just do whatever the fuck you want at any time, and no one can tell you, like, okay, I'm tired, let's not do that today, you know? You're the one who's tired. If someone's tired, it's you when you're traveling alone. I think that that's just really like freeing. Really enjoyed my trip to Fiesta, Texas last year. It was alone, and other such trips that I've done alone, like Japan, were just lovely. I'll also say I go to theaters alone. I eat alone. I go to restaurants alone. It's all good. I feel like there's like an aversion of that out there. Like people always are like, no, if I'm going to a restaurant, it's gonna be with people. But when you're alone, you can just enjoy your food, your fucking good food, and and just like listen to a podcast or something. And it's great. You can't go wrong with just having some time to listen to a podcast, eat a burger. Hell yeah. All that is good. Let's beat this boss while we're in Banjo-Tooie. I wonder if ice... I bet you ice eggs do more damage on him. But I don't have those yet, so, you know, grenades. We beat him. Very good. I'll say again, it's been a couple hours. I'll say again, this is the Rareware Roulette. You probably know what it is, considering that it's all written down there, and you know, it's pretty self-explanatory as you're watching. We're clearly switching games every minute or two, as said on the thing, randomly in a random order, and you know, there are bonus games that can be added. I'll say that again. The bonus games go every 4 subs. We're 1 sub towards that. We have 1 towards that right now, and the first one would be Diddy Kong Racing, which is, you know, one of my favorite racing games. Before Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I would probably have said it was my favorite. I think 8 Deluxe has really just passed it in terms of like solidness of like handling sheer content and other such matters. But I'll say I think that Diddy Kong Racing is like just like historically one of my favorite games and maybe favorite N64 games, and no shit, I think it'd be cool if we hit it. 3 subs from that. There's also Donkey Kong Land, which I will say again will be a colorized version of Donkey Kong Land, which is like a mod that someone made. That I think it's someone that I know. I think I saw people talking about this that I follow, that I know on Discords and whatever, that I've known for years, you know, from various internet communities, but in various outlets, you know, like Discord, forums, Twitter, etc. But that'll be cool. At 12, we would get Conker's Bad Fur Day, sort of a premium one, but, you know, Conker's Bad Fur Day, it is, you know, it is a hell of a game, and I think it would be... I think that is a fitting thing for the 12 mark. And for 16, Banjo Pilot, which is like a bad experiment that didn't really work that they put out anyway. If you don't know, Banjo Pilot is a neat thing as well. That's at 16. That's like probably not gonna happen. I'll say this, by the way, also. I know we are getting towards the end of the stream here. It is 11 o'clock, and I did say we would be going for it to at least midnight. But I will say, if we hit any goal, excepting like if it was like 3 a.m., but we would totally go for another hour or so, you know, after the goal was met, at least. So upwards of like 2 a.m. we could go. Otherwise, I would be looking to wrap this up around like 1 a.m., let's say. I've still got cards to go. It is like 11, yeah, it is like 11. So like 8.5 hours in. Definitely going until like 1. Definitely going until 1. And I'll say, you know what, I'll say this. It's possible if one of these bonus games were to be added like at a time where it's like, okay, it's 1 a.m. It's really too late for us to get like that much time with it. It's possible I could arrange another such stream where I did like, I don't know, a couple of these bonus games, right? Like, that would be possible. Maybe just like, okay, a Diddy Kong Racing stream where I play some Diddy Kong Racing. Really, for Diddy Kong Racing, I'll say, as far as like a Let's Play content goes, I'm really waiting for it to be added to like Nintendo 64 Online. Then, with codes, there's a way to do like a multiplayer mode, like a co-op mode in that game. And I think that that would be really neat to like, I think that'd be really neat to like go through, actually. Whoops. That was a mistake. I think that'd be really neat to like go through the co-op adventure with like a friend, and we would do like some collab. I say collab. The friend that I'm thinking about, I played through all of Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3 with him before I became a streamer. So that was like years and years ago, like before I had a capture card or anything. And he doesn't stream himself, so, you know, he's not of this world or of the streaming like he doesn't do anything like this, so, but I think it'd be fun to, like, bring him on and, you know, for us to go through those games together. And I don't know if he's, like, cool with it all being live streamed and, you know, y'all watching along, but I think that'd be fun. And I think, like, a Diddy Kong Racing, like, co-op, campaign playthrough, like, that'd be a hell of a thing. Like, what the fuck would that even be like? I don't know, man. I've never played the game that way. I swear, I don't think I even knew it was an option really until relatively recently. I think we have, like, just stumbled into the solution here. Wait, no. We're short. I think I see what we need to do, though. We need to be, like, clipping some of the existing shapes down so that they get solved by that. How are we doing on this level? One music piece. One, music piece. One, honeycomb. I think the honeycomb is out to sea. Is this one here? It's, like, over the water. What the fuck's the jiggy? Trying to think, what jiggy have not I gotten? Did I turn in blubber? I got the one on the outside here. The one in that little cubby. I got nipper. I got, I think I got the gold. I got the one that's in the chest. I got the one that's on top of the tower. Yeah. Pirate blubber is gone. What am I missing here? The one that's on the outside of, like, the whole thing? Like, on the outside of the ring? I think I got that one. Or did I fall into the water and end up giving up? Maybe I fell into the water and ended up not getting that one. Let's go around the horn and see if that one's still there. Trying to think, what else? What other jiggies are there in this level? Maybe playing this, like, you know, interspersed with other games is making it harder to remember what I have and haven't done. I'll say maybe, definitely. The word is definitely here. So yeah, I need to, like, clip this out somehow with another one of these shapes. Because we're nearly there, we just have one thing outstanding. And actually, it's pretty easy. We just had to do this. And that'll clip that as well. Beautiful. Bam. Perfect. See? Easy. One does that. One here. What? I should think during this time. What else in Treasure Trove Cove haven't we gotten? We did Sandcastle. Let me count on my hands. Sandcastle. Nipper. Jinjos.
Nice.
Blubber. Shock Jump. The one around the back. The one in the treasure chest. The one in the other treasure chest. I think the one on the top of the tower I got. The one in the water, I got that one. It must be the one at the top, because I think I named everyone else, and I must have just went up there and just forgot to get the thing. I just must have hit the switch and gone back down. That's the only thing I can think. Because, yeah, I named 10 others, right? Either that or I didn't get the Jinjos, but I thought I did get Jinjos. I'm pretty sure I got Jinjos. But that's easy enough to check if I didn't. Just run around Grunty's glory real fast one more time. Weird that these guys do so much damage when you don't have that much health. Oh, there's a Jiggy. And notes as well. You know what? We can get up there now with the big high jump that we have. There we go, that's another one. We've done 8 in this area. That's nearly all of them. There's just one thing that we're missing here. And also we can get like one Jinjo. One Jinjo and one Jiggy. I feel like there wasn't enough in the water. I feel like there was not... There should be more in the water for us to do. This one was easy. Some of these just really just pop right out, huh? I'll say this, if the sub goal gets reached and there's not enough time to really like give it its due, something can be arranged in the next couple of weeks. I'll say my plans for the next week is to like, is to relax and chill a little, you know, not do any more big streams for a bit. But this is, I'm barking up the wrong tree here. Skew Cross is what this one is called. Ah, this way. Oh, this is actually a lot easier than you'd expect. Almost solves itself. Alright, that's a good one. Okay. Solved. I am ready to switch back over. I'm ready for a video game where it's a platformer. Again. I'm thinking... Here, I want to just get rid of that. Okay, let's go to the top of the tower. Also check, do we have all the Jinjos? Yes. And I think I collected the Jiggy that spawns from that. The only thing I can think is top of the tower. But I don't know why I would have gone here and left. Okay, it's not here. Shit. I got the one that's in the water. We still are missing one, right? Yes. Tower. Jinjos. Nipper. Ship. Chest 1, chest 2. We're at 6. Shock jump 7. Sandcastle 8. What am I forgetting? Sandcastle 8. The one that's around the bend, 9. I mentioned the 2 chests. The one that's underwater, I think I mentioned. I can't think of where. Did I get the Mumbo tokens in there? Yeah, I should. And the one on top of the lighthouse. That should make 10, right? Did I, like, not get the Jiggy in the sandcastle or something? That's the only thing I can think of. That wouldn't be, like, something that we would see just, like, running around. I've played this game so many times. I feel like I've, like, not lost my lost track of this in, like, years in such a way. I guess that is turns out to be, like, the thing that I'm coming out of this, like, stream thinking, right? Like, oh, wow, you know, playing through the games in this way really has made me feel more like when I played them originally, where I was, you know, constantly dying a bunch and, like, game overing and not getting, like, all the way, not going the distance. Like, I genuinely do not usually game over in Donkey Kong Country, but I did twice tonight because, I don't know, man, it's just like, with all the switching back and forth randomly, it just happens. You know, you die. You get the hang. The more you play a level, the more you get the hang of it, and the more time you spend like between like instances of that level, it just like it gets like you lose it a little bit, you know? But hey, you know, I guess it's fun, you know? I'll say again, this is... When I played it as a kid, and I died a lot, I loved it. I loved the games, and I loved it. I loved, like, getting lost and dying and just like, trying my best. That was part of the appeal, and I do think... Even now, where I'd rather just do it right the first time, every time, I'm still enjoying the process here of, like, you know... of, like, dying and trying again and again, and, you know, just even if it is something that hasn't given me trouble in, like, 20 years, you know, still, like, having that drama, you know. I don't know that I've ever had... I don't know the last time I had that drama, and, in one of these games, and, you know, that's great. That's great that be there, you know? Man, sometimes I finish a level and go into the next one and think like, wait, is this a new game? Like, I'm just disoriented. Like, but was I playing DKC 3 before? Yes, that's right, it was the tree level. Right. I feel like I fucked up already on this one. Oh yeah, that was definitely not right. I don't know, with all these pieces that are coming, there could be something that makes it work. Oh, that's definitely wrong. Definitely for sure wrong. And yeah, sure enough, we didn't finish that puzzle. I think the mouse with this one. I think this one hits that one. That gets that. This big one hits this cluster. So long as we're eliminating a lot of stuff with each brick, I think I'm happy. I think I'm good. A little concerned about that little red just left over, but whatever, it's fine. I'll be able to deal with it with, Oh, I think I got it. I did it. We're good. We done it. I bet there's, like, a lot of multiple solutions you can do here, honestly. Like, the way that we're just stumbling into these solutions makes it feel like there's multiple solutions that can be stumbled upon. And I do think that's a good feeling. I also think it would be great as a game on a phone, more than a game on a handheld. Like, I mean, I guess it would be, you'd have to figure out the controls, but like, you could do it where you're just dragging the bricks around, like dragging from the right side to the play space. Like, that would work just as well as placing what the D-pad does. You'd have to do a little rework, but I think, I'll say again, I've said for the millionth time, if It's Mr. Pants came out, like, 3 years later, it would have been like a mobile game on an iPhone, and you'd play it and go like, oh, this is a bit of fun. $5 isn't a bad price. Thank you, good night. And I bet it would be like a game people actually knew about and remembered if it had just came out 3 years later. I feel like we've done enough mines. That's what I feel like. I mean, there's a lot we haven't done, you know. That's sort of the nature of Banjo-Tooie. You just sort of have to, like, go with the flow and go with what you feel. Let's do this first, though. I want to go in here, I want to get the new move, and I want to do the Breagle Blaster thing, which involves you going through these mines and getting every bomb disarmed and within a time limit. And, you know, hell, this is going to be one where I'm at a disadvantage. I might forget entirely what I was doing next time I arrive, which would be unfortunate. Did I just not get the Jiggy here? Did I kill the guy and leave? No, I got the Jiggy. What the fuck could it be then? I feel like I know everything like the back of my hand. I feel like I've listed out the Treasure Cove, Trove, Jiggies. Do I have all the notes? I do have all the notes. Okay, let's see. There's Blubber. We've done Blubber. We've done him. He's gone. We went inside the shell, and did we get the Jiggy in there, or did we just get some health and leave? Maybe that's it. That's my guess right now. That Nipper's Jiggy is still in there. The sandcastle is done. I'm pretty sure we did the Nook with the shock jump truck. We did the one that's underwater. That one I know for sure. I checked around the back. The one around the back is gone. The one that's in the chest, we did that one. Nearly died getting it, but we did it. The one in the other chest, we broke that open and got it. We got the one on the top, and we got the Jinjos. Yeah, I'm not forgetting anything. It's just I must have literally just like went by it. I must have literally like gone to the area and then not grabbed it on the way out. Something like that. I mean, I guess at the time I went to like the Nippler's shell, I was really worried about health. So when I got the health, maybe I was just like, okay, good, I'm now back up to health and now I can leave. Whereas I really needed to get a Jiggy while I was in there. I'm thinking that's what happened. But we'll see. Really. It's nearly midnight. I'll do another card. Want to start looking for a new place. The opposite topic of places I want to travel, places I want to live. Oh yeah, you have to do this to get a buddy on this one. Really not really that happy with this place. It's in disrepair. It's near noisy things like bars, and I'm just tired of it. I want to live somewhere quiet and nice, and where it's not constantly falling apart on you. You know, recently in the hallways, there's a fucking live bird that's made a nest in the on like a fire like thing. You know, like a fire. You know, like like a fire nozzle that is supposed to be like a sprinkler for like emergencies and stuff, and there's just a bird nest on top of it, and those birds, they like fly through the hallways and shit, and it's kind of weird and annoying, and I filed a request for it like last week, and it's still not taken care of. What the fuck? Call animal control. What's going on? I don't know if you need to call animal control to get rid of a nest, but just fucking knock it down already. What the fuck? Do you want me to grab a broom and just do it myself? Fuck those birds. They need to pick somewhere else to live. They can't live indoors. It's a hallway. Not a place for birds to live. And certainly not on a sprinkler system, which, you know, hey, even if you can say like, well, the birds, they can nest where they want. There are bird nests everywhere, including on houses, like, well, that's on safety equipment. You can't have that have a bird nest because that's gonna fucking obstruct it from, like, putting out a fire. So fuck you, fucking kill those things. Not kill them, but, like, bust up their nest, you know, do as, like a mafia guy would, you know, like, just go ahead and wreck it for them, you know, bust them out, whatever the fuck. I'm just kidding, I'm thinking about mafia stuff because I've been watching some mafia stuff recently, but, you know. Just do it already. Fuck. Anyway, the real answer is, when my lease is up, I need to move somewhere, which it's up in December, so I have all of like the next 5 months to find a suitable place that I like. Last time I landed on this place, so you know, we'll see if I can do better next time, I guess. That's the thing, though. I wasn't really finding anywhere that I was, like, really in love with last time, and also I will say I do have some... I did buy a laundry machine for this current place, and I want to keep it. I don't want to get rid of it again. And I think this time, if I do move and I have to, you know, if there's a built-in, I would like it very much if I could just, like, use some storage space at my parents', and they'll just take it. You know, last time they're like, we're not storage. But this time I feel like, well, look, you guys stored like a bunch of my sister's furniture for like months and months while she was like, you know, moving out of her apartment and getting a house. So it wouldn't be so much out of left field for you to store like a washer dryer for a year or two until I got a house, you know, or whatever's next for me. Though I guess also they want to move too. They've been like shopping around and they're moving into a smaller place so they'll have less storage space. Fuck! What the hell? What the hell am I doing here? So yeah, I need to spend some time like walking into places, looking at the places online, seeing what layouts I like. There are a couple that are like relatively near where I bet that it would be a simple move to just go from one to another, and you know, I didn't look at them before because they opened up after the last time I moved. You know, there's always in this, at least in this part of the country, I'm not sure like worldwide or whatever, but it always seems like they're opening new apartment complexes, so if you don't like the one you're in, there will be something new, like, opening up within, like, a year or two, you know. So I'm sure there's a bunch of new ones to check out, but also, the thing you gotta keep in mind with them is, like, you don't know if they're gonna care. You don't know if it's gonna fall apart in a year. This one's pretty recent. This one's pretty new. Only a couple years old, and it is absolutely falling apart at the seams, you know. They do not give a fuck about their tenants, you know.
Two.
I feel like I'm not getting something here. You know what? The solution I'm trying literally cannot work. There will always be, like, one in the middle. So, what can I do? Wait, that somehow worked. It somehow worked that time. Okay, whatever. Oh, you don't have to hold down the button for this. The shoulders for this one. That's nice. I feel like there's more to do in the water. This is an ocean level. We've barely swam. Swam? We barely swam. There must be something in the water out there. And you know what? Fuck it. Jinjo, go fuck yourself. We're not getting you. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Here's what it is. We need to become a rat and go over there. Okay, so I guess there's no new transformation this time. I guess it's weird. I guess, you know, maybe there's... You don't always get a new one in every world. Okay, whatever, man. This game doesn't have that many worlds, just like 5 of them, I think, so... For this level not to have a transformation, that, to me, doesn't make sense. You know, I feel like it should. There should be one somewhere, just like hiding. Maybe there is if we go get the thing. We go become a rat, we go in there. We'll find a token that'll let us buy another one. And maybe that'll let us do something or other that we couldn't do before. I want to go to Spiller's Harbor this stream. I want to spend a little bit of time in Spiller's Harbor. I guess... I'm actually not sure if Spiller's Harbor is the next one. Maybe... I'm just remembering now, there's like a Swamp World as well. Maybe the Swamp World is the next one. And the one after that is Spiller's Harbor. Well, we've 100%ed a world and gotten most of the way down another one. Maybe we'll have enough to open up both of them. And like, just poke the head in before the stream ends. But you know, hey, fixing on winding down here in the next, say, hour. Another card. Been playing Marvel Snap. Didn't want to talk too much about Marvel Snap. Saved it for like one of the last cards. Been having a hell of a time. Still working my way up. I'm doing pretty good right now. In like the high 90s. Pretty close to infinite. I have 2 more weeks to like get there this season, which is doable, I think. I just have to like, you know, have a pretty good winning streak and I'll be able to lock it in. Not here. Okay. Did I really check the one around the bend? Did I forget the Jiggy for the Jinjos? I don't know what I'm doing. Where the fuck could it be? Done everything. It's not here. We already got the one that was inside the chest, right? Right? Yeah, it's not there. We got the one that was underwater. We got the one that was, I am really lost here as far as, like, what's remaining. One underwater isn't there. We went around the horn and hit all the swings and bust open the chest. We did that. We went up to the top. That was done. Maybe we didn't do the Nook. The one in the Nook over here. Maybe we just went up there and forgot and left. Let's have a look. What the fuck? I could have sworn I got that one. Maybe I just went up here and just, like, left. That must have been it. It must have been, might have been even a break. You know, like, games got swapped, and we got disoriented, and, you know, there you go. What was I saying? What was the card about? Marvel Snap. Still playing like Phoenix Destroy deck with Nimrod as like a alternate win condition, though I'll say honestly, Nimrod is sort of the main win condition, if I'm being honest, though. Honestly, a lot of the things that are for like my move stuff also work with Nimrod, like sometimes moving him with Ghost Spider and then chomping him with Carnage and another Destroy card is good enough to do my combo. You know, it's good enough to, like, deliver on the goods. And, you know, my previous Nimrod decks, I would always just have 2 cards I played on turn 6. You know, 2 Destroy cards, but having, like, some 1-drops that are worth playing and, like, can be really handy is just turned out really good. I will say that deck is a combo deck, and if I don't get the combo, I need to retreat. And, at the very least, it has 2... run away. You know what I mean? Or else just that's it. And, that is something. Oh, hey, we're back to DKC 2. Rambi Rumble. This level inspired one of the recent Mario Maker levels that I did. Cold Ice Comet was inspired very directly by this level in the way that it progresses by going upwards and then downwards in the second half. That I thought was a very cool and a very rare structure for a level to have, and I think it is nice to occasionally have a level with an unusual structure. One that makes you go like, huh, this is different. It's not just like going in one direction forever, but instead you go one way, then you turn around and you go the other way. How about that? The people, when playing my levels, they look to themselves and they say, how about that? Well, ain't that something? Oh boy, this is something. The beak bayonets? Oh, I just skipped over the thing. You know what? We should probably skip over them. We got an hour left in the stream. We don't have time to be like going through the song. Also, I would like to go in there and you know, try to do this all in one go. At this rate, though, we're fixing on switching in like a minute, or like feel like we're seconds away from the switch here. And after this, we'll head over to Witchy World. Let's see some Witchy World. I'm in the mood for Witchy World. Witchy World is a cool world, and you learn to split up there, and that's just a pretty integral part of this game. Splitting up. We're gonna switch like in a second, aren't we? Well, here's my strategy. I'm gonna go like right-hand rule. Well, this isn't gonna work. It loops in weird ways. You know, just follow the right hand. This is the exit, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Shit. That was not a good rule of thumb. Hopefully we'll be able to remember where we were. Sound still sounds good to me. I'm hoping that y'all aren't experiencing any issues. Let me know if there's any like lag, you know, and like how the sound is coming through. Sounds pretty solid to me. You know what, why don't I just like, it's been like 8 hours into the stream. Let me just like reset the stream audio for a second. No sound for 2 seconds. Oh. Okay, no sound for a second. There was an extra audio. Okay, it's probably if it had drifted off it anyway, it probably should be fine now, I reckon. Though it probably didn't drift off. And if it ever does, please tell me. I just like to be on the safe side, you know. Sometimes that's necessary, especially when you're dealing with PC games that have like you know, they might cause OBS to perform badly, at which point, you know, all bets are off. If OBS is lagging behind, you're just kind of fucked. I have it set to real time on priority OBS right now, so hopefully it shouldn't be the culprit. If anything, it would be like the other stuff. I hope. Godzooks. We're gonna switch like well before we're done with this, but let's get as many as we can before then. We've mostly covered the bottom floor, I think. There'll be a couple on the top floor we'll have to get around to. Here we go, the Ramby part of Ramby Rumble. Again, with levels having the second component be like way different. You know, literally changing the character you play as, making it downhill instead of uphill. A lot of levels in DKC really just like change entirely at the midway. You know, it is an excuse to mix things up, to change things, to like surprise the player. Like say like, hey, we're having fun here. Well, you know, this is like tangentially related, but we're gonna do a big like little bit of a turn here, you know. And again, really, really influential as far as my making goes, as far as my Mario making goes. Like, yes, I absolutely do that every time I, you know, do a level. Here we go, King Zing Sting. I'm becoming a rat. Whenever I do really long streams, my lips become really chapped. Is that like because of dehydration? I think I read that that might be because of dehydration. But I don't know. It seems to happen like after I'm like... After like just talking for a long time more than anything. I mean, I don't feel like super thirsty. Maybe I am. I also haven't eaten anything since, like, this morning. You know, since like... Well, not this morning, this afternoon. Since the stream started around 3 p.m., so... That's also maybe a factor. I don't tend to eat while I'm streaming. Save the eating until I'm done, I guess, is how I think. I'll manage. I gotta have a big, proper fucking meal, though. After the stream. Like, whether we're ending at 1 a.m. or whatever. I will eat. I will eat food. And that'll be cool. Nice. Whoops. You gotta do 2 hits before he does the thing twice. Right. I forgot. This boss is challenging. Just to like get the stinger hits consistently is hard. Gotta be positioned just right. I love this kind of flight, and I'm glad it came back in Kaze and the Wild Masks. Again, I mentioned Kaze and the Wild Masks last time. If you like DKCs, Kaze and the Wild Masks is a hell of a DKC-like. Just the next best thing to like an actual DKC. You know, it's like a Freedom Planet, you know, but instead of for Sonic, it's for Donkey Kong Country. It's better than Ukulele and the Impossible Chamber. That game, you know. It's better than that. It's better than like any other DKC like I can think of. I mean, I guess I can't think of that many. It's not as good as, you know, and it's not as expansive as, like, Tropical Freeze, I think, but all the levels are really fun. It's a great game. It's got collectibles. It's got bonus levels like DKC 2 does. It has time trials that you have to do, so, you know, you can get that out of it as well. It's a hell of a good time, and I would highly recommend Kaze if you like Donkey Kong Country, which I bet a lot of people do. Another card. Y'all mostly listen to classic rock and such. I'll say, I don't listen to new music that often. So, like, if you're asking, like, what songs I have the inkling to listen to just on a random basis, well, anime music is a lot of it. But also, I'll do things like I'll listen to the Eagles. I was listening to a bunch of the Eagles the other day. And other such classic, staples. I'll say, like, even then, there are holes in my library, you know, just, like, everything I found are just like, bands and, like, places and like, bands and places? Weird thing to say. Or just like people I've started listening to randomly along the way. Where like, you know, I listen to like their greatest hits and just like glom on to like a handful of their greatest hits and like, oh yeah, I love that song by the Eagles. I have not listened to every song by the Eagles, but still love the ones that I do know, you know, from their greatest hits, the ones that I liked of their greatest hits. I don't like every one of their greatest hits, and I deleted like the ones that I didn't like, and thus haven't listened to them in like those ones that I like, you know, decided against. I haven't listened to them in like, fuck, that's wrong. Haven't listened to them in like, oh, I don't know, 20 years. I don't really listen to new music that often, or even like look for new music often. I feel like a lot of the music I've listened to just has come from places or movies or media, you know, stuff that I like. Okay, so there's a big blue at the end, so we need to leave some blue. We need to leave 2 blocks of this blue so that we can like eliminate it at the end in a big blue explosion. That means that we probably need to get rid of this stuff. Gadzooks. 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 5 left. It'll be a miracle if we can do this all in one go, I'll say. I mean, that's generally how it is, even if you're not, like, switching games every minute or two. Like, there'll just be one that you just can't find, and then you're gonna go like, fuck! Oh, I'm fucked. And you'll give up, and that'll be a whole thing. I guess we could use audio cues, like, just listen to where the bouncing is coming from. Okay, we gotten, like, most all of them. And I think this is back where we were, back at when we first came downstairs. So the last one is, like, somewhere up here, right? Somewhere on the upper floor. We got 25 seconds to do it. And that'll be next time that game comes up. Great. Well, this is a nice slow moment. Let's talk about something else for a change. Let's do another card, how about? I think the last one was the Marvel Snap one. Marvel Snap, still having a great time with it. Still play it every day. Clear my quests. There are times where I feel it's definitely like the time killer game that I'm like going to these days. And, you know, I like having a mobile game that I'm playing, and, I don't see myself stopping playing this, and, you know, I'll continue getting season passes and all that. I'm curious if, like, I don't know if we'll do another stream of that at any point, but wouldn't be opposed to it. I play that game all the time, and I bet a stream of that would be kind of fun. I guess the only thing about that is that my playstyle, my decks are, like, pretty straightforward, but, yeah, there's enough randomness and, like, thought process and, like, cajoling in Marvel Snap where... Did I just see it? Yes, I saw it. Good. Oh my god! Come on. Yes! With 8 seconds on the clock. With 8 seconds on the clock. with switching back and forth between games and having to do that in like 3 different sessions, I was really worried about that, but pulled it off. Let's get the fuck out of here and go to Witchy World. How about that? Now that that's done, you know. I have to find my way out first to do that. Huh. Wasn't it like over here? Yes, it was like over here. Through this door. And through this little corridor. Down here is the exit. And then 2 lefts and, oh, wait, no. This is a dead end. Through here. And then, fight a giant bee. Ooh, that was a nice shot. Good about that. Got it in. Good. Another one. It's rule of 3, right? So just another one. Another 3 hits on the bee stinger. And it'll, we won't do another one of the do bits, but we'll do like a... We'll do like a new phase, a new pattern. This will be a good thing. Took a hit. That's not good. Yeah, see? So this one, it's gonna, like, come at us, and we gotta, like, hit it multiple times when staying away. Oh, shit. I don't... I remember that they respawn. And after you do it, after you clear the bees, it just comes at you, and you just gotta hit it. 3 times. Rule of 3 again. Now we're leaving. Okay. Still not used to switching randomly. These random switches are still throwing me for a loop. 10 hours, nearly 10 hours in. Whew. Jiggy. Witchy world. Fun. Splitting up. That's the agenda for Banjo-Tooie. Oh god. Gotta walk straight. I'm glad that this style of first-person control did not exit the GameCube era. Or even, hell, in the middle of the GameCube era, that's when Halo came out. Were there any games in the GameCube era that worked like that? Also, I'm gonna grab this Globo. Grab this Globo and leave. Not even gonna turn it in. Wow! Another card. Shout to y'all, Twitch followers, adding up to a big number. That's right, this is the last card, and important to remember at the end of the day why we're all here, at least why this stream was put on. Because y'all added up to a big number, 500. It is a big number, and I'm so pleased to have, you know, after so long of being like in the 400s, gotten here. I feel like the climb from 400 to 500 was a little slower than the climb from like 300 to 400, but hey, you know, you set a goal and finally got there. I have high hopes, you know, I feel like we've been steadily growing. I feel like every time I do a Mario Maker stream, there's more people who are coming by, more new people following along, and you know, I appreciate each and every one of you, you know. And the subs also, the handful of subs, appreciate the hell out of y'all, including the one that was new tonight. That also is always just lovely. I only want to do sub goals for like specific streams from now on, you know. A big stream, like, I'll say like, for example, right? The anniversary stream will have a sub goal in November. I don't know if we'll do any other stream with a sub goal after tonight, you know, for like the next couple of months. Though I guess now that we've gotten the follower goal, we could totally have like a long-term sub goal for like some sort of special event. I don't know though. I like having a sub goal just for a limited time, you know? I don't like to have that whole mess of a sub goal tracker there for too long. There was a while where we had, geez, what was the last one? We did like some big sub goal that was there for like months, and that was just way too long. I don't like that. I'd rather a sub goal be something that's like quick, and we have incremental goals along the way, so that even if we only meet like a little bit of it, we get something out of it, and fun. And I think that this goal meets the criteria. I think like the good goals at the birthday stream meet the criteria, and for the anniversary stream, we'll have to think of some stuff that is good as well. I guess the problem with these goals is they go away after the stream ends, you know? It's not like, do a watch party right now. Like, that would very clearly extend the stream, and you will get your money's worth, right? Or, what's it? I'll say this. You know what? Let's put something on the table in addition to Diddy Kong Racing, because yes, we are in probably the last hour or two of the stream. I'll say this. Let's make this more interesting. For Diddy Kong Racing, I will say, if we don't hit it tonight or we hit it tonight but too late to give it its time of day, you know, where it only has like an hour or 45 minutes to be in the rotation, and we like barely get out of the first couple of races. If that were to happen, I will do an additional stream at some point wherein, it's another BizHawk randomizer stream, and it'll be Diddy Kong Racing. Well, if I say Diddy Kong Pilot, that's... If I say Banjo Pilot, it'll be another BizHawk Shuffler stream, Diddy Kong Racing, Mario Kart, Super Mario Kart, Mario Kart 64, maybe a couple other racing games that are just like random racing games. We'll do like a racing game themed one of these that'll just be on a Thursday night. Just like a couple of hour stream of that. Won't be as long as this one, of course, but will be something. So, we could think of similar ones to Donkey Kong Land if someone were to just drop like... Well, I'll tell you what, if someone were to like drop enough to get Donkey Kong Land also, I would add Donkey Kong Land to that, and also maybe even Land 2 and 3, maybe? That would be reasonable, add those 3. And if we got like all the way to like Conquer, I would add Conquer. Maybe Conquer's Pocket Tales. Other such games that are like tangentially related. We would do a follow-up stream that gave those games the time of day. If not tonight, it would be at least in 2 weeks though. Not this week. So, you know, just want to make clear, like, not a waste. Also, you know, hey, the support is the thing, right? And also you get all the lovely emotes. I haven't showed the emotes. Look at these emotes. That's not the emotes. Where's the emotes? No, that's... Here's the emotes. Look at those lovely emotes. Aren't they something? I like every single one of them. Very useful. I'll tell ya, when I watch Twitch and I hang out in chats, I made these emotes to be, like, very usable and, like, very useful for many occasion. And I recommend them. Very, very good emote lineup there. And, yeah. I'll say that I prepared the right amount of cards. That was the perfect number of cards. Lasted until just shy of the stream ending, which, just right, hey. Timed perfectly. I'm sure I would find things to talk about, even if I had, like, had run out, like, ages ago. You know how I do. The cards are basically just things I want to talk about that I want to remember to talk about, you know? Just a way of, like, segueing into a conversation about Pikmin, or a conversation about Tears of the Kingdom, or talking about, like, whatever anime I'm watching, you know? A way to bring that up in a way that is, doesn't rely on my memory, which can be flawed. Before we had cards, before that was a thing, if the conversation died and I was looking for something to say, something to talk about, I'd have to, like, remember. And I would have to think and go like, well, I've been watching an anime. I can talk about that. Now I just hit a button and it's like, here you go. Here's the next thing that you wanted to talk about. Frito-Lay or some shit, you know? And it's like, oh yeah, let's talk about Frito-Lay. Y'all know Frito-Lay? Whatever the fuck. Usually it's relevant. I'll say, like, for the first time I did cards, the first time I tried out that system, it wasn't relevant. It was just, like, still not used to switching 10 hours in. It was not really relevant stuff so much as just like, okay, it was not really relevant stuff, just like, okay, I made a folder full of random cards, and I have a random generator, and I could just, like, pull a card, and it'll say something like, Fallout 4, remember Fallout 4? And I can talk about Fallout 4. And then I realized, like, well, I want to use these. I don't want to ever get a repeat twice in the same stream, so they can't be entirely random. And also, like, there are things that are, like, topical, which I want to talk about definitely for sure, right? Even if I don't end up talking about that much in a stream. Like, oh, I definitely want to talk about a Nintendo Direct if there's a Nintendo Direct. And I can't have that just be down to RNG. So eventually I ended up, like, ordering them and, like, trying to think about, like, okay, this segues well into this segues well into that. This is a natural conversation to have after this. I do a lot of thoughts about the order of cards and, like, the way they are, like, they come out, right? Maybe you wouldn't think it. Maybe you wouldn't think. Maybe you just think, like, oh, I mean, at a certain point, it's just me with a list on my phone, and I have an idea, and I just jot it in, and then I just, like, you know, drag it around and see, like, later or sooner or later? Let's go with, yeah, it's gonna be earlier. It's gonna be earlier this bit, so there you go. Put a lot of thought into it, and I, hope that it shows, you know, I hope that people... I feel like I'm doing this wrong. Where does this green go? I definitely did this wrong. Oh, no, I didn't. It's good. Okay. There's another piece here that finishes it off. Good. Good.
Smashing! Level 24! Medium!
There's 50 of these puzzles, by the way, so looks like we've got, or 50 of the medium ones, so we've gotten through like a third of them in this stream. Or 2/3 of them, actually. Which I think is a good amount. I'm happy about that. I was a little worried. I was a little not sure with this stream, as far as the cards go. I wasn't sure, like, how much time we would have to just, like, chat and shit, you know? Just talk about anime and all. And I'm happy that it worked out so well, and everything was, like... You know, even with these games and swapping between them so chaotically, there's plenty of time to talk about shit. You know, there's plenty of time to sit and be like, okay, well, I'm just playing these games, there's not that much to say. You know, I'm just an ostrich, I'm just jumping. There was plenty of time to talk anime, talk video games, etc. And I will say one more time, by the way, we are nearing the end here, but if we hit any of the sub goals for any of the bonus games, there will be a follow-on stream that has like Diddy Kong Racing, that has any of the games that are met, plus some more. I'll add in some bonus ones that are like extra. And I'm thinking like, you know, say it's just Diddy Kong Racing, it'll be all racing themed. And if it's Diddy Kong Racing and Donkey Kong Land, well, I'll probably throw in a few more Donkey Kong Lands or something. If Conker gets involved, that'll be something. It would take like it would have to be like one big sub gift all at once though, for that to be like feasible, so I don't know that that'll happen, but hey, you know, I want to make it so that the goal is still relevant, even if I'm like nearing the end here. You know what? It's 12:30 and we're out of cards. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna set end goals for each of these games right now. All of a sudden. Goals that we are working towards, and basically it's just gonna be like the first nearest milestone for each of them. DKC, we're about done with this world. Snow Barrel Blast! That is my goal for DKC. Is that too far? Is that too far in DKC, Snow Barrel Blast? Should I just say the B? Should I just say the B? Every time a game comes out, I'm gonna say what the goal is for them. Oh shit, I'm already on a boss on this one. Let's see, what is the next level of this? It's the Snow World. Is another world of this too much? Another world of this too much? I want to say Lemwing Lunge. I feel like if we're going that, I might as well just go Bleaks. I might as well go to Bleak. I feel like we could go to Bleak. Let's think about this. Is Bleak too far? I like Lemwing Lunge, it's a good level. Let's say the toboggan level. Okay, you know what? Here's a good. Toboggan level. We beat the toboggan level. That's our endpoint for DKC 3. Okay, that's 2 levels away. And also that'll be maybe a little bit hard with switching games all randomly. Toboggan Terror. Okay, that's the goal here. What about this one? What level are we on? 25? We're on 24. 25. 25 is the goal for It's Mr. Pants. I'm setting an easy one. We just gotta do 2 more puzzles. A good milestone. I am fucking this up again. Clearly not the answer. I think the answer will have something to do with... I have more green than red. More green than red. Is it all like corner pieces like this? Okay, so we get the... No, there's also a long piece. That, and, I'm allowed to still do Helpo. Let's do 1 Helpo here. Helpo, you can help me. Is it here? Okay, which way does it go? Thank you, Helpo. Here we're going to Snow Barrel Blast. We gotta finish Snow Barrel Blast. That is our endpoint for DKC 1. DKC 2, we just got into the Gusty Haunted level. Parrot Shoot Panic. I know it's premature, but I'm gonna say Parrot Shoot Panic for DKC 2. Or should we say Glusty Glade? Or honestly, like, we're ending on a minecart level in DKC 3. Why don't we end on the roller coaster level, the ghost roller coaster in DKC 2? You know what? We don't have to lock it in until we get there, but I actually think that the ghost roller coaster would be a pretty good endpoint, actually, for DKC 2. Let's do that. Let's do ghost. It's only a couple levels, though. I feel like DKC 3 is also 2 levels right now. Is Snow Barrel Blast the first level of the world? Or is that Arctic Alley? I think it's the third. So I think we have to do 3 levels in the next world of DKC 1. So... Oh, and we can't possibly do completing Clanker's Cavern. Shit, that was... What can we do? Well, maybe we can. It doesn't take, like, what? I could probably do Clanker's Cavern in, like, 20 minutes. Honestly, it's doable. Clanker's Cavern. Fuck it. And we'll maybe, maybe like reel back if need be. Well, it's good to die at the start, not the end. Okay, I'll say this: Clanker's Cavern or death. If I die after doing like a significant chunk of Clanker's Cavern, it'll be the end. Okay, so now we have like a lose condition here for this one in particular. Like, we gotta like make sure we're doing it right, make sure we're like not dying, keeping our health up. This is always the case, but most especially here, considering that like, yeah, there's totally places in this level where we could just like fucking drown, and that would be it. I'll say this. Okay, I'll say this. I gotta go do the, do like the drowny place. I gotta do like, drowny place? What the fuck? I gotta do the Clanker underwater section first. And then death will mean giving up and having that be the end of that game. But only after we free Clanker does death free us of this burden. Which one does this open? Does this open Spiller's Harbor? I don't think it does. I think it opens the swamp level, which I totally forgot about, actually. Yeah, that's the swamp level. Spiller's Harbor is great. Y'all should... We should do a stream of this, like, outside of this conceit. And actually, like, play the game properly at some point. Maybe even, like, start from the start, you know, rather than, like, starting from, like, where we are now or something. At some point, this would be a good, like, playthrough. Or, like, even, like, a one-streamer thing. Or, like, 2 streams, maybe. Like, maybe 2 streams would be appropriate for this. Like, you could get through it all in a full 2 streams. Maybe. Depends how long it is, I guess. We got through 2 worlds, and there's, like, 5 of them. So... And that was, like, a 1/7 of our time of this many hours, so... Yeah. Banjo-Tooie. We're at 8. Let's see. What is the next tier to unlock the next world? What is the next, like, Jiggy count to unlock the next world? Let's see that. I'll say that. We need to get to the next Jiggy point that would unlock the 4th world, Atlantis, and we need to go there and, like, look around for a second. We need to unlock the next world, and go there and look around. And you know what? Actually, one more thing while we're there. We need to, what should we do? We need to talk to Boggy. We need to get his bike. We need to buy Boggy's shoes. That'll be the thing. We need to buy Boggy's shoes. That's the Tooie. That's the Tooie clear condition. I'm not gonna do all of Bad Magic Bayou. Let's say 25 Jiggies. I feel like that's a good thing. Your little phone to bother, stick your neck out, watch it, man, do the rat-tap-tap. Okay, we got the rat-tat-tat. I think a weird thing about this game is it spends a lot of time just teaching you the basics, you know? The rat-tat-tat and the fluttery flap. Like, these aren't really moves that you need to, like, layer out. Getting the rat-tat-tat in World 3 is weird, man. And a lot of that is because you didn't have Kazooie to start with, but still, man, it's weird. Too much, spread too much out. I'll say this, 25 Jiggies and 1 minigame. I have to end on a minigame. I have to get to 25 and then find a minigame. Okay? Man, that won't be too hard. There's fucking a lot of minigames in this game. Alright? I should have to do something in Oh, you know what? In Mr. Pants, there's the idea of, like, pictures, right? Should we do, like, the next picture? Like, maybe we can do, like, the next... Let me see. How many things do we have until the next picture is finished? 2. Okay, you know what? Perfect. 25 it is. No change. I'm gonna have Helpo's help. You know... Okay, Helpo. Where do you think it goes? Oh, I think I got it. I think I got it now. Red for the top. Red on the top, green in the middle. That'll do it. Oh, okay, you know what? We just do this. And this. And then bing, bang, boom. 2 more. Well, bam. And well, bam. Easy. Okay. Just needed a little hint to get me in the right direction. Yeah, last one indeed. Has this kind of a fun setting? A fun, like, starting point? You have a bunch of pieces that are, like, slightly different. You have to, like, fill in a grid, I guess. What? How... The red we have to overlap at some point, so... It can't honestly have anything to do with the red. The red is just gonna get covered up and that's that. You know. Oh, that's a minigame. Let's hold off on that for a bit. We gotta end on a minigame here. We'll go right. Oh, that's a Champa. There's like a cool haunted house here, the Monster Manor. Kind of... Okay, come on, guys. You can't just call it Monster Manor. What is this world called? Shit. I don't remember what this world is called now that I'm thinking about it. Bad Magic Bayou. You know what? That's a good name. That's about as good as Spiller's Harbor. That's like top tier as far as the names in this game go for the worlds. There are electric eggs, by the way. Eggs that you fire and they sort of like, you know... They power things on. It's a cool thing. I'm gonna go up here and at least get the yellow Jinjo while I'm in this room and get the notes as well. Seems like a reasonable order of things. Again, with this one, We have to do Clanker's Cavern. What if we did, like, part of Clanker's Cavern? I know that, like, in Banjo-Kazooie terms, that's not satisfying, but look. It's 1 a.m. We need a better goal. You know what I'll say? Okay, I'll say this. New goal. New goal, more specific. Do everything inside of Clanker. Everything inside of Clanker. Everything that involves Clanker directly. All those things. So we're just looking for... clear out the inside, to clear out everything on his back, and to do anything that you have to get by climbing over Clanker. And I guess we can ignore those notes, actually. Shit, man, this feels wrong to not 100% this level, but look, it's 1 a.m. We gotta set a goal for ourselves that's a little more reasonable, a little more manageable, and, you know, a little bit more in line with the other games. I guess in Tooie we are, at least my idea is to do like another world's worth of things, but, you know, just enough to unlock the level, you know, which tends to be a lot less than, like, what's actually in the level. Also, hey, maybe we'll just, like, get down to just Tooie pretty soon, and, like, that would be not that hard if it's just Tooie, I think. And the out is gone, by the way. We no longer have the out of, dying in Banjo-Kazooie. We have to get everything in Clanker. That's just it. And everything down here, again, we can leave. Let's think about this. Okay. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. So what's a 24? How do you divide 24 into squares? Well, actually, hang on. We don't have to do that. I'm overthinking this. All I have to do is do a shape that overwrites this, and then another one that, like... Oh, wait, I did it. I was gonna try to go to, like, do a smaller shape that, like, sort of did itself, and then, like, do everything else as smaller shapes, one by one, but that was perfect. Hey, that was level 25. That is the end of, It's Mr. Pants. Let's just look over the art gallery real fast. My home, my world, fairy tales, white pants, surreal pants, space ribbon pants duel, pants drill, trowel pants, meow pants, fishing pants, baba baba pants, sheep, my rockets, robo pants, shez pants, chili pants, fort pants, pants amid, magic pants. That was the last one we got. That covers it. I'm gonna hit the finish game button. Right, so for this one, let's see how many jiggies we need to get the next world open, and that'll be our end goal. To see the harbor, Jolly Roger's Lagoon. See the harbor level. Which is coincidentally where the starting music comes from. The stream I use at the start of streams. But, you know, a little different in this case. And I'll say again, by the way, if additional games get added, like Diddy Kong Racing, the bonus games, it's kind of too late to add them now and get, like, any real, like, heft off them. I'll say, if they get added, I will play them as long as there are the other original 7. And when the original 7 are finished off, that would be the end of the stream. But I will do a follow-up stream at some point if any of them get met, where we do some more BizHawk Shuffler stuff, where I do whatever games get met, and I'll throw in a few more that are, like, thematically similar, you know. It'll be fun. So if, like, someone is sitting there going, like, well, I would do $15 3 subs or whatever and get us to DKR, but I don't know. There's not enough time, you know. I'll make it work. I'll make it worth your while. It'll be a thing. I reckon that we're just, like, not gonna get it this night, and that's fine. 14. Okay, 5 more jiggies. I can do that. 5 more jiggies. I can do that. Okay. That's the goal here for Tooie. 5 more. That's like half a world's worth. Not bad at all. And maybe if we get a Jinjo, we could, like, you know, do some other stuff. I'm trying to set goals where it's reasonable to do, like, pretty soon here. I don't want to do, like, all that long. You know, I don't want to, like, go too late. And I definitely don't want the VOD to be above 12 hours long. Okay, so for this goal, everything inside Clanker and everything that you have to reach with Clanker is required. That's our subset of this level that we're doing, and then we hit end. Okay? So that means, like, the notes on his back. That does include the notes on his back. It includes his teeth. That includes, like, the whole couple of rooms in his belly. That includes the Wonder Wing move. That would include the tail fin thing. How do we feel about that? You do have to climb the tail fin to get up there, but it's not exactly on him. You know what? Compromise. It's 1 a.m. It's 12:30 a.m. 12:45 a.m. It's time for a compromise. I have to get this one. I have to get the bolts. But the ones behind the tail, no sir. No sir. Tail is out. But this included. God damn it. Here we just have to get to, like, you know what I'll say? I'll say that the minigame can be the last one. The 25th Jiggy can be a minigame Jiggy. Oh, hey, here's batteries. Okay, battery eggs. I got it. Got it. How do I switch? Oh, same as in the other game. Except I have that game mapped differently than this one. You know, where R is, basically, on my controller. You'd think they would be stunned more by the electric eggs. I'm kind of disappointed by that aspect of them. That seems like the main thing that they should do. Stun people. That's like their main job. Other than, like, powering things out. For one of the only and few original moves in this game, I think they could have done better. I think they could have done better on that front. I could do better as well. If we are, like, close to getting a game over, I will save, but... What is the goal for this? This is, Snow Barrel Blast is the goal. And I am absolutely allowed to take the shortcuts. I'm gonna allow myself to take the short... You know what? I shouldn't. We should have to go through it. Okay, I'll say this. If I'm on my last life, I'm allowed to take the shortcut. If I'm not on my last life, I'm not allowed to take the shortcut. And that's how we're gonna do it. For Snow Barrel Blast. If I'm on 1 life, okay, let's be generous. Let's give us a little bit of wiggle room, just in case I fuck up. If I'm on 1 life, I'm allowed to take the shortcut. So 1 or 0 shortcut. Otherwise, nah. Let's just go ahead and I'm gonna save and refresh my lives. I want to be careful here. And by refresh my lives, I mean I'm gonna die twice. Actually, it would be 3 times. Is this the fastest way to die 3 times? I don't know. 14. Going to, Haunted Grove. Let's go Pine Grove, where... I guess it's not haunted. Pine Grove. Going into Witchy World. Hey, it's Witchy World. You know, I know we're not spending that much time in Witchy World, but I think I like Witchy World a lot. I want Witchy World to be in the thumbnail. We have to spend time in Witchy World for that to be a thing, though. Excuse me if I end up, like, doing, like, weird poses to try to, like, you know, get something that makes sense for it. I could probably find something somewhere. I'm sometimes doing that in recent streams, just like having moments where I'm just like, okay, I'm just gonna frame the camera where the character is big, and, you know, just to get something that is, like, a possible candidate for, like, being a really good thumbnail for YouTube. Because I reckon, you know, I don't know. But I reckon that's, like, pretty important to, like, getting it out there, you know? The VODs. The YouTube, I'll say, you know, for the folks watching on YouTube later, I'll say, like, the YouTube has a lot fewer in the way of subscribers, which is the YouTube equivalent of a follower. And I will say, if anyone is interested in YouTube, there's all the VODs from all the streams since, like, last June are there, and a few from before that even, and actually last July, more like. So, like, a year of VODs and a bunch of other stuff. Well, not other stuff, but, you know, just VODs with descriptions and other such things. It's a nice channel, and I think that it's got good stuff on it, you know? I mean, I think a lot of these streams are very good. I'm looking forward to when I put this one up. This one I think will be this will be a great one. I'll say though, you know, I don't have any subscribers there. I would consider doing a similar, like, celebration stream if I were to get to, like, 100 followers on, or 100 subscribers on YouTube, let's say. But it would probably be smaller scale, you know. Twitch is really, like, the main venue for me. And then the YouTube is just where the VODs go, where they live forever. And, maybe people can comment on them if they like. And, you know, you can leave likes if you want me to know that I've done a good job and you like it. And I'll say every time I see a like on YouTube, even just a single like, I see one of them come in for a recent video, I just go like, yeah, hell yeah, you know, I'm just like really amped and stoked and shit. I'm sure, like, I'm not sure really. I'm sure eventually if you, like, get enough, like, you progress on the YouTube track, right? Eventually you get annulled to, like, just seeing one like come in, but I see one like, I go like, oh shit, yeah, hell yeah. I feel good, I get that dopamine, you know? And I'm sure, like, I'll say, like, you know, hey, with Mario Maker, I get enough likes where, you know, my top levels have, like, thousands of likes, or, like, hundreds of likes as average. So, I guess I'm a little more a nerd as far as, like, Mario Maker goes. So it's not like I'm a stranger to, like, being, getting less out of, like, one like, you know? But I'll still say, hey, I appreciate every like on a Mario Maker level, even if I don't look at a single one of them individually and say, hey, how about that? You know, I'm much more just like, okay, likes, good. Let me see the totals. Oh yeah, those are higher than they were before. I'm happy about that. I'm trying to die here to get my lives back. Again. And then we'll do the boss, and then we'll, Snow Barrel Blast is the goal. We should set a lose condition for this one, because game over is a concern. We get into the next world, we die, that's it. And we just get an unhappy ending. But hey, it's a happy ending insofar as, like, we will have beaten, you know, 3 whole worlds. That's not nothing, considering that we're playing, like, 7 other games, or 6 other games, you know, this stream. Like, that is something we can look at and be happy about, I reckon. Really, I should have just said the B, shouldn't I? It's not too late to change my mind and say the B. We're gonna try for Snow Barrel Blast. And, we'll see what happens. I think Snow Barrel Blast would be especially a fun one to play in this circumstance, and also one that might give us a lot of trouble, so I would like to see if we can do it. And, I think that'd be good. Oh, hey, that gives us a Mumbo token. Have we gotten a Mumbo token every time we did a boss fight? No, the last boss fight we did got us Kazooie. So, I guess that's why there was no boss token in the last world. Ugh, jeez. We're at 24. For this game, we just need to do one more thing. Just need to find some minigame. Oh, wait a minute, can we just... We could have just jumped up there and gotten 25. Well, like I said, I have to end on a minigame, so... Now that we gotten 25, we have to find a minigame to do. And have that be that. Here, it's the toboggan level, so just this boss fight and 2 more levels. Damn it. I'm a little worried here. It's been a long time since I've been worried playing a Donkey Kong Country game. I guess actually I have done on occasion streams where I did like Donkey Kong Country, but every time I died I switched games. I did that like in 2021. And I did another similar stream in 2022 where it was Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3. But every time I died twice in a world, I moved to the next game. So I guess I was feeling fear for those streams, but, it's quite unusual to have that without any sort of like limited life situation. Just from switching games and being like out of sorts the next time it comes out. And like having to think fast and... Okay, it was a little bit stuttery there. Here we need to go get Mumbo before we can do anything, so... let's get the fuck out of here. This isn't gonna be our jig. Our jiggy. I don't know why I went in here. This ain't it. And again here, we just need 5 jiggies. Enough to get into the next world. This will be the split up pad. This will let us do new things. That's great. I know where 1 is. 1 jiggy that we could get very easily. Unfortunate bonk there. I think we can do this one that's on the top of the tower, the Dive of Death, and then we can do a couple in the cowboy area. There's the whole inflatable castle thing that'll get us another 2 through some short mini games, and that sounds like a good plan to me. I forget if there's one for just inflating the castle. There might not be, but potentially 3 here. Great place to stop. Did I say where we were going to for it with DKC 2? Let's go to the roller coaster. Roller coaster to Ghost World level. That's it. That's all we're doing. 2 of these games ending on roller coaster levels, I think is very fun and very funny. I didn't save. Maybe I should have done. I'll say this. Okay, since I didn't save. And also just in general, if in this game we game over, which we have plenty of lives, I don't see that happening. If we were to game over, that would be it as well. But I intend on doing this, and honestly, these levels, this roller coaster level in this world, it's not as hard as the one in DKC 1, even though it's in a later world. There's just like one jump in there that's really like that gives me trouble. The stuff with the bees around like the 75% mark, like that jump does give me trouble, but it gives me less trouble than like all of Minecart Mayhem. I'm pretty sure. Shit. I'm gonna wait before running. Okay, good. That was a short gap. This game's pretty easy. You know, as far as like game overs go, there's basically no chance because you can always save no matter what. There's no like, they sort of got rid of like the risk here. You know, you can always like backtrack to a cave, even if it's a cave in another world. You know, very, very doable and possible, and it's very kind as a result. This is a very kind DKC game. Which, hey, you know, means that you don't have to deal with the possibility of dying and losing progress, but also, you know, that can be fun in its own right to make a challenge out of things, you know. Oh, thank God. I was worried there that guy was just gonna bounce us to hell, but we got out. Good thing we didn't jump on that flitter earlier. There's the checkpoint. Wonderful. Wait for the rope. I love this rope concept a lot. I wish something like this could be done in Mario Maker really easily, where it's just like, okay, jump from... I guess you could do that something like that with blink blocks, but it's a little different, you know? Like, for those, you're typically going from, like, blue to red, and, you know, they don't overlap at all. It's not like you can go from, like, the one that's on, like, a slightly later rotation, the one that's on a slightly later rotation, you know? It's not so much that they're forming in front of you, but, like, they're just alternating, you know? You'd really need, like, a rotation of, like, 3 different blocks to really make something like this work and feel exactly as fluid, you know? You know what I mean? It's a difficult thing. Back in my head, I'm now thinking, okay, hey, Haunted Hall, we just gotta finish this level, and DKC 2 will be done for tonight, and we can hit end game, and we'll have one fewer game. Again, this is the final sprint, and I'll say again, with the bonus games, I will do a follow-up stream where I play them if they get met, and you know, however many get met, whatever. So again, I want to assure everyone that the sub goals will still be relevant if they are met like in the next hour or so. It's like 1 AM. I'm hoping that next hour. Jeez, maybe should have had like more doable goals. Then again, once we get like one of them down and there's one fewer game for us to play, and you know, things will start moving faster. I think we're in good shape. As far as ending around like 2, let's say. With these goals that I'm throwing together on the fly that are not arbitrary. They are arbitrary. They are completely arbitrary and are just like made up on the fly. Still, I think it's a fun way to structure the end of this stream, and I'll tell you, I did not think about this ahead of time, how we were gonna end. I just thought like, yeah, it'll peter out at some point. But hey, you know, when you're doing a 10-hour stream, you have time to think about, okay, how am I gonna end this? And figure it out from there. I think this is gonna be much easier than the other, like, these jumps here. They always give me trouble. Fuck! Okay, you know what? We're going through the bonus. We gotta go through the bonus. That's just the easiest way through. You always go through the bonus on this one, even if you're not going for, like, 100%. And you gotta try for the second bonus as well, because the second bonus in the, like, the third bonus, actually. It's the third bonus, technically. The third bonus in the second half of the level also gets you by, like, a really hard pair of zinger jumps, which I think are just, like... Fuck! These jumps just, like, kill me every time, honestly. But, hey, you know... Just have to get through this section, which is not that hard, and then we'll have a checkpoint and a new DK. Okay. The only thing is I need to, like, be on my toes, and when we switch back, I need to be, like, ready to go. You know what I mean? I gotta be, like, not let it slip. Again, last sprint here. We got, like, goals in each of these games that we have to get before we can, like, hit end. We've already hit end on, we've already hit finish on It's Mr. Pants. We got rank 25 in that. For this game, we are going to 14, so we need 4 more jiggies. And then we can end. You know what? I was saying we would go to Atlantis and, like, or not Atlantis, we would go unlock the level and do, buy a thing from the walrus. Let's just have it be 5 more jiggies. I am kinda not in the mood. It's late. Here's a good one that we can do that's pretty easy. Let's go. Just gotta hit a switch 3 different ways. And after this, there's the 2 in the inflatable castle. And what can we do for a 3rd? For like a 5th? I don't know, but let's do this level. Again, this level is all we have to do here in DKC 2, and then we'll be, like, moving on. We'll end this one. And I'll say, like, there was an earlier minecart level that took, like, 4 hours to do. I will say, if we die, run out of life, game over. We're just gonna have to call it, you know? It's 1 AM. Fuck! Fuck! Oh god! Oh! I hate those jumps so much. I'm glad we got through those on the first try. I'd prefer to go through either have a Kong or go through the mini game, go through the bonus game. If possible. God, this timer is way too tight. I missed one earlier. No! Screwed up a little bit. That was fucking close. I think we should be able to do it in like a try or two, and we have 12. We won't game over here. Oh. I think you can hit like one of them without losing a Kong. You know, one, ooh, ooh. Okay, good, bonus game, this is easier. I'm just gonna take a dive. Here, we just need to get one more minigame. We gotta end on a minigame. And I think it's right here. Yeah, sure, okay, I have to do a minigame. Okay, I already did one of these before, I know how to play it. Thank you. Don't catch a crab, okay. That's the new twist here. No crabs. This game kind of has a lot of minigames, and I'll say, like, they're not good. I don't like them. Does anyone? Minigames were not what Banjo needs. You need, like, isometric platforming action. And that's that, you know? Yes! Okay, that was a minigame. That is the end of, that is the end of this game. We got 25 Jiggies total, and then did a minigame. Ended. Grunty's Revenge is done. We're down to 5. Here, we're looking for 14 Jiggies, so just 3 more, and we can hit end. I know where 2 of them are. I can get 2 of them right easy. Well, maybe not right easy, but, you know, a few quick minigames, and we'll have them. Which, for Banjo-Tooie, is pretty right easy. You know, that's about as easy as you get in Banjo-Tooie. Jump on here so he can't get me. Eh? Okay, there we go. It seemed like I couldn't go into first person mode for a second there. Weird. Whatever. Okay, we need to split up. We need to split up. 1 on one, 1 on the other, and then 2 quick minigames for 2 quick Jiggies. Easy, easy, easy. It's A, it's you jump, right? Yes. Oh my god, tutorial. Last thing I need right now. I'll say with It's Mr. Pants and Grunty's Revenge done, all 5 of the remaining games are like just literally 5 of my favorite games of all time. Oh, I don't have the pack whack yet. That's right. So, you know, this is a good set of games. You know, this is all-time favorites, one and all. And like DKC 2 is like top among them. You know, of these games, if I pick a favorite, you're like, yeah, DKC 2. It's like one of my top 2 games of all time. Or along with Mario Odyssey. So like, yeah, with a bullet. Okay, we have enough. We have 2 Kongs now. And also we're gonna get through without taking a hit, let's say. The odds are in our favor. And again, we finished this level. That's it for DKC 2 for tonight. Okay, good. Hey, that's it. I'm not even gonna do like a... Okay, I'm gonna do the guitar. Good, good, good. Finish game. Alright, back to DKC, or sorry, Banjo-Kazooie. I'll say again the goal for this game. We just have to get everything that's inside Clanker. And also the one thing that with the blowhole. We gotta get the blowhole Jiggy. Blowhole and insides. And that's it. And then we can finish. We're not doing the whole world. We're not doing every note. Feels wrong to do this, but hey, it's 1 AM. What are you gonna do? You know, usually you're supposed to just do the whole level in one go. That's just how you do this game. But you know, we gotta make a house rule. Okay, one more. I'll say this. Okay. I'm gonna do it this time. God. Okay, there we go. Panicking there. Fuck! Ah, that battle was almost won, too. For this one, we have to get to Snow Barrel Blast. Snow Barrel Blast will be the last one here. Or Death in the next world. If we die on the way to Snow Barrel Blast, we'll just have to call it, and that'll be that. It's late. We can't do game overs. We can't do that many tries, you know? Honestly, I could have used, like, lives, like a whole bunch of extra lives right now, you know, from, like, token stuff. Usually I eschew those entirely, and think, like, I think DKC is a little silly for, like, using tokens instead of, like, having bonus games be strictly for lives, but, you know, for once I am feeling like I have a lot fewer lives here in DKC 1 than in the other 2 games. Maybe it could be because DKC 1 gives you it uses bonuses to give you the stuff. Oh fuck me, I didn't save. We have 4 lives though, that's pretty much as many as we would have. So, you know what? Okay. Let's go inside Clanker and start clearing him out. You know, in like a cool way, not like a weird way. Clearing out, like, the collectibles, you know? And I'm counting the witch switch. I know it's not inside, but I'm counting it. We're here to give him a deep cleanse. Here, what we want to do is, get this jiggy. I could go get the Wonder Wing from here, like where it's leaving us off. Why don't I do that? Go get the Wonder Wing. Then we'll do the hoop challenge. And we'll go from there. And get the Jinjos while we're at it. The Jinjo that's in this area. And yeah, I think that'll do it. Pretty close here. If I had planned the final sprint out in advance, and, like, actually, like, had this in mind from the beginning... Is this Snow Barrel Blast? Oh, wait, this is Snow Barrel Blast. Okay, shit. This is the level. We just have to beat this level. Okay, great. I thought it was the 3rd level. So, it's nice to know that it's right here up front. And again, I cannot use the shortcut unless I am at 1 life. Or I do it accidentally. If it's an accident, it's allowed. If I, like, misfire and land into the barrel that takes us to the end. That is permissible. That's a cool bit, just like putting an enemy that's flying between you and a barrel. This game has some good design. I love it. Halfway. Perfect. Let's, do the rest so good. A storm of neckies is a good thing. Okay, the bonus, the hidden thing is down, but we're moving on. We're going forward. And again, this is the final sprint. The goal here, so that we can end this game and move on, is to finish this level or die 5 times, or, you know, game over. And, yeah. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like we won't die. I'm feeling like this is we're gonna do it. Also, I'll be allowed to take the shortcut, you know, at 1 or 0 lives, so we'll do it one way or the other. Okay, we got the Wonder Wing. The last move we'll get here in Banjo-Kazooie. Thank you for topping us off, Bottles. It's cool how, like, the smiles get bigger and smaller as they take damage. Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo and Kazooie. That's always been, and will continue to be, a great detail. And I think a remarkably cool thing. Okay, that's that room. This room is mostly just the water thing, just the loops, the hoops. You have to go through them in order, and you know, it's the one's green. That's the one you need to go through. Plain and simple. Let's go. This is 48 seconds, which means that we can do it in a single rotation if it came out like early, but we didn't. So we'll probably be switching in the middle of this. Hopefully it doesn't disorient me too much. Now we only have 4. We already finished one of our DKCs, so we only have 4 games left. We're getting down to it. I'm feeling good about that. Back to DKC. Again, this is the final sprint. I have set goals for each of these games based on, like, what's something nearby that's, like, a pretty good place to end on. Like, what can we get to? And, for this one, finishing Snow Barrel Blast, which is a pretty, you know, famously hard level. Hellish, you might say. I think doing that would be pretty satisfying of a conclusion for us. This here stream for DKC. Fuck me, that was so close. Getting close on this. The toboggan level is for DKC 3, clearing out Clanker for Banjo-Kazooie, and 14 Jiggies for Banjo-Tooie. So yeah, just 4 left. That means that we're gonna be spending more time with each of these games. Probably well before 2 a.m. will this stream end. Which, you know, will mark like just under 11 hours. Which is about what I was looking for. You know, I like a big long stream. And somehow, I don't know what that is. Like when I'm streaming, I'm able to push through without, like, getting hungry or tired or sleepy, you know. Just push the fuck through. There's, like, an adrenaline to putting on a stream. And it like pushes you through forward. Gets you in the mood, you know, whatever the fuck. Ooh. One more level here in DKC 3. Just Toboggan. Just Tearaway Toboggan. Good name. Meanwhile here, we're gonna do some pumping. And then do a castle, which will give us access to 2 mini games, which we can, you know, we can finish real easy like. Wait, do we need mid-air egg aiming for the 1 mini game? We might. Crap. I need to get that if that's the case. Well, the Kazooie alone one will be pretty easy, so we can do that at any rate. Also, we are getting right down to it, you know. There won't be... Things, right now, we have, like, nearly half as many games as we started with, so... Things are gonna move twice as fast, generally. I think these are manageable goals. Just 3 more Jiggies here, right? 3? Yeah, 3 more Jiggies, and then this one ends as well. Hoop, hurry! Okay, here we go. Another attempt on this. We have how many lives? I don't think it's 1 yet. I think I would remember if it were 1. So we still have to try our best here. Ooh, that was lucky. That was lucky that we hit the B. We need to jump to actually survive there. Or otherwise, we would have totally bit it, you know? The zinger, you know, I know it's called a zinger. It's not called a B. Fuck! There was just two barrels left there. I was really unsure about the timing, but you know, we have to go sometime, right? Okay. Dang. B was in the wrong place at the wrong time. This is a much easier version of that in this game. The barrel there. Funny. This toboggan level shouldn't give us that much trouble. I don't think it's as hard as, like, you know, the DKC level that took like a billion tries, but we'll see. Again, let me say, this is the last sprint. I am, I should add that to the stream title. I want to do that, actually. That's a good idea. I'll just end that to the end of the thing. Last sprint. In the last sprint, I have set some goals, and I'm going to try to get them. The goal for this game is to finish this level. Basically, a good stopping point that I think would be appropriate and fun. The minecart levels have been a little bit hectic to do when you're switching games, it turns out. And you can't, like... You need to have a moment to, like, stop and say, like, oh, I'm playing this game now. And, if you're just, like, in the middle of a jump, it's just, like, hectic, you know? And I think, therefore, it's a good place to stop. The last level of... The level that we're on in Donkey Kong Country is also the last level of that. And for this, we need to get, like, 3 more jiggies in Tooie. And in Kazooie, we need to finish off everything that's inside Clanker. Everything that's inside Clanker. Outside, fine. Inside, gotta get it. How many do we need here? I didn't read. I bet I will do it in the first try. I am good at this game. Jump through blue hoops, and maybe green ones as well, when convenient. Or if you only see red, jump through those. It's all good. Is 30 gonna be enough? We need like 40? Okay, yeah, that's enough. Okay, good, we scored enough. That's another jig. Another jigay. Just 2 more to secure. I think the other minigame here requires you to have, mid-air aiming, which we don't have yet, so maybe we should boogie and find another one to do. Boogieing is always an option. You know, going somewhere else. I could have it so that, like, when we finish the second to last game, the last game just goes uncompleted. Because, you know, we won't be switching games at that point. Where's the chaos then? But I think let's let's like actually, you know, let's actually do the goal, even if it's like after the point where the shuffling has stopped, you know. We're so close here on everything, on all these. We could also, you know, yeah, go back to mines, go back to whatever, you know. There's stuff in the first world that we haven't gotten yet. It would be relatively easy in Banjo-Tooie. That is the thing about Banjo-Tooie. You don't have to commit yourself to any world that you go into. You can just, like, pop in and be like, oh, I feel like going somewhere else now. I'm gonna go somewhere else now and do some stuff somewhere else. Like, the world is your oyster in Banjo-Tooie. And really, you shouldn't tie yourself down to one world. You're just doing everything at once. It's not that sort of game. Okay, we have 1 life. That means I'm allowed to use the shortcut now. I'm allowed to use the shortcut here. On account of we don't want a game over. I still have to get to there, though. But it's not that hard. There's like a trick shot you can do where you do like up and like diagonally up at the first at that first cannon there, and that'll also get you into the shortcut barrel. I have done that on occasion just accidentally and landed in there, but if you like do it a little early, let's say. But not this time. Folks, that's Snow Barrel Blast, and that's the end of DKC 1 as far as this stream goes. Just DKC 3 and the 2 Banjo games left. We'll see which one finishes next. Again, finish this level for DKC 3. Toboggan, DKC 3, Clanker, and 14 Jiggies in Tooie. That's the agenda here. I don't know why these like toboggan levels are throwing me as much as they are today, like, or these minecart levels. Like, I don't know, like the last year I did a stream where I played through like all of DKC 3 without dying like once, you know. Where like, basically the conceit was every time I died I'd switch games, and I got to like Poison Pipeline before dying in DKC 3, which is like the second to last level, which was just so, it felt so good getting all the way there on just the 1 life, you know. Compared to now, I'm just like eating it like repeatedly. I guess the thing is like switching from 2D platformers to 3D platformers, it's you know, has an effect on your sea legs, you know, versus like switching from 2D. No, I do not. Switching from like 2D to 3D, switching from 2D to 2D is different, you know. That was not automatic, by the way. That was just me, you know, exiting the game in the virtual console and going to the next game, accordingly, you know. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you. I don't have the moves to do all the things, so you are just off the table. We need the taxi pack to get all those guys taken care of. We don't have that. We also don't have mid-air aiming yet. Where the fuck was mid-air aiming? Oh yeah, it's by the dodgems. It's behind the dodgems. Alright, reunited at last. We just need 2 more Jiggies, so it doesn't have to be a minigame. It doesn't have to be anything. It doesn't even have to be in this world, in this level. What? Camera? Hello? Where am I? Okay, there I am. I held down R at a certain point just to, like, correct, and that worked. Easy jiggies I can do right now. The dome. The dodgem, in the fire dome, there's like a big ramp that we go up, and that has a jiggy at the top. That one's not so bad. I could switch to Mumbo, activate the stars tower, and then climb up there. That one's not so bad, just 2 steps. A lot of Banjo-Tooie's, things are like pretty involved, you know? They're like pretty involved, so finding one like 0 steps is like, at this point in the game, really rare. Though also I could just go back to the first world and get some of them that have like just, I say 0 steps, 1 step, you know? It's very rare to just have a jiggy in this game that's just like, fuck. Let's just go get jiggy. That's it. Go get this jiggy. That's that. Much more common to have like, okay, you go do here, you go do that, you do this thing, you do that thing, and then you can get the jiggy. Which, you know, look, I'm in favor of, honestly. I like that in a platformer, to have like a lot of steps to do a thing. But it is 1:30, so, you know, we need to be wrapping it up, you know. We need to find some quick ones to just pound out, you know, to just like jam through. I need to use the flying pad, right, to get up to that thing, that platform, that ledge. Do I actually? Oh shit, I think I can just jump. Also, faster to swim. Again, Clanker's Cavern, the goal here. Clear out Clanker. Insides. And that's it. Yeah, okay. We've done the upper room. We've done the lower. We've done the room with the wing. The wing. We gotta get these notes. And there's a Jinjo to get as well. There's a Jinjo in this room. And then there's the other room. And then there's the swim between these 2 rooms. And that'll be it. Not that much in the grand scheme of things. And usually I feel like it would take me like 5 minutes, you know, to just like jam through, except that I'm switching games and like losing my, cool? Not cool, but like I'm losing my, it's hard to go from one to, it's hard to switch, you know? Even now that there's fewer games, still, I feel like it's having some effect on me. Some like, making these games feel harder than I think I felt like in ages. It's also possible that, you know, I've been playing on SNES Online for a while, the last couple of times. Maybe when they're emulated, it's a slightly different feeling. Maybe the input is like slightly different, or slightly off somehow, I don't know. I shouldn't blame the emulator. It's going fine. Look, it's not, it doesn't have like frame rate. It's good. Still, I tell you, I feel like I haven't had this much trouble with levels with like these games as I've like revisited them in like so long. You know, it feels weird to go on these and be like disoriented and be like out of sorts because like, yeah, you know, just these games, they're like so different. You know, 3D platformers, 2D platformers. You know this. You know that. It feels like it's been a while since the Switch. There it is. There's the left. Where are we going in, Tooie? Thinking. Fire area. I want to go to the fire area. To open the fire dome, don't you need to get, like, the, I guess there are multiple steps to that, even. Don't you have to, like, get Wumba and, like, do the coin thing? I don't want to do Dodgems. Dodgems is too long. Okay, here's the move. Okay. No bonk. I guess to get Mumbo in this world, you have to get Wumba first, right? Well, I do have a spare little critter that I can give, like, one of them, so whatever, that works out. How do you get to the... You know how you get to Wumba? You get, well, obviously from the Wumba area, over here of the left. Then we climb up the thing, and that's gonna get us the van. Let's go get the van, go open a place, and go from there. Need to get this note. Two ways about it. Okay, that's all the notes here. Notes on the other side. Yeah, there's a couple of notes on the other side, and then there's like one more rune that we have to do here. And that'll be it for Banjo-Kazooie. And then we'll be just down to 2 games. Which, hey, means things are going a lot quicker. I reckon we're in the last sprint of the last sprints, you know? These goals weren't bad. I'm happy with them. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave, and I'm going to go in through the tooth holes. The mouth holes, you know, the teeth. Mouth holes, what the fuck. I'm going to shoot out his teeth, and then I'm going to go in that way. Back to DKC 3. Let's just concentrate, let's just focus. I think you can do this level in 2 minutes. It's possible we could be ending this game this time. I say that, you know, I'd have to get through this first section and the second section. Ooh. I feel like that jump there has been giving me the most trouble. Like, jumping after landing on that guy, right after hitting the ground. Been feeling a bit... Fuck! Awkward. It's not that hard. This is certainly no minecart carnage. I just gotta jump good. Ugh. Tomorrow, normal length Wind Waker stream. Thursday, I'm gonna take it off. I am saying that now, having gone as late as I have today. Definitely no Thursday stream this week. Next week, I do think I want to do like a Game Pass stream on Thursday. Or maybe some sort of Maker stream. I'm thinking Maker stream next Tuesday. Not this Tuesday, next Tuesday. Been too long since the last one of those. I will say, with how hard this level is treating me, I think we picked a good one for the goal for this game. Like, something about these auto-scrolling levels, these minecart levels, is just throwing me for a loop when switching games every minute. You know, I feel like you need concentration for these, not like the constant switching of scenarios. There it goes. How are we on Jinjos? We don't have, like... No, we don't have any of them that's, like, really low or really close, where if we see a red Jinjo, for instance, we could just go grab and finish that off. Nothing like that. Is doing that platform a Jiggy? Is riding the platform across the way a Jiggy? I don't think it is. I think it's just, like, part of a Jiggy. And that specific part is just, like, a small part. And it involves a minigame and also a thing that we haven't done in another world. Forget about it. That's not gonna be it. Here we go. I don't know where the little wigwam guy, where the little, like, bouncy guy is, but maybe it's inside. Maybe it's inside and we just have to go in there and grab it and put it in. We also have one that's spare, so that's an option as well. What am I doing? I need to do the other side. Here we just have to go around the thing, go around the horn, do all the notes, swim through the thing. And I'll say one more thing I need to do. I need to, like, exit the fish and, like, get, like, on top of him. And that'll be a quick thing. I just want to end, like, in a, you know, not in its belly. Not in Clanker's belly here. I want to end on the outside like a human. You know, like a man. Like a bear and a bird. Tomorrow is a work day. I need to... whatever. I'll sleep fine. Don't worry about me. I'll manage. I did a really late night... I did a much later night stream on, like, Pikmin 4 release date. That was, like, last Thursday. So, I can handle a late night. You know... Honestly, like, I need to eat after this. I need to do other things. I need to, like... There we go. That's everything, I think, inside of Clanker. There's nothing that's, like, from dropping down the witchy chute, right? I should make sure of that. Before we, fuck me. Before we hit end. Alright, let's go. This'll be it. Then we'll just have Banjo-Tooie to do. And, you know, we're pretty close on that. Maybe this is silly, but I would like the last Jiggy of Banjo-Tooie to be the star, the star building one. I know that one requires a few extra steps, but I like that one. And I want to do it, so yeah, that's my plan. Open the health field. Get to Mumbo. Do the one where you have to go up the tower. Do that whole thing. Then take Mumbo, turn on the planetarium, climb the planetarium. Perfect place to end the stream. But also that, you know, I am kind of assuming that one will be the last one. I feel like that one should be the longest one of the ones that are remaining. I mean, it's just this and Kazooie's already done, pretty much, so... And hey, here's the Globo. We don't have to worry about Globos. That's Wumba. Wumba has I have Globo. I will give Globo on Wumba. Absolutely. Here you go. Let's see Van. It's late. Van, good transformation. Can't be damaged. Has money. That's all. It's a good form. I like it. I like the audacity in this game in a couple places. Being like, yeah, you know, this form, it's a van. You know this guy, he fires a coin. You know what a coin does to a van? Jack shit. Immune to damage. Nothing can hurt it. Nothing can hurt a van. A van hits you, you're dead. That's just it. That's just all she wrote. That's perfect. I love that. Okay, you know what? Hey, as far as steps go, this step took like 2 seconds. So, you know, it took a single rotation. So, honestly, DKC 3 might be the last one. here tonight at this rate. It's feeling like it's a pretty good chance. 50-50. If I had the means to do polls and like, you know, I'll say like polls are weird for me to do as by myself, you know. Polls are something that would be good if I had like mods. If I had mods, I could do polls, and that would be very feasible. Oh shit, I just realized, no issue, no issue. Haven't been looking at the chat for a while, but no problem. It's been quiet. I accidentally clicked something and my chat was hidden. You know, on my computer. On my PC, I have a setup where I have like a preview monitor, and on the preview monitor has like a whole preview image of what the stream looks like, as well as the chat. I can always look over and see like both of them, sort of like framed, so that part of the chat is covering out like part of the preview, but hopefully a part that's relatively unimportant, where I can just know that that part is good to go, and I don't have to worry about it, you know? Basically, I have a bunch of things like the activity feed, the chat, and the audio mixer all on that screen, so they're all in easy reach. And I can just see them all, and they're all like framed around my face, you know? I have it so that they're not covering me, so I can look over and see that, you know, there's not something weird going on with me. It's kind of important to be able to see yourself during a stream, I think, because, like, what if the camera is on the wrong camera or something and you just have no idea? That would be a problem. I think we're done with Banjo-Kazooie. I can't remember if there's something you get by, like, going backwards through the thing. Like, out from the witch switch back into the thing, but I'm not gonna go all the way in there to find out. Banjo-Kazooie, Clanker has been cleared out. That's it for Banjo-Kazooie. We're just down to 2 now. Tooie and DKC 3. Here, I'm gonna activate this pad, warp back to Wumba, warp back here, get Mumbo out, do a thing. Simple. Simple. It is very soon to be 2 a.m., I will say, so I guess it's looking like the stream will last until just after 2 a.m., which, hey, 11 hours, that's a good length for a big-ass, long-ass stream. You know, one celebrating such an auspicious thing as 500 Twitch followers. I think that's a fair length. And I've done worse. You know, I've done longer. What the fuck? Oh, my controller died! What the hell, my controller? What should... Stop! Hang on, let me replace the battery, see if that helps. 1 second here. No! No! Stop! I hit a hotkey, and it got confused. This can't be how it ends. Turn back on, please. Okay, good, it was a low battery. I have had other issues where sometimes a controller will turn off and then won't turn on until I restart whatever it is using the controller. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. It turned back on as soon as I replaced the batteries. I forget if we started the stream with fresh batteries, but again, that was 11 hours ago, so... You know, who could say, really? Feel like we're getting pretty deep here. Jump at the bottom of this hill. Oh, fuck! How am I finding it so hard to jump at the bottom of the hill? honestly. Oh, let me get the cam back. See, that's what I was saying about the camera. It's important to see yourself, so you can know to do the camera thing. I guess that's just me having this camera that, like, tracks me, and, you know, and lets me move around, but also if I, like, move too much, it'll get confused and, get, like, really out of whack. Really have a really weird angle to... It'll choose, like, a really weird angle. I suppose it would help if it was, like, faster at tracking, so if I'm moving really fast, it just can't lose me. You know, but instead just, like, stays on me as I, like, go in front of the TV or something. Why did I walk? What the hell was that? I made a mistake. I should have just teleported. What am I doing? That's what happens when you're, like, I guess switching between games and, like, not 100% thinking. You know? Also, I went the long way around. Behind the big tent, there's a warp point. We'll just use that. Skull, please. Little sick still, maybe, but it's a lot better than it was, like, on Friday and Thursday. I'd say overall I'm over it, but I'm still gonna take probably some NyQuil before bed, you know? Just makes it easier. Just makes it simpler. Just be like, okay, whatever, just gonna take it until I'm feeling like not shit at all. Which I guess that's like the question, right? When are you feeling not shit at all? You know, even if you're not sick, you probably, at least when you're my age, when you're like in your 30s, you probably still feel a little shit. You know, at what point is that just a normal part of being 30, 33, you know, mid-30s, versus like, you know, like a cold or a sickness or whatever. It's hard to say, ambiguous. Whatever, doesn't hurt to take some medication. It probably does hurt a little bit. You probably should not take it if you don't need to. It probably does, you know, hey, don't take it if you don't need it, basically. Okay, we're going to the space zone, doing a thing in the space zone, and then 2 quick jiggies, and that'll be it for Tooie. And this isn't really a skill thing, this shouldn't be hard. So... This Phil. Yes! That was one of the barriers. And here we go, we got a fucking checkpoint. Finally, I can't believe we went that long without getting to the midway. Like, holy shit, y'all. Okay, I'm feeling good. DKC 3 might be ending shortly. That's one of the last things. Fuck! We're so near the end here. We're so near the end, I can taste it. I can taste it. I think DKC 3 is ending first. I think it's ending first here, y'all. And again, these goals that I set are pretty arbitrary. Just like, okay, this is a hard level that'll probably challenge me after this whole night. Judging from the other toboggan, and judging by the other levels that are similar to this will probably give me a hard time, honestly. These are pretty arbitrary goals, but... Yes! But I think they are good ones, nonetheless. And will, be fun, you know? That's all we're really looking for. Fun. I'm pretty sure if you hit end game on the last game, it switches to the... On the second to last game, it switches to the last game. But I don't want to take that chance, so I'm just gonna let it, like, switch naturally when that happens. And then, I'm gonna, like, stop the script that does the randomization. And that'll be that. That's how we'll do things, just to be 1000% safe. I think I did try during the randomizer roulette, and I did find, like, oh, it does totally switch to the next... It does switch you from that game to the next game, but... I'm not 100% sure, and I need to be 100% sure to do it. The planetary dome, that'll be the last one. That'll be the last thing we get tonight. And we will end at the top of this dome. How about? And I'll get the DK coin in DKC 3. Shit, you know, we have time, it's fine. But unless I throw that in, it doesn't come back. Oh wait, it respawns. It respawns, okay, good. Okay. Finally, Jesus. That was not as hard as it needed to be. That was not as hard as I found it to be. Let me get the script out. I'm not sure what happens if, like... Great. It's 2 a.m. on the dot, and we finished Donkey Kong Country 3. There's just one last game to do what the finishing objective that we set, which turned out to be, I think on the whole, perfectly done. I'm going to let this one... I'm gonna let this one just time out, and I'm gonna pause the script, and I will say... I'm gonna call it on the bonus incentives. The bonus incentives are done. They will not be added to the shuffle at this point, though I will say, if you do end up getting met, if they still end up getting met, we will do a follow-up stream where I do play some other sort of randomizer roulettes, or some sort of other, like, I'll play those games that are in the incentive in a random, like, BizHawk Shuffler stream, but I'll add some other games in there, and it'll just be a shorter Thursday stream, not a 10-hour celebration, you know? More simple, more short, not this. This was fun, though. I had a great time, switching between 5 of my favorite games of all time, and also Grunty's Revenge, and It's Mr. Pants. That was a fun night. I would have liked to see those other games, like Diddy Kong Racing and all that. But, hey, you know, you do what you do. These last 2 jiggies, which again, the goal here is to get up to 14, which unlocks the next world, by the way. That's why I set it at 14. I know where the jiggies I want to get are. They're this one in the Dodgem Dome, and, this one in the Dodgem Dome where you split up, and Kazooie goes up to the top and does a thing. Want to do that one. And then we'll end on the stars thing. The star spinner thing, whatever it's called. What's it called? I don't know. Doesn't matter. I didn't grab Banjo's Pack Whack, but it doesn't matter because I'm not gonna run into enemies. Usually I would do the very cool thing of, like, jumping in midair, and then pack whacking, and then doing a double jump, but since I didn't get pack whack, I can't show that to you. I will tell you though, I think that is the coolest shit, and probably one of the coolest game feel things that is added in Banjo-Tooie. You know what, I'll say this. I think that's the best feeling thing that's not in Banjo-Kazooie, it's in Banjo-Tooie. Just the ability to, like, how about we just, like, walk slowly? Do we really need the running shoes here? Easier if we just walk. The running shoes, to me, seem like a liability. We're not, like, on any sort of timer here. And indeed, we're not even gonna switch. The switching is over. Ooh. We're almost there. Yes, here we go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's 13. One more. And it's the planetarium. Why don't I just die? And then we'll respawn with full health. We'll go to the planetarium, climb it up, and that'll be that. We'll end at the top of the planetarium. We won't go, like, back home. Or, like, go to, Jolly Rogers or get that unlocked. That's too much. It's 2 a.m., folks. We gotta do one last thing, and then I'll send you off. I'll do a raid. And, that'll be that. What am I doing? I should have used the teleporter. If I was playing Banjo-Tooie for like 3 hours instead of like every other game interspersed, you know, if you do the math, right, we probably got like between the 11 hours, a little less than 2 hours of each game, you know, a little less than 2 hours of each game. So, if I had been playing Banjo-Tooie just that for 2 hours, I bet I would have thought to do that. But, you know, too much switching. There is such a thing, I think, as too much switching. I think we discovered that here tonight with this game where we switched. Jesus Christ, I wonder how many times we swapped. We swapped games. I don't know. I don't think anyone will know. But it was definitely in the manner of like hundreds of times. You know, every... How many minutes are in 10 hours? Or in like... How many minutes are in like 11 hours? 60 times 11? Maybe like divided by 2 because it's like on average gonna be like a minute and a half. Here we go. Okay. Second time's a charm. I can do this math. 11. 90 seconds a thing. Each hour is 60 minutes. Wait. Well, actually, 11 times 60 is not that hard to figure out. 11 times 60 is 66... 660 minutes. 660 minutes, and it was every minute or two, so it was between 660 and 330. So at the minimum, the minimum we did 330, at the maximum we did 660 swaps. Probably something like halfway between those two. What's halfway between those two numbers? What's simple math that I can use to shortcut it? 660 plus 330 equals, 990. 990 divided by 2 is 495? Probably about 500 swaps. Probably about 500 swaps. Let's ballpark it. Based on my note card math, about 500 swaps, all told. That sounds about right, and boy howdy, that is a hell of a thing. So many swaps that like... Hell yeah, there we go. So many swaps that like... It will not be like... the... Okay, come on, let's go. Hey! So many swaps that it won't be like in like the like you know, YouTube, right? I'll be putting the breakpoints, like the breakpoints, the things that like starting soon, preamble, the timestamps, they'll be at like that. The anime hour will have one, and then the spinal sprint will have one as well. I think that'll be pretty reasonable. Well, that's gonna do it for tonight, for tonight's big stream. The Rareware Roulette celebrating 500 followers here on Twitch. I appreciate everyone who came by, hung out. The raid and the sub from Plastic Bags was lovely, was wonderful. And I appreciate everyone else just like who came by and chatted and, you know, just watched throughout. I appreciate it. That was great. I'm gonna save and quit. Why not? Perfect thing to end on, you know. What's the perfect thing to end on? The title screen, seeing the Rare logo come up again. There it is. Well, that's not it. That's the Nintendo 64 logo. But, look there. There's the Rare logo. That's who we have to thank for tonight as well, for all these 7 great games. And it's Mr. Pants. The 6 great games. The 5 great games. Grunty's Revenge and Mr. Pants. That was a hell of a stream. Enjoyed it. It was chaotic. It made the games feel difficult in a way I feel like they haven't felt like in years. Just like finding myself in them, getting all disoriented. That was a hell of a night. I'd like to do something like that sometime again. Maybe not 11 hours though, maybe more like 4. And maybe like on a Thursday, not a Saturday. But I'll eventually come up with another idea for one of these, and we'll do it, and that'll be fun. Let me pull up the schedule and set up the raid. Tomorrow, I will be doing my Wind Waker stream at the normal time. We are at either the Wind Dungeon or the Wind Temple or the Earth Temple. I forget which is first, but whichever one of those we'll do. And then I will think very hard about whether I want to do the other one, because I feel like we could either do a 2-hour stream tomorrow or like a 1.5-hour stream where I do 1 dungeon, or we could do a 3 or 4-hour stream where I do 2 dungeons. And I am very tempted by the idea of doing both at once, knocking them all both out, getting us to the Triforce hunt for the week after. But also, with how late this stream went, maybe we should be a little bit more, you know, not do that. Probably nothing this week on Thursday. In fact, I'll say definitely nothing. We went 11 hours here tonight. I need a break. Thursday will be that break, and also, you know, Tuesday, Wednesday as well. Breaks. I'm gonna watch Dan Reichert's and his dad Paul make his dad watch a Nets on Tuesday. That'll be fun. Fridays will, as always, be viewer levels at the normal time. I am going to send the raid right now. Let me see who's online. That cute Setsuna. Birdie V. How about Birdie V? Yo, BL Raven Wizard, you came right as I was sending the raid. How you doing? This was the Rareware Roulette celebrating a thing. I'll say, you know what? I'll say, we still have time to get that sub goal, haha. Nah, don't worry about it. I'll say, like, if that sub goal were to get met before I cancel it, which I will be canceling it after the stream, by the way, it'll be gone as of the next stream. I did try Wave 5, yes, of Mario Kart. Who are we rating? Good Games Well Played is streaming. Dread Rob, Birdie V. Ekit Setsuna. Either between Birdie V, who's doing, Mafia? Very well done. Yeah, it was a very good it was a very well done set of DLC levels, tracks. You know what? Let's do Good Games Well Played. I don't think I've seen Good Games Well Played streaming in a bit. He's playing Tears of the Kingdom. That's one of my favorite games of this year. Probably definitely my favorite game of all time this year. Like 8 hours ago, we did spoiler talk for that. I called spoiler time and did spoiler talk for it. There was also an anime hour. There was also, like, a lot of minecart mayhem. It's been a hell of a stream. It's time to end. The raid is now going, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Jeez, tomorrow, huh? 8 p.m. Central for at least 1 dungeon of Wind Waker. Maybe 2. We'll see. Let Let me pull up his stream on my thing so we can see the raid go in. And, let's go. Here he is, yes. What is It's Mr. Pants? It's a puzzle game that is like, it would have been good if it had been on the iPhone like 3 years later, but instead it was a $30 Game Boy game, and it's all right. The puzzles stumped us. The puzzles were reasonably fun to put together, but it is just the most simple-ass puzzle game you've ever seen, and would have really made a lot more sense if it had been on the iPhone. I will say that one last time. Folks, raid, bye! See you tomorrow! Wind Waker, 8 p.m. Bye-bye!